Chapter 401 Exposed. After reaching an agreement with the 54th Division, Liu Yang hurriedly left Ares. The civil war on Heidel is about to enter a white-hot stage. The front line needs a large amount of weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies. As a professional business player, he must not miss such a great opportunity, especially medicines. Although the players don't need them, the rebels can still use them. After Liu Yang left, Alandri, who was extremely cautious before, immediately suppressed the panic on his face and looked at the Deputy Commander Ryan beside him. Do you think what it said just now is true or false? Ryan frowned slightly and couldn't say. After all, whether it is true or false, they can't verify it from the top. Hearing this answer, Alandri's eyebrows drooped. As Ryan said, the other party defined this matter as the top secret of the Space Corps from the beginning, and they who had no idea about it before obviously did not have the qualifications and authority to know the secrets. This also means that even if the desolate planet Slime is really the top secret of the Space Corps' Weapons Research and Development Laboratory, they have no right to ask their superiors. After all, if such a thing can be said, the superiors can't keep it secret all the time. It is precisely because of this that they are in a bit of a dilemma. If what the slime called Liu Yang said is true, then it's okay for them to act according to the other party's arrangement. But if it is false, then what they did is tantamount to acting without authorization without the order of their superiors. Being punished is a small matter, but they are afraid that it will cause other troubles to the entire Space Corps. Thinking of this, Alandri felt more and more annoyed, and even lost his good face towards Ryan, who caused him trouble. As if knowing that he was in the wrong, Ryan touched his nose awkwardly. I didn't know it would be like this. The reason why he knew that Julian was purely because of the recovery potion sold by the other party. Because it was more effective than the previous potions. He asked the person in charge of the logistics department a question, but he never thought that this question would involve many things later, as if realizing that his attitude was a bit harsh. Alandri sighed. I don't blame you. Although the drug dealer he brought caused the entire 54th Division to get a hot potato, it must be said that the recovery potion brought by the drug dealer is indeed useful. Nowadays, this thing has become a good thing that the logistics departments of various divisions of the Space Corps are scrambling to buy. And because of the relationship between Ryan and Julian, the price of potions they get from the 54th Division is cheaper than other divisions every time. Sometimes, when potions are in short supply, he can also sell some of the excess potions in the inventory to other divisions at a higher price, which also supplements some military expenses for himself. Thinking of this, Alandri's expression eased a little. Ryan is good at observing words and expressions, and he knows that the mood of the superiors has changed when he sees this. So he asked, do we need to do what it says? What can we do if we don't do what it says? After all, everything is said by the slime. What? The top management thinks highly of him, so they let him test him. If this is false, at most he will be tricked and then be charged with the crime of acting without orders. Of course, he might be laughed at by other colleagues. But if it is true, then if he doesn't do things well, he will displease the big shots above. Although he has no ambition to move up a level, it doesn't mean that he wants to drop his ranking again. Thinking of this, he even began to have conspiracy theories. Whether the drug dealer named Julian was also a spy arranged in advance by the top management. Otherwise, there are so many divisions in the Space Corps. Why did they choose their 54th Division? And his deputy Ryan? Thinking of this, Alandri couldn't help but sigh. I always feel that he seems to have boarded a great pirate ship. Ryan didn't know the complexity and entanglement in the heart of the captain in front of him. Hearing this, he just nodded slowly. Anyway, the slime just said that they will arrange everything. When the time comes, you can contact the Future Alliance to clarify this matter. Alandri nodded helplessly. Yeah. For now, we can only take one step at a time. I hope this is not a pit. Future Alliance? Beta Star. The chairman's office was silent at the moment. Is this what you said about the future of the Future Alliance? Without waiting for the secretary outside to stop her, Meg had already rushed in with a cold face and threw the secret report in front of Traka. You idiot. You don't even know that you have been deceived. Facing the military minister, who looked like he was going to ask for an explanation, Traka was a little confused. What happened? As he spoke, he put down the pen in his hand and picked up the secret report in front of him and read it. After reading the content clearly, Traka's disapproval disappeared instantly. Instead, he was shocked. Seeing this, Meg took out something from her arms and handed it over. This is the recording set with this secret report. You will know what this is after listening to it. Hearing this, Traka picked up the recording with doubt. The next second, the voice from inside directly shattered the last glimmer of hope in his heart. How could it be? The story about the slimes on the desert planet being intelligent biological weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps turned out to be false. It was actually made up by that Odo to deceive them. Looking at Traka's shocked and silly face, Meg snorted coldly. Why not? That guy lost his father, and didn't have many troops. Now the capital fell into the hands of those rebels. How could he not be anxious? In order to win, he could only ask for help from us. But the future alliance would not send troops to help him for no reason. So he made up such a reason that we couldn't refuse. If those slimes are really intelligent biological weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps, then we can't just sit back and watch. After listening to Meg's analysis, Traka, who was incredulous before, gradually calmed down. In fact, if you think about it carefully, how could he not know these truths? It's just that the information conveyed by the messenger named Boyce at that time was so shocking that he would rather believe it than not believe it. After all, this guy said it with nose and eyes. What if it's true? The future alliance can't just sit there and watch danger happen around him. Out of his defensiveness against the Space Corps, he fell into their trap. Now thinking back, many things were just one-sided words from that Boyce. They couldn't produce any concrete evidence at all, and only used some groundless rumors to evade him. No. The other party simply used the rumors that the desolate planet slime was already magical to make him believe that these creatures were the products of the Space Corps laboratory. After all, their existence is an incredible thing. Seeing Traka's annoyance, Meg pulled the corner of her mouth with satisfaction, and said, It's good that you can realize your mistakes. So I think we should just forget about the matter of increasing the number of troops Heidel mentioned in the last meeting. Although most people at the meeting were hesitant because of this false news. But now that they know the truth, there is no need for them to worry about it, because they don't need to get involved in this muddy water at all. Traka didn't immediately pick up Meg's words, but turned to ask, Where did you get this recording? Someone sent it to my office together with this secret report this morning. Meg paused. Why are you asking this? Traka did not answer and asked, So this thing was sent by your military intelligence department? That being said, he saw that the bag containing the secret report did not look like something from the military. Meg was a little impatient. Didn't I say it? Someone sent it to my office this morning. As for who the other party is, I don't know, because this is a document sent by the express company. There is no sender's name on the document bag at all. After the other party's explanation, Traka finally understood one thing. So this news was revealed to them by someone on purpose, not found out by the military intelligence department themselves. So, who sent this recording to them? However, Traka hadn't figured out the trick yet, and there was a knock on the door outside the office. The secretary spoke in a gentle voice. Mr. Chairman, there is an official communication signal from Ares trying to connect to our chairman's office. Do you need to transfer it for you? Hearing this, not only Traka, but also Meg beside him was stunned. Ares? Isn't that the headquarters of the Space Corps? What are those guys doing here at this time? The two looked at each other for a while, and then an incredible guess emerged in their minds. Could it be that they came here because of Otto's rumors about them? But how did they know? With doubts, Traka glanced at Meg, and then said loudly, Please transfer me. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, a huge holographic screen popped up in the empty office in front of him. The next second, the face of a middle-aged man in a military uniform appeared on the screen. Traka stared at the man on the screen for a long time, and after confirming that he really had no impression of this face, he asked, May I ask who you are? I am a Landry, belonging to the 54th Division of the Space Corps. Position Division Commander. The man in the picture nodded slightly, trying his best to look gentle. But even so, they could still vaguely feel a kind of sharpness hidden under the gentle appearance. The other party came with bad intentions. However, this did not stump Traka, who came from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His past political experience had trained him to speak to people in a way that suited him. After hearing the other party introduce himself, Traka immediately raised a warm but polite smile on his face. May I ask what you can do for me? It is indeed an important matter. The man on the other side coughed lightly. And this time, he contacted you mainly to clarify one thing with you. Clarify? Hearing this word, Traka immediately became alert. Although he had guessed the other party's intentions, he still pretended to be ignorant and asked, What do you mean? Seeing that the future chairman of the alliance in front of him looked unmoved, Landry frowned. Didn't that slime say that he had arranged everything? He had said so much. Why was this guy still pretending? Although he was dissatisfied with the current situation, since he had accepted this task, Elandri could only bite the bullet and continue to play this play. The slime of the wild planet is not a biological weapon secretly developed by the Space Corps. As he said this, Elandri took out the equipment Li Yong gave him and played the recording again in front of the future leader of the Alliance. The moment they heard the recording, Traka and Meg changed their faces, because they had just heard it not long ago. The other party actually sent the same recording to the Space Corps. What is going on? Elandri didn't know what the man in front of him was thinking. After playing the recording, he said seriously, "This is what happened. Although I don't know what the guy named Boyce told you. You must not believe what he said. All this is a premeditated scam. We, the Space Corps, will never take the blame for such a despicable guy." Looking at the cold face of the officer on the screen, Traka couldn't help but raise his inner doubts. "Where did you get this recording?" Elandri remained calm. "Someone mailed it to us anonymously. Otherwise, we wouldn't know that there are such shameless people on the planet Heidel." As he spoke, Elandri looked at the future chairman of the Alliance in front of him. "Although the relationship between the Space Corps and your Alliance is not close, we don't want to see you being deceived by someone with ulterior motives. That's why I contacted you to clarify this matter." These words were very high-sounding, and even Traka couldn't find any fault. However, compared to letting the other party take advantage of him verbally, Traka was more upset that they owed the Space Corps a favor for nothing. They obviously knew about this matter. Who cares about your reminder? However, no matter how annoyed he was in his heart, he still had to pretend to be ignorant on his face. He looked at the other party with gratitude. "Thank you for telling me." Elandri didn't know what the person in front of him was thinking. After receiving Traka's thanks, he raised his chin slightly. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the other party's advice. "You're welcome. It's what I should do. I have said what I should say, so I won't disturb you from working." After speaking, the holographic screen in front of him disappeared instantly. The office was silent again. Traka and Meg looked at each other. It seemed that they were tricked. On the other hand, Odo, who was on the planet Zidar, had no idea about this. At this moment, he was anxiously waiting for good news from the future Alliance in his fiefdom. However, what he didn't expect was that the bad news arrived before the good news. The future Alliance unexpectedly threw a recording. It recorded his lie that the desolate planet slime was a secret biological weapon of the Space Corps. The moment he received the recording, Odo was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know who recorded this recording, and when it was passed to the hands of the future Alliance's top leaders. But it was obvious that because of this recording, everything he had carefully planned was ruined. Of course, compared with the unwillingness and resentment brought by the plan's failure. At the moment, he was more worried and panicked, because the sound quality of this recording was too clear. It was as if it was recorded next to him. However, recalling the scene at that time, besides him, there was only his confidant Zion in the room. Could it be that Zion betrayed him? No! This is impossible. He and Zion grew up together. Zion's father was also a subordinate of his father, Baruto. The whole family was loyal and responsible, and it was impossible for them to betray him. Moreover, he could not find a reason for them to betray him. But if it was not Zion, who would it be? Could it be that there was a third person hiding in the room at that time? Or was there a recording and eavesdropping device installed in the room? Thinking of this, Otto's heart sank. In either case, this was not a good sign, because it meant that his mansion and fiefdom were no longer safe. There were enemy spies everywhere. His every move was under the surveillance of the enemy. The more Otto thought about it, the colder his back felt. Even the fact that he lied to the future chairman of the Alliance seemed less important. Under high tension, he even dreamed that he was assassinated at home that night. Odo, awakened from his nightmare, felt that he could no longer sit there and wait for death, even if he could not get the support of the future Alliance. He had to find a way to wipe out the rebels in the capital. Chapter 4023 People Make a Tiger. Storm City. In the food street of the outer city, Xiaoming sat in front of the wonton stall, waiting for breakfast to be served while checking the task report sent to him by the players not long ago. After more than a year, the game map of Wild Star World is no longer limited to the Wanderer planet in front of him. Players' footprints have already spread to every corner of this galaxy. This even includes the map that the game has never officially updated Ares. Who would have thought that these daring players could run to the territory of the Space Legion and tell such a big lie? Seeing the task report sent by Lu Yong, Xiao Ming suddenly felt a heart attack. And even the steaming wontons in front of him were not fragrant. This feeling is like your own well-behaved and clever child suddenly telling you that he has caused trouble outside. It is speechless. The key is that you can't blame the other party for doing something wrong. Because in terms of the result, they perfectly solved the crisis. Even he may not be able to find a more suitable solution than this. There was only one thing that exceeded his expectations. That was the huge lie they told to the 54th Division of the Space Corps in order to achieve their goal. The slime clam was actually an intelligent biological weapon born in the Space Corps laboratory. Although this identity setting was originally a false news fabricated by the sinister guy Odo in order to attract investment from the future alliance. But I never thought that the players would take advantage of this. In order to make the 54th Division take this matter seriously, and not dare to act rashly against the Heidel Star, they chose to suppress the other party with a bigger secret. That is, to show their true identity. It was about the secret experiment of the Space Corps' top leaders. No matter how suspicious they were, the 54th Division did not dare to go and verify it in person. Of course, they dared not take it lightly. Should I say it or not? The person who came up with this method is really a talent. Directly throw a hot potato to the other party. No matter how reluctant they are, they can only accept it. After such a beating, the other party has to do whatever the player, who is the representative of the top leaders, says. Such a move was obviously very effective. The division commander had already made a call to the chairman of the Future Alliance on behalf of the Space Corps. The rumor that the slime clam was a biological weapon developed by the Space Corps was clarified. Coupled with the recording, the Future Alliance completely gave up the idea of sending troops to Heidel. A conflict that was about to take place between the two largest forces in this galaxy was instantly eliminated. The only two questions were, how long can such a lie last? What will happen after being exposed? Even if he didn't know much about the Space Corps, Xiao Ming could guess how angry the 54th Division would be after learning the truth. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but pray in his heart. Don't be exposed too quickly. Otherwise, not only will Boss Hu's business be ruined, but even the desolate planet and the Future Alliance will probably not get anything good. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming left a red reply on the mission report sent by Lu Yang, and then closed the panel and started to eat breakfast. On the other side, seeing the message from the clan leader, Lu Yang's face wrinkled. Read? Nothing else? He completed such an important task. Shouldn't he be given some rewards? Could it be his task is not yet completed, so it can't be settled yet? Unable to find any other more suitable reasons, Lu Yang tacitly accepted that this was the case, and did not think about it further. After closing the task panel, he looked at the rebel officers who were trading medicines with him across the street. Well, they should be called the Republican Army now. After all, the Heidel Federal Republic was announced in the capital not long ago, and the capital was changed back to its original name, Freeland City. It will stand on Heidel Star as the capital of the new regime. However, on the other side, the name and organization of the Kingdom Army have not changed. I don't know whether he is unwilling to abandon his old master or has other concerns. In short, General Nerd did not change his flag like the rebels. It is precisely because of this that the relationship between the authorities of the Heidel Federal Republic and the old members of the Kingdom Army has become a little subtle. Although they knew that the Kingdom Army and them were united purely because of the reality, they were not completely on the same front with them in their hearts. Knowing is one thing, and thinking is another. Many high-ranking officials of the new government, including Pierre, actually hope that the Kingdom Army can abandon the dark and join the light. After all, the Heidel Kingdom is gone. Not to mention their old master Fernan. Even Fernan's cousin Baruto, who usurped the throne as king, did not have the last laugh. The history of the Heidel Kingdom has become the past, and the Heidel Federal Republic is the future. If Nerd is a smart man, he should choose to stop in time. If they continue to be obsessed, then sooner or later they will be abandoned in the dust of history like the corrupt old dynasty. It has been counted, and there is no omission. In the distance, the report of a Republican soldier interrupted Lu Yang's thoughts. On the opposite side, the officer who received the report from his subordinate nodded slightly, turned to Lu Yang and said, all the goods have been received. The energy crystal or you want has been loaded, and will be delivered to the designated trading location in the near future. You can then send a transport ship to pick up the goods. Because of the establishment of the Zidar Federal Republic, players no longer have to be sneaky when transporting things within the Republic. The new authorities have directly opened the door for the barren planet slimes. This move is also to thank the Slime family for their great contribution to supporting the Zidar rebellion over the past few months. seeing the energy crystal mines filled with energy crystal mines on the transport vehicles in the distance. Gotham Iron Man deeply realized the good intentions of the arms dealer Jean Victor when he decided to support the rebels. Although he knew that this planet was rich in mineral resources, he did not expect that this place could be so rich. So many large and high-quality energy crystal mines, the price of which would be at least tripled or quadrupled if they were sold to the Future Alliance or the Space Corps. Thinking of this, Gotham looked at Liu Yang in the distance with envy. Brother Jiayong made a fortune this time. As soon as the voice fell, the stir-fried big kidney flour on the side said, to be precise. It is not this time that he made a fortune. But he has always been making a fortune. Whether he does this business or not, money is just a number to him. Gotham Iron Man. Damn! There are so many rich people in this world. What's wrong with one more of me? Although they complain like this. In fact, players in the T0 and T1 echelons like them have already achieved financial freedom through the trading market of slime coins in the game forum. Players who entered the market early basically made a lot of money. But who would dislike having too much money? And no matter how much money you make in the game, it can't be compared with the CEO who is in charge of a huge business empire in real life. Realizing this, Gotham no longer envied those shiny energy crystal mines. It's just a game prop. No big deal. However, there is something I have always been curious about. Gotham's apprentice Fei Kaylee stared at the energy crystal mine in the distance for a long time, and suddenly asked, the ore mining on the Shida star has lasted for hundreds and thousands of years, right? Why haven't the mineral resources on the planet been exhausted? As soon as this was said, there was a sudden silence around. The players, who were envious of Liu Yang for being able to eat the energy crystal mines worth tens of millions of yuan, were stunned. Before this, they seemed to have not really thought about this problem seriously. After all, the materials in the game can be refreshed. Of course, the situation in Wild Star World is a bit special. Many of the settings here are the same as in the real world. Crops growing in the ground need hard care to bloom and bear fruit, and NPCs cannot be resurrected after death. According to such settings, the mineral resources of Shida Star should have been exhausted long ago. But strangely, except for a few individual mining areas that have been dug out, there are still a lot of mineral resources in the mines of the entire Shida Star. In real life, the soil erosion caused by mining is not serious on Shida Star. Thinking of this, the players can't help but feel strange. Is this intentional by the official or a bug in the plot setting? Otherwise, why didn't the Wild Star World that pursues reality set the map CG according to the logic of reality this time? Just when the players couldn't figure out the reason. Bai Wuchang on the side spoke lazily. Who cares why? Isn't it enough to just have fun playing games? Hearing this, the players who were still struggling before suddenly came to their senses. Indeed, playing games? As long as you have fun, it's enough. Why bother so much? This world is just a string of data set by the program. After thinking this through, the players no longer continued to delve into such meaningless things. Although the boss Jiayong represented the Slime clan to settle the current troubles. But that Odo is not a good person. If his conspiracy fails, he will definitely make other troubles. It's just that I don't know what his next step will be. However, when the players were guessing on the forum what kind of trouble this guy would cause next, something unexpected happened. Explosive news. The Slime mercenaries, who helped the new authorities to successfully revolt, turned out to be the secret biological weapons of the Space Legion. One day, this leaflet with an extremely eye-catching title spread everywhere in Freeland in an unexpected way. The article on the leaflet claimed that the reason why these slimes were so powerful was purely because they were intelligent biological weapons carefully cultivated by the Space Corps laboratory. And the reason why they appeared on the Civil War battlefield of Zidar Star was purely because the rebels and the Space Corps reached a private agreement. Once the war was won, they would give up 50% of the mining rights of the entire Zidar planet to the Space Corps as a return gift. No one knew how this thing got into the city. No one knew who printed these nonsense. By the time the new authorities and players found out, every resident in the city had already got one. Although Pierre had made a clarification speech at the first time, there were too many people in this world who were willing to believe in the strange fake news rather than the truth. Moreover, if we deduce from the current situation, the gossip on the leaflet does not seem to be completely unreliable. After all, the performance of these slimes on the battlefield is indeed obvious to all. Since they joined the battlefield, the rebels have changed their previous decline and have been unstoppable. This is a world of difference from the stalemate with the Kingdom Army a few months ago. If it is not from the Space Corps laboratory, how can we explain the miraculous abilities of these slimes? Now the new authorities deny what is on the flyer, saying that it is all lies, and only fools will believe it. In addition, someone jumped out and claimed to have seen the Federal Republican Army transporting a large amount of energy crystal ore to the slimes, which made it even more difficult to explain. Seeing that the situation was not right, the players asked Pierre to release the audio recorded from Otto's mansion. Unfortunately, people now have a preconceived idea that the content on the flyer is the truth, and the recording is just false evidence released by the new authorities to cover up the truth. They think that Pierre and other rebels are all traitors. In order to win, they not only surrendered to the enemy of the sovereign country, but also ceded so many interests of the planet. It is simply unforgivable. Although some people in the city do not believe the gossip on the flyer, when everyone begins to believe a truth, it is futile for the minority of rational people to correct their ideas. Seeing the rumors in the city getting more and more intense, Pierre felt a headache. Because of this false news, some patriots in Freeland City took to the streets to protest. They demanded that Pierre and the new authorities step down and let Otto, the son of Baruto, come to power to re-establish the government. It is obvious that there is a mastermind behind this matter. And who else could have planned all this except Otto, who has been the most popular among the people recently? This despicable guy. It is because he knows that he can't beat them head on that he came up with such a sinister trick, relying on fabricated lies to discredit the new authorities. Although this approach is stupid and low-level, no one with a clear eye will be deceived by him. But the problem is that there are not many people with a clear eye in the entire Freeland City. On the Star Heidel, the lower-class people have no opportunity to receive education at all. Even Pierre himself started to study by himself later. It is precisely because they have never been to school that most people have no judgment of their own and basically follow the crowd. Otto grasped this point and used false statements to incite the indignation of the masses to achieve the desired goal. This approach may not be brilliant, but it is effective. Now the Future Alliance and the Space Corps have stated that they will not interfere in the internal affairs of the Heidel Star. In this case, they will not care about the mess here at all. Therefore, no matter what Otto said, the two major forces would not jump out to help them clarify. Even if they are willing to help clarify, the people may not believe it. After all, they have released the recording, and these people are still unwilling to believe what he said. This is simply a dead end. Thinking of this, the angry Pierre also swore in his heart that if he could successfully calm down this time, he must severely grasp the education of the Heidel Star. No matter how poor, no matter how difficult it is, the people cannot be illiterate who follow the crowd. However, it is obviously not the best time to consider these things now. Otto, who is still ambitious, plans to use false lies to incite more people to join in the criticism of the new authorities. Such a crusade will sooner or later evolve from verbal rhetoric into armed conflict. Otto is trying to create a new disaster and drag more people into it. Pierre clenched his fists. He must find a way to stop this guy. Chapter 403 Change. Those affected by the leaflets are not only the new government represented by Pierre, but also the Kingdom Army that has remained silent since the establishment of the Heidel Federal Republic. Recently, rumors have spread in Freeland City, and the Kingdom Army that attacked the former royal capital together with the rebels has naturally been pushed to the forefront. Originally, people did not feel much about their betrayal of their old master and collusion with the rebels. But when this matter is related to the Space Corps, everything is completely different. No matter how the Heidel Star fights internally, they cannot tolerate their own people taking their own things to please the hostile forces. Although Heidel Star itself and the Space Corps do not have any direct conflict of interest, who makes Heidel a vassal of the Future Alliance? The suzerain father and the Space Corps are not getting along, and as the father's lackeys, they naturally have to follow the same hatred and enemies. They can tolerate the king promising benefits to the Future Alliance, but they cannot accept letting those benefits fall into the hands of the Space Corps. Not to mention that these traitors have given so many benefits to the Space Corps. As for King Fernan, who had paid for help from the Space Corps' Special Mercenary Corps, these people automatically ignored him. After all, he is no longer the king. No one will care about the losers. The outside world will only focus on the vested interests. In the eyes of the people of Heidel, the plot of the Kingdom Army mixed with Pierre's new authorities is even worse. This guy betrayed his old master, and he even turned his elbow outward and cooperated with the Space Corps. Of course, the Space Corps authorities did not know the thoughts of these Heidel people. Even if they knew, they would not react, because they never took this backward feudal planet seriously. In their view, the anger expressed by these people is no different from an ant baring its teeth and claws at an elephant, which has no effect. Therefore, even though they knew that Heidel was a vassal state of the future alliance. When Fernan came to the door with a large sum of money, their mercenaries still came forward to help the kingdom army fight. After all, who can go against money? It is precisely because elephants do not care about the thoughts of ants that ants will attack the rebels among their companions. Even if the gossip on the leaflets is not necessarily true. Nert never dreamed that he had been so low-key during this period. But this fire still burned him. Although he did intend to leave the new authorities. Now was not the best time. However, before he found a suitable opportunity to deal with the troubles between him and the new authorities. Odo, the madman, gave him a head-on blow. His father died. The army lost tens of thousands. And the capital fell into the hands of others. Odo, who lost the position of crown prince, had nothing to lose. So he acted more and more without scruples. If he continued to sit and wait for death in his fiefdom, he would sooner or later wait for the encirclement and suppression of the new authorities. Instead of doing this, he might as well give it a try. Once he successfully provoked a new civil war, his chance would come. He was not interested in how many people would die in the civil war. He only cared about whether he could seize the kingship. Seeing that his carefully planned plot was exposed, he simply used the power of public opinion to confuse right and wrong. It doesn't matter what the truth is. What matters is to seize the initiative in public opinion. Anyway, the general public on this planet is very ignorant. They believe whatever others say. And he only needs to stay quietly in the fiefdom and wait for those people to charge for him. When the time comes, he will become the new king that everyone expects. However, Nert, who saw through all this at this time, didn't know how to solve the troubles in front of him. As a soldier, what he is best at is speaking with fists. But facing the protests and curses of the people in the city, he didn't know how to deal with it. Point the gun at them? Nert instantly rejected this idea. Not only will this not solve the problem, but it will cause greater trouble. And this may be what Otto wants. It seems that a war without gunpowder has broken out in front of him. It is not only a struggle between the old and new regimes, but also a life and death war between the sprouts of hope that emerged from the rubble and the dark feudal remnants. As a former representative of the latter, this time he was somewhat reluctant to see the country return to the past. During this period, he witnessed with his own eyes how Pierre and his people made the capital and Freeland City better little by little. They also proposed various practical decrees to make this planet, which was as slow as an old man, burst into new vitality. These people are doing things in a down-to-earth manner, unlike the former King Fernan, who only knew how to lie on the high bed and soft pillows in the palace to eat, drink and have fun. Compared with the hard work and steadfastness of Pierre and his people, his self-esteem and pride as a general of the kingdom army instantly became ridiculous and childish. It is true that the original intention of the establishment of the kingdom army was to be loyal to the king, but they also swore to the flag of the kingdom to be loyal to this planet and this country. Today, the land is still the land under their feet. The people are still the same people. The only thing that has changed is the name of the country and the person who leads the country. After figuring this out, Nerd suddenly stopped struggling like he did in the past. Perhaps, handing this planet over to Pierre and the others is the right choice. As for Odo, sooner or later he will be swept into the garbage dump like other feudal remnants. Although this guy still has the upper hand in public opinion so far. But paper can't cover fire after all. A lie can't become true even if it's told 1,000 times. The historical wheel of Zidar Star has already rolled. And those who try to drag the wheel back will sooner or later be crushed into the mud by the wheel and never get up again. Dulanka Province, a big county. Odo was overjoyed when he heard the news from the capital. What a mess. What a mess. This capital originally belonged to him. These thieves who stole the country should go back to where they came from. The confidant bowed his head and said, "Your Highness is wise. And now the public opinion of the entire capital is controlled by our people. I heard that some people blocked the government hall of the new authorities and the Royal Army's base every day and did not allow anyone to enter or leave. They must give an explanation." Odo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Give an explanation? What explanation can these people give? They have already clarified the truth and even released the recording. But what's the use? These fools don't want to believe it. He told people that the recording was fabricated. And it was fabricated. No one will believe the evidence in their hands. Now the anger of the people has risen. And they just want to see these people step down. And see Pierre and Nerd die to apologize. Just as the capital of the Zidar Star was burning with hot flames, the storm sweeping over the barren Star Blackstone town on the other side gradually subsided. With the launch of the Zidar Civil War event, players' attention to the love-hate relationship between the prison number 430 in Boca Bay and the townspeople of Blackstone Town has obviously decreased a lot. But even so, the dessert trio who focus on themselves still made some amazing achievements in such a corner that no one cares about. After that night, the townspeople of Blackstone Town united together and successfully broke the sharp blade hanging over their heads. The prison once again ended its rule over this land. The only difference from the previous one is that this time, there is no extreme situation of the tiger leaving and the wolf coming back. With the joint efforts of the townspeople, they organized a town affairs committee. And Elizabeth, who had been hiding for more than half a year, no longer needed to live in the dark underground as in the past. Back under the clear sky, not only Elizabeth, but also Doug, who had been recuperating in the underground of the temple for several months due to injuries, felt as if he was in another world. Once upon a time, he was also a member of the Resistance Army. But now, both the Resistance Army and the prison have disappeared in this town. The town seems to have returned to the most normal state. This also made Doug quite emotional. He was lucky. He did not die in the catastrophe that night, but only injured his 2 legs. After that, he lingered underground for several months, and also met such a group of reliable partners. Together they published newspapers in the dim basement and pushed the town towards the future they had been looking forward to for a long time. Doug breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the vast sea in the distance. The haze that had enveloped Blackstone Town seemed to have dissipated. From now on, they no longer needed to be afraid. Unlike Doug's optimism, Elizabeth was a little worried at this moment. She had disappeared for more than half a year, and now she suddenly returned to the town. How would the people in the town view her? She knew very well that this town hated the prison and the prison guards. She had seen everything the prison did to the townspeople, and everything the townspeople did to the prison. Although prison number 444 was gone, her identity as the warden's daughter was like an indelible mark that would always remain on her. Would the townspeople accept her? Would she also be tied to the execution rack like the families of the prison guards, who were dealt with by the prisoner resistance? Or would she encounter a worse situation than this? Thinking of this, Elizabeth became more and more uneasy. Sensing her thoughts, Chocolate Lava Cake said, "Don't worry. They are not such extreme people. This town has already shed enough blood." Elizabeth was stunned by the eyes of the chocolate slime in front of her, which were like black holes. She subconsciously asked, "How do you know?" The Chocolate Lava Cake grinned and said, "I just know. Not to mention the values instilled in the legend of Jack the Dockworker. Those people would not do anything excessive to her just because Elizabeth is the president of the newspaper. The Gospel of Poseidon. After all, there are so many people in Black Rock Town who are readers of the Gospel of Poseidon. If they knew the other identity of the daughter of the former warden, they would only be surprised and admired. A weak woman can not only save her life in such a chaotic environment, but also perform such an inspiring feat. These things alone are enough to prove her extraordinariness. Prove that she is not the same kind of person as those heartless villains in the prison. The facts are just as expected by the Chocolate Lava Cake. When they learned that Elizabeth was the president of the Gospel of Poseidon, the people who were surprised that the daughter of the former warden was still alive became more and more shocked. The exclusion or trial that Elizabeth was worried about did not happen. The townspeople looked at the girl in the clothes of the desert god priest as if she were an ordinary person. Wait, why is it the clothes of the desert god priest? Isn't she the president of the Gospel of Poseidon newspaper? If so, she should also wear the clothes of the Shanghai temple priest. The townspeople who noticed the blind spot couldn't help but question. Elizabeth was a little embarrassed. At the beginning, she used the name of Poseidon to run a newspaper because she was worried that the newspaper company would be closed by the prison. In this way, even if she got into trouble, it would not harm herself. But it was still a bit shameful to say such a reason. The players did not have this psychological concern and directly explained the whole story to the townspeople. In this way, these people dispelled their doubts. Later, the priests of the Poseidon temple, who knew about this matter, were very angry about it. It turns out that the reason why they were smashed by the prison people and several temples was purely because they were cheated by this girl. This Gospel of Poseidon was not run by any believers of Poseidon at all, and it was created by the believers of the desert god in the name of Poseidon. Realizing this, the priests of Poseidon were so angry that they vomited blood. But now that things have come to this, they can't make trouble for each other. After all, prison number 430 is gone now, and their Poseidon temple has been rebuilt for more than half. At this time, it is obvious that they are too narrow-minded to cause trouble to others. and they will be accused of bullying orphans by other people in the town. This town is no longer the place where whoever has a gun and a strong fist can have the right to speak. The townspeople with bare hands beat the prison guards with guns and ammunition with their own strength and made them flee. Although they paid a heavy price for this. But this price is still worth it after all. Thinking of this, the priests of the Poseidon temple suddenly felt relieved. Although their temple was smashed. Fortunately no one was injured. Right? And the town finally seems to be on the right track. Furthermore, even if it is a newspaper run by the followers of the desert god, the Gospel of Poseidon is still called the Gospel of Poseidon, which is an indisputable fact. In short, they did not suffer any loss. The story of Blackstone Town has come to an end for the time being. But the story on the desert planet will not end with the end of the transformation of a town. Just as the civil war on the Heidel Star will not only be the beginning of chaos. The traces left by the players in this world may not only plant the seeds of hope for the future of this world, but also end the chaos in advance. This is not like a normal game plot choice with a fixed answer. No one knows what the future will be like. Maybe better. Maybe worse. The daily life that looks calm may not really remain unchanged. And the seemingly bad storms may not necessarily lead to the end. This is also the charm of Desolate Star World. Chapter 404 Decision. Freeland City. The anger of the people is still boiling. And it is getting more and more intense because of the avoidance of the highest general of the Kingdom Army. Nert. If these people only hate the new authorities represented by Pierre by 60% or 70%, then their hatred for the Kingdom Army has reached 99%. After all, as a member of the former Heidel Kingdom, everyone knows what kind of life those miners and slaves live. In Heidel, only the families with the worst conditions will become miners. And those who become slaves are either because someone in the family has committed a serious crime and the whole family has become slaves, or because their ancestors were slaves, so they have to be slaves for generations. As the lowest class in this kingdom, their lives are even worse than those of some slaves raised by nobles. Every day before dawn, they have to get up from the dilapidated shack and go down to the dark mine to dig. Then they have to climb out of the mine carrying hundreds of kilograms of ore. This cycle repeats several times a day. Day after day, month after month, year after year. From young to old, the delicate skin on the shoulders is rubbed red and finally forms thick calluses. And the originally straight spine is gradually bent, becoming hunched and shrunken. If there is no choice, no one would want to live like this. In Zidar, if you want to say who hates this country the most, it is no one else but them. Therefore, they are not surprised even if the rebels join forces with the Space Legion. But the Kingdom Army is completely different. They eat the salary of the Emperor and rely on the taxes of the people for support. But they end up doing such a betrayal. This undoubtedly hits the lungs of many people. Even if the future alliance does not regard them as their own sons, it does not prevent them from recognizing each other as their own fathers. The Kingdom Army, which eats the people's taxes, not only begs for mercy to the enemies of the suzerain country, but also does such things behind their backs. What a shame! In their view, these guys in the Kingdom Army are a group of unfilial sons. Now, the people's attitude towards this unfilial son has risen from verbal abuse to throwing stones and rotten eggs at them. After being treated like this for several days in a row, a young and vigorous officer finally couldn't help but explode. You ignorant guys! How many times do I have to say it? These are all lies made up by Otto. Don't you understand human words? Shocked by the momentum of the other party fighting out of the mountains of swords and seas of fire, the people who were still there and grumbling suddenly stopped abusing, and the stones in their hands that had not been thrown fell to the ground. The officer seemed to be holding back, and seemed to have given up, and continued to output. The king is gone. You have to get another king. Can you live better if you get Pierre out of power and let Otto be the emperor? Besides, what's wrong with changing from a kingdom to a federal republic? Is it that you make less money or pay more taxes than before? As soon as this was said, the people of Freeland City couldn't help but choke. That's not the case. Although the capital city experienced 2 coups, it did not affect ordinary people like them. Everyone should still eat, drink and do business as usual. As for paying taxes, Pierre did not raise the tax rate, and even abolish some unreasonable clauses in the law. According to the other party, it seems that there is nothing wrong with letting Pierre be in power. As for changing from the Kingdom of Heidel to the Federal Republic of Heidel, it is nothing more than a change of name. It seems that there is nothing unacceptable. In the crowd, some guys who were just following the trend stopped protesting immediately. But another group of people who were secretly instigating under Otto's instruction were not happy. They did not want the topic to change direction. Don't change the subject. Not only did you betray His Majesty, you even betrayed the trust of all the people, and got involved with the Space Corps. You are sinners. Hearing the unreasonable voices in the crowd, Nert, who had never shown up, finally couldn't sit still. Stop slandering us with rumors. Wasn't it His Majesty Fernan who got involved with the Space Corps first? It was because he first reached a cooperative relationship with the Space Corps that the other party sent mercenaries to help fight. Use your brains and think about it carefully. Even if the slime is really a biological weapon of the Space Corps, since His Majesty Fernan has already paid for their mercenaries, why would the other party send slimes to cooperate with the rebels? Business is not done this way. What's more, the slime thing is a lie. The voice in the crowd was relentless. Maybe they want to have it both ways. Bullshit. Upon hearing this, the veins on Nert's forehead jumped wildly. What you said is slander. Fernan spent millions to invite the Space Corps' special mercenary force, and these people stayed in Heidel for less than half a month. Do you think those poor guys in the rebels can have the money to buy the latest secret weapons developed by the Space Corps? Also, you regard the future alliance as so important. But when we were fighting the rebels on the front line, they didn't send any troops to help us. Even the weapons sold to us are old and useless in the warehouse. As he said this, Nerd glanced at the people who were jumping up and down the most in the crowd. His eyes sharp. We have clarified the facts countless times. Those slimes have nothing to do with the Space Army. And our Kingdom Army is naturally the same. But you have slandered and defamed us again and again. This makes me curious whether the person behind you is Otto. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the people who were targeted suddenly tightened. But thinking of the tasks assigned by their superiors, they still bit the bullet and confronted the other party. You are talking nonsense. We have nothing to do with him. However, Nerd did not let him go, but continued to his own mind. Explanation is covering up. Your eyes have betrayed everything. Hearing this, the two people who had been shouting the most before immediately avoided Nerd's eyes. Nerd didn't care and continued to speak on his own. That coward thought he couldn't be king anymore. So he tried every means to slander the Federal Republic and the Kingdom Army? Did he really think that he could incite the people to push him to the throne with some fabricated lies? I tell you, dream on. As long as I, Nerd, live, I will not let the son of the thief who stole the throne become the master of Zeidel. Here, I officially announce, from today, the Kingdom Army will be officially incorporated into the Zeidel Federal Republic Army. From now on, Zeidel will no longer have a Kingdom Army. This is also the result of his discussion with Pierre and other high-level officials of the new government yesterday. This is not only his personal wish, but also the wish of the entire Kingdom Army. There is nothing wrong with changing from the Zeidel Kingdom to the Zeidel Federal Republic. The officer just now spoke the truth for the majority of the Kingdom Army soldiers in anger. Although the king is gone, the country has not become worse. Instead, new vitality has blossomed in the chaos. The Zeidel Kingdom is gone, and the Kingdom Army needs a new identity to gain a foothold on the land under its feet. It's just that he had been hesitant before, which gave these people an opportunity. Through the events of the past 2 days, he has figured it out. Choosing a road that has never been taken is not necessarily a bad thing. The history of the dynasty has lasted for hundreds of years. The rule of the few monarchs has not made this planet better, but has made it as weak as a terminally ill patient. This planet urgently needs to be injected with something new to undergo a thorough transformation. And the new authorities of the Federal Republic represented by Pierre are his choice. After seeing Nerd's tough vote, perhaps because they felt that the play could not continue, the spectators who had gathered outside the military camp dispersed in dissatisfaction. Whether it was the mob who followed the trend to protest, or the people who were instigated by Otto, the protests in the city were much weaker than the previous 2 days. Although the curses became smaller, it did not mean that the matter was over. As long as Otto did not give up the throne, the struggle for power would continue. This is an unsolvable situation. But the fight between the two tigers must be a casualty. Either the new authorities represented by Pierre died, or the old forces represented by Otto died. Now, the Kingdom Army has chosen to break free from the raft of the old forces and board the ship of the new authorities. As people on the same boat, they must also pin Otto to death in the fiefdom, no matter what the cost. While Nerd was speculating on the future situation with the worst idea, the players seemed very optimistic. This is not only because they are not afraid of any threat of force, but also because they are very clear about the current situation. The second round of civil war in Heidel is unlikely to start. Even if it really starts, It will not cause too much impact. The reason why Odo used public opinion warfare is that he has not many cards to use. If he is really so awesome, he should directly lead hundreds of thousands of troops to the city and conquer the new authorities directly by force. After all, the Americans used direct military conquests to deal with those disobedient Arab and Southeast Asian countries. Why would they engage in public opinion warfare? Only when facing an opponent that they fear will they use such a low-profile method. In addition, the people of Freeland are all fools who follow the crowd and accept it. Even if Otto really brought a large army to attack them, they probably wouldn't dare to fart. After all, the rulers above them have changed 2 or 3 times, and they haven't seen anything strange about these people. Of course, the chaos in the city is purely accidental, and it's all the result of human provocation. After all, before Otto's people were sent to stir up trouble, the people in the city didn't raise any objections to the rebels' establishment of the Federal Republic. It wasn't until Otto started a vicious propaganda war in the city that the trend changed. Thinking of this, the players not only joked, stir-fried big kidneys, let me guess. The playing team's inspiration for the character design of Otto, the NPC, didn't come from Comrade? I want to be red, grin maybe. I am your father, squinting, you are the king of understanding. Pork stewed with vermicelli, ha ha ha. Probably because of the reference in real life. The players basically didn't take Otto too seriously. Some people who like to have fun even secretly hid in the crowd and listened to their indiscriminate scolding. Although stupid, it's really funny. But this can't be blamed entirely on them. Because of the long-term external environment oppression and the lack of education, these people have lost the most basic judgment ability. This has nothing to do with character or anything. Even if you are a genius with high IQ, you can't build an airplane with your bare hands if you travel back to primitive society one day. After all, the influence of the environment is huge. The economic base determines the superstructure, and it makes sense to replace the former with social culture. The past of Zidar Star was feudal, ignorant and full of oppression. The people here can't immediately change their thinking mode through 1 or 2 civil wars or coups. The ability to think actively needs to be cultivated. When most people in this society are still thinking about how to eat and survive, asking them to learn other higher-level things is tantamount to asking novices to challenge the monsters in difficult mode. Of course, if they start to change now, maybe they only need 2 or 3 generations to completely change the face of this planet. These are not fantasies, but conclusions drawn by players based on historical experience in real life. Of course, Zidar Star is not a flower grower after all. Its future may not necessarily develop completely according to the past experience of the motherland. However, one thing is almost certain. That is, Odo can only struggle for a while at most. And then the second round of civil war on Heidel Star should be settled. After all, the throne is only Odo's ambition, and he can't drag everyone to be buried with him. When the people around him realize that he is doomed, they will leave automatically. Not everyone is willing to be a loyal minister who works hard until his death. Otherwise, Njord would not have agreed to join forces with the rebels after learning that King Ferdinand had gone crazy because of Baruto's usurpation of the throne. After all, people have to think for themselves. By then, Odo, who has become a commander without troops, will not be able to stir up any waves at all. But Odo did not realize this at the time. When he learned that the people he sent not only did not make the water more muddy, but instead let Njord reveal his identity in front of everyone. And he was also humiliated by the other party. His face was almost green with anger. This is a great shame. However, what worries him more than these is that Njord actually announced the restructuring of the Kingdom Army. From now on, they have become a member of the Federal Republican Army. This is definitely not good news. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to make the gap between the Kingdom Army and the new authorities even bigger. But he never thought that this would make Njord think clearly. Odo, who was sitting on the chair, couldn't help but sigh and felt a headache. He couldn't use the same trick a second time. Even if those people were so foolish, they were not really fools. Once these pawns began to doubt, they were destined not to be used by themselves. Thinking of this, Odo suddenly grabbed the armrest beside him. A decision must be made. Chapter 405 Assassination. The decision was made not only by Odo of Dulenka province, but also by the new government leaders of Freeland City. Just when Odo decided to give it a try, Pierre and his team on the other side were also determined to completely get rid of Odo. The thief with a thief's heart. The war on Heidel Star has been going on for more than half a year, and the number of corpses produced on the battlefield has exceeded the speed of the crematorium. Enough people have died. They need to find a way to minimize the impact as much as possible. Shoot the horse first when shooting a man, and capture the leader first when capturing a thief. This is also the truth that the slimes taught them. To end all this, it is not necessary to let the two sides fight with real swords and guns. Sometimes, there are actually easier ways than bloodshed. So, under the plan of a group of people, an assassination operation targeting Odo began quietly. It is easy to dodge an open spear, but it is difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Odo did not expect that under such complicated public opinion, the new authorities headed by Pierre would have the courage to take action against him. And he did not expect that his next plan would be completely strangled in the cradle before it was implemented. Your Highness, Boyce is back from Beta Star. Hearing the report from his confidant Zion, Odo frowned. Why did he come back? He could not even do such a small thing, he asked. Not only did he let the future alliance authorities know the truth of the matter, but he even let the other party slap him in the face. Thinking of the email, Odo's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Seeing that his face was not good, Zion lowered his eyes slightly, and said quickly but steadily, I heard that he brought back a new order. As a member of the royal family, Boruto and Odo's fiefdom naturally have their own minds. And of course, their business is also managed by a dedicated person. The person in charge is Boyce. His main task in this trip to the future alliance was to personally escort the ore that the customer had ordered. As for visiting the chairman of Traka, it was just a side job. Although he was dissatisfied with Boyce's messing up, Odo could not punish him for a while. After all, Boyce was the only one around him who could take care of the ore business. Even if he wanted to change someone, he couldn't find a replacement for a while. Putting on a carefully tailored suit jacket, Odo adjusted the complicated bow tie on his chest in front of the mirror. Don't worry about him. Is that manga here? Hearing this question, Zion lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing this, Odo's hand paused slightly. He didn't come? When he said this, his expression was obviously not very good. Zion lowered his head and answered in a deep voice, Yes, Your Highness. He said that because his wife was about to give birth, he couldn't leave. Hearing this, Odo sneered. Wife giving birth? Why didn't I hear that he got married? Seeing that his Highness looked like he was about to get into trouble, Zion quickly replied, I heard that they got together before he started the rebellion. It was not until recently that she came to him with a big belly that they privately held the wedding. Odo glanced at him when he heard this. Do you believe his lies? Before the rebellion, he, manga, was just a lowly minor. What kind of status can a woman who can have sex with a minor have? Either she is the offspring of a minor, or she is just a slave of a lower status. Monk has established himself as a king now. Do you think he will keep such a low-status wife according to his character? As he said this, he sneered. His eyes gradually turned cold. He didn't give birth earlier or later, but he gave birth when I invited him over. This guy's attitude is already very clear. He wants to draw a clear line with us. It seems that borrowing troops from Gordon County is unlikely to work. Hearing Otto's words, Zion raised his head slightly, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have a lot to say, but in the end, he swallowed it all. Leaving only one sentence, he didn't know how to raise a hand for the words of his confidant that seemed to comfort him and to be injustice for him. Otto tilted his head slightly and stared at him with a pair of deep gray-purple eyes. Do you also think I can't win? Zion lowered his head in shock when he heard this, but his subordinates didn't think so. After staring at the top of the head of the person in front of him for a long time, Odo said nothing, just said, Let's go. Zion saluted and turned to leave the door. Sitting in the prepared car, Odo looked out the window. Because of the advanced martial law, the streets along the way were silent. And all this was for the banquet that was about to begin. Although the southern provinces of Cresotto and Madrid, including the Sissoko province where the capital is located, have been incorporated into the territory of the Federal Republic, there are still some provinces and counties in the entire continent of Zidar Star that have not submitted to the new regime. And what he has to do is to make these people stand on his side. In fact, he had expected that Mingo would not come. After all, he has been curled up in his own little land since he became king and refused to come out. He seems to be not concerned about the struggle in the outside world. As for whether this is an appearance he made to confuse others or the other party really thinks so in his heart, it is unknown. It's just a small county on the westernmost side of the continent, and it can't help him much. Moreover, he did not want to bow down to a lowly miner. Compared to that monk, The nobles who came today were the ones he needed to befriend the most. Sitting in the car, Odo looked at Zion in the front row. How many people came to the banquet today? Zion paused and replied, 2. Hearing this answer, Odo's eyelids twitched slightly. Only 2? Those people really think that I can't ascend to the throne. Right? Zion said nothing, just pretending to be focused on driving. He didn't say everything just now. In fact, even those 2 people didn't really want to discuss cooperation with His Highness. They just came to test the waters. Who knows? When they find that His Highness is weak, they will pounce on him like hungry wolves and bite him. But even if he didn't remind him, His Highness would not be able to think of this level according to his intelligence. Thinking of this, Zion sighed silently. I hope everything will go well in the next banquet. If they can't get those 2 people to join their camp, the road ahead will only become more difficult. The car quickly and smoothly drove to the door of the hotel where the banquet was held. The royal family of Zidar admired the future alliance very much, and Baruto was no exception. Many places in his fief, Dulanka province, retain the architectural style of the future alliance. Just like the hotel in front of us. The white exterior walls, doors and windows made of flawless crystal ore, are simple in shape but luxurious. This hotel is Baruto's private property. Since his death, this place has fallen into the hands of his eldest son Odo. And now, he has chosen this place as the first choice for entertaining partners. As soon as he entered the door, the waiter immediately came forward to lead people in. In stark contrast to the minimalist style of the building's exterior, the decoration inside the hotel retains the complexity and magnificence that the nobles of Heidel love most. Crystal chandeliers, cashmere patterned carpets, relief murals, all arrangements are extremely luxurious. In the huge banquet hall, 2 equally well-dressed men sat in front of the long banquet table, and the other party was Odo's guests for this banquet bearing Crime and Viscount Lucian. Seeing the mess on the table, Odo's eyes flashed a hint of displeasure. The host of the banquet has not arrived yet, but the 2 have already started the banquet. How rude. How disrespectful. When the old Emperor Fernan was in power, the titles of these 2 were not prominent. But Heidel has experienced a civil war for more than half a year. Some of the famous nobles on the planet were either killed by rebels from all over the place, or their homes were confiscated by his father, Baruto. Most of those who stayed were small nobles. If it were in the past, Odo would definitely look down on these 2 people when talking about cooperation. But now, he doesn't have many choices. What's more, these 2 businesses are very big, and they are not short of money. And he needs money very much to start a rebellion. Thinking of this, Odo hid the unhappiness on his face and showed a gentle smile instead. Long time no see. Crimea? Lucian, how have you been recently? Seeing the enthusiastic smile of the former crown prince, the 2 looked at each other and then put down their knives and forks. Lucian took the napkin and wiped his mouth calmly. Sorry, Your Highness. Seeing that you have not come for a long time, we are so hungry that we will start the banquet first. Although he said sorry, there was no apology on Lucian's face. The other party's attitude was already a blatant provocation. But Odo, who was asking for help, did not dare to get angry. He forced a smile on his face and pretended to be generous. It's okay. I understand. On the side, Baron Crime pushed the plate on the table. This charcoal grilled beef tongue is good. Your Highness might as well try it. Looking at the grilled beef tongue on the plate that had been cut off by 2/3, Odo's smile became more and more stiff. He clenched his right hand behind his back and slowly loosened it, and his slightly tense expression gradually relaxed. Thank you for your kindness. I don't like this grilled beef tongue very much. If the Baron likes it, you can try it more. Is that so? Baron Crimea took the plate back and muttered, what a pity. I don't know if this pity refers to the dish or a certain person. Holding back the anger in his heart, Odo went straight to the seat at the top and sat down. This time, I asked you 2 to come here to discuss something. However, the 2 people opposite did not respond, but just buried their heads and continued to taste the food on the plate. This move was obviously more offensive than the previous banquet without the host's consent. But considering the overall situation, Odo finally held back and did not get angry. The capital is in the past, and a group of humble miners and slaves are in control of the government. I think this is not only what my deceased father does not want to see, but even the former Majesty Fernan does not want to see such a scene. Hearing this, the 2 who were originally concentrating on eating raised their heads slightly and raised their eyebrows slightly. They saw a hint of teasing in each other's eyes. I didn't expect that the son of this thief of the country would have the nerve to mention Majesty Fernan. In order to recruit soldiers for money, this guy really does everything. With such complaints in his heart, neither of them responded, just letting him perform on his own. Seeing that the two did not have much reaction, Odo sat up straight. Aren't you all angry? Let a group of humble people climb over our heads. Hearing this, Crimea shifted his gaze from the things in front of him to Odo's face. Angry? What's there to be angry about? Our territory is not under their control. Choked by the other party's words, Odo's face was a little ugly. Sooner or later, they will extend their claws to your fiefdom. Then we can talk about it when the time comes. Hearing such a disapproving answer from the other side, Odo felt a mouthful of old blood in his chest, and he was almost angry to death. It will be too late when the time comes. Why should a group of guys with low origins become the rulers of Zidar? They should stay in the dark underground forever, and work in the mines until they die. For a moment, Odo's dark emotions hidden in his heart burst out instantly. His father died, and that position should have been his. As a result, gods will play tricks on people. And in the end, a group of ignorant untouchables and a group of traitors took that position. What's even more ridiculous is that they even abolished the name of the Zidar Kingdom and changed it to the Zidar Federal Republic. What a republic. What equality for all. It's all nonsense. Those lowly guys actually dreamed of changing the entire Zidar and letting other miners and slaves regain their freedom? It's just a dream. Lucian glanced at Odo opposite him. The viciousness hidden in the other party's eyes did not escape his eyes. This guy seems to have gone crazy. Different from Fernand's pathological madness. Odo is mentally crazy. He can't give up the throne that was originally within his grasp. Nor can he bear the losses that may be caused by the failure of seizing power. This is the reality. Neither his ambition nor his position allows him to give up. But he is him. And they are them. Odo is crazy. But others can't go crazy with him. This is also the fundamental reason why those people didn't come to the banquet today. Although the relationship between these local nobles and the new authorities is a bit delicate at present, this subtlety has room for maneuver. But once they are tied to Odo, they will really be on the road to death. Originally, he didn't want to come today, but Crime insisted that he came to see the excitement and taste the dinner here. With the idea that he was free, he followed the other party. Anyway, they didn't say that both parties would reach an agreement after attending this banquet. Right? Thinking of this, Lucian raised the crystal wine glass in his hand and took a sip. On the side, the waiter didn't seem to notice the undercurrent between these bigwigs. He just lowered his head and silently removed the empty plates on the table and replaced them with desserts. When he walked to Otto and was about to replace the untouched meal in front of him, the crown prince, who was in a bad mood, suddenly became angry. Are you blind? Didn't you see me? Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. The curse that had not yet completely flowed out of his mouth disappeared silently like a firecracker that had been muted. On the opposite side, the two people who were dealing with desserts heard the sound and subconsciously looked up. However, they only saw the back of the waiter carrying the plate out of the banquet hall. Boom! There was a muffled sound. And Otto on the main seat had dilated pupils, and fell on the exquisite plate in front of him with an unbelievable look. From his chest and abdomen, bright red blood flowed out, and stained the intricately patterned carpet under his feet along the chair legs. Seeing this unexpected scene in front of them, the two were stunned. Otto is dead, and he died in front of them. In a dramatic way. Chapter 406 Assassin Corps. How could it be? In the banquet hall, Viscount Lucian and Baron Crimea looked at the corpse in front of them with their eyes wide open. It was not until the sound of footsteps came from outside that the two came back to their senses from the extreme shock. When they reacted and wanted to find the culprit, the other party had already disappeared. What to do? At this time, Crimea's eyes no longer had the rich food on the plate, and the calm expression on his face was immediately replaced by panic and anxiety, including the dead Otto. There are only 3 people in this hall now. The real murderer has already fled, and there is no surveillance here, even if they want to clear themselves of the matter. I am afraid no one will believe it. Thinking of this, Lucian felt extremely regretful. I should not have come to this banquet earlier. Accompanied by a creaking sound of pushing the door, the door of the banquet hall opened again. 2 waiters in black and white uniforms pushed the dining cart in. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, the decent smiles on their faces disappeared without a trace. Ah! As they screamed, Crimea, who was sitting across from the table, raised his hands. I swear to Ishigami, I definitely didn't leave my seat just now. It was your colleague who killed him. On the side. Lucian nodded. And I swear that what he said was true. Colleague? A waiter was stunned. And a little confusion appeared on his face. Because there were only 2 guests. There were not many waiters responsible for serving food in this banquet hall. Only the 2 of them. So, where did their colleague come from? The other waiter was smart. When he heard this, he immediately realized that something was wrong. So he quickly asked, "Do you 2 adults know what he looks like?" Crimea frowned when he heard this, and tried his best to recall the waiter's appearance. However, he didn't know whether it was because the other party's appearance was really unremarkable, or because his attention was on the food at the time. He couldn't remember it after thinking for a long time. Lucian had some impression of him. He was tall and thin, with dark brown hair and a yellowish complexion. He didn't look very conspicuous. He wore the same clothes as you, and there was no obvious feature on him. After listening to Lucian's description, the 2 waiters looked at each other. They saw the confusion and shock in each other's eyes. They really didn't have such a person here. It was obvious that the killer who killed His Highness Odo had sneaked in from outside. And now, the other party might have left the hotel in a swagger in his uniform. Thinking of this, the clever waiter said, "Although I don't want to believe that the 2 guests have anything to do with His Highness Odo's death. In this situation, I'm afraid I have to ask you 2 to stay here temporarily to explain the situation to others. After all, only you 2 have come into contact with the murderer and seen the murderer's face." Seeing that the attitude of the 2 waiters was not as unreasonable as imagined, Crime's anxiety and panic were slightly relieved. Without waiting for Lucian to speak, he nodded, of course. Lucian frowned and seemed to want to say something, but the person on the other side did not give him a chance, only saying, "Please wait here for a moment." Then he left the banquet hall. After closing the door, the clever waiter whispered to his colleague beside him, "I will inform others. You keep an eye on this door, and don't let them leave." On the other side, the waiter with an ordinary face who assassinated Otto did not leave the hotel immediately, but went the other way and went deeper into the hotel. Because Otto was going to entertain guests today, the entire hotel staff basically gathered in the catering department in the front hall to help. And there were basically few people in the guest room department at the back. It was precisely because of this that the waiter was able to move unimpeded. The guest room department is a distance away from the catering department. Even if the people in front found that Otto was dead, it would be impossible to find out here for a while. After all, according to people's inertial thinking, the killer should leave the crime scene as soon as possible after killing someone. So how could he continue to hang around there? This is also the fundamental reason why he chose to stay. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The principle of darkness under the lamp always applies to any situation. Entering the linen room, a burst of snowflake-like light flashed by, and the tall and thin waiter, who was originally wearing a black and white uniform, instantly shrank into a silver slime. "What's the situation?" A red and blue slime poked its head out from the cabinet full of towels opposite and asked. "Done." After putting away the holographic projection disguise chip, the shadowless knight said to the bald Superman, "There will be martial law in the city in the next 9 out of 10. Let's hide here for a while in the next 2 days. Okay." The bald Superman gestured to show his understanding, and then turned back. This assassination mission was ordered by the captain in Freeland City. It is said that the assassination of Odo was the result of a joint discussion among the top leaders of the new authorities in Heidel. Originally, the former commander-in-chief of the Kingdom Army, General Nert, wanted to send his own people to assassinate, but was eventually stopped by the captain. After all, it is not as convenient to send people to carry out assassination missions as to send slimes. Slime is small and easy to hide, and its existence is more vulnerable than that of humans. Moreover, there are 2 slime players lurking in Otto's mansion. The closer you are to the water, the better. There is no one more suitable than them for the assassination mission. So this mission fell on him and the Shadowless Knight. Although the people who worked were basically his capable teammates, he had been hiding in the linen room eating, drinking and sleeping. Thinking of this, bald Superman took out a plate of pastries with some embarrassment. "Do you want to try it? It's freshly baked in the kitchen oven." The Shadowless Knight didn't say politely to him, and directly took the plate in front of him and sat on the ground to eat it. During this period, he and bald Superman had been lurking in Otto's mansion to perform intelligence investigation work. But in fact, the assassination corps they belonged to contracted more than just these jobs. As the name of the assassination corps itself indicates, assassination is their main business. Although the assassin corps is not considered a top-notch player group in the desolate Star World, where there are many T0 and T1 teams. But they also have their own advantages. That is, gathering intelligence and carrying out assassination missions. By taking an unconventional approach, this player army also shined in this Sidar Civil Strife event. However, compared to spying on military intelligence on the battlefield, the Shadowless Knight actually wanted to take on assassination work. Now he finally got what he wanted. Originally, he and the bald man considered attacking Odo directly in the mansion. But for some reason, Odo's defense of the mansion has been much stricter than before recently. Not only has the number of patrols in various parts of the mansion doubled, but even Odo has to have someone guarding the house at night. In addition, before eating every time, he would let the servants taste the first bite to prevent someone from poisoning the food. With such strict defense, the two could not find an opportunity for a while even if they wanted to attack. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Soon they found a new opportunity. When they learned that Odo was going to host a banquet for nobles from other places in the hotel under his name to conspire for a big thing, they knew the opportunity had come. Banquets are places with many people and eyes and are outside the mansion, which is the most suitable place to attack. So after discussion, the two decided that Shadowless Knight would disguise himself as a waiter at the hotel with a holographic projection disguise chip to assassinate Odo at the banquet, while Bald Superman would lurk in the dark to receive and pass on the message. Today, this special disguise skin prop that was hyped up during the 1.11 version is no longer as unattainable as before. In order to facilitate the execution of the assassination mission, each member of the Assassin Corps is equipped with a holographic projection disguise chip. With this prop, Shadowless Knight successfully completed the assassination mission. Now, as long as they wait until the outside storm is over, they can use the holographic projection disguise chip to disguise themselves as hotel staff or other guests. Thinking of this, Shadowless Knight looked up at the sky outside the window. I don't know when a group of dark clouds gathered outside. Between the clouds, blue and white lightning loomed. The next second, thunder exploded in the air. Caught off guard, bean-sized raindrops fell on my head. Looking at the people running around in the streets to avoid the rain, Bald Superman murmured, "The weather has changed." As soon as the voice fell, noisy footsteps were heard outside. Hearing the sound, the two of them closed their mouths tacitly. A stone caused 1,000 waves. No one expected that Odo would die so suddenly. Even more unexpectedly, he died in his own territory. Not only did the outside world not expect this, but even Odo's confidant Zion did not expect it. Not long ago, he was full of ambition to seek cooperation with the surviving local noble forces, sharpening his knife and pointing directly at the capital. But in just a blink of an eye, he was stabbed. He died in a cowardly manner at the dining table in the banquet hall, looking at the carpet and tablecloth stained red with blood in front of him, looking at the unbelievable expression on the face of the master he had served for many years. Zion's heart jumped. All this happened too suddenly, leaving him with no psychological preparation at all. "I've told you so many times that it was a waiter who killed us. We didn't do anything." Hearing the argument behind him, Zion frowned. Although he had heard the hotel waiter tell him the whole story on the way, he still didn't completely dispel his suspicion of the two nobles. After all, there was no one else in the banquet hall at that time. They couldn't verify whether what they said was true or false. Although the current situation was actually caused by His Highness Odo himself, because the news had leaked before. His Highness Odo became more suspicious during this period. He was not brought with him to the banquet this time, and he was only asked to wait outside the hotel. In addition, His Highness Odo even ordered people to remove the surveillance inside the hotel. These actions also created a huge obstacle to finding out the real murderer, because there was no evidence at all that there were other people in the banquet hall besides the three of them. But if it was said that the two nobles did it, he felt incomprehensible. What is the benefit of doing this? Surrender to the new authorities? There is no need at all. If the other party really has this idea, then they should not come to the banquet today. Instead, they should choose to distance themselves from them like others. What's more, how stupid are these two nobles to do such a thing to assassinate His Highness Odo in his own territory? Compared with these two people, the new authorities headed by Pierre have more reason to kill His Highness Odo. Thinking of this, Zion's heart gradually sank. Thinking carefully, the answer is actually about to come out. Once His Highness Odo dies, there will be no more trouble in the capital, and the new authorities have solved a major problem. As for the two barons and viscounts, they are just unlucky scapegoats who happened to run into the gun. Realizing this, Zion clenched his fists. Although he thought that the two nobles should not be the real murderers, There is no evidence to prove this at the moment. The people in the hotel said that they did not have the ordinary-looking tall and thin waiter that the other party said. And no one saw any suspicious people entering and leaving the hotel door. The murderer seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. However, this situation is simply impossible. Then, there is only another possibility. The other party hid after killing people. Maybe he is still hiding in the hotel now. Thinking of this, Zion's eyebrows were stern. Notify everyone. Block the hotel. And prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. Freeland City. Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, Pierre silently lit a cigarette. This is his old habit. He would light a cigarette once he started thinking about a problem. This cigarette is made of the most common shea in the forest of Zidar Star. Because the miners can't afford expensive cigarettes, they can only collect shea in the forest to make their own cigarettes. Counting the cost, the price of this thing is even less than 1/3 of the ripe tobacco produced in the deserted planet. Nowadays, even if he is no longer the impoverished miner, he is still used to smoking this kind of homemade cigarette. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Pierre looked at the mist outside the window, and his thoughts gradually drifted away. If nothing unexpected happened, Odo should be dead at this moment. After all, it was those slimes who performed this task. Those slimes have shocking magical abilities. Whether it is going up to the sky or going down to the ground, they seem to be omnipotent. If it weren't for Odo's recording as evidence, even he would almost believe that these creatures really came from the laboratory of the Space Legion. He had seen the abilities of those slimes countless times on the battlefield. Odo had no chance of escaping. He had no doubt about that. But he was not as happy as he thought. Although Odo's death could solve a large part of the problem, it was not absolute. He didn't know whether his subordinates would take this opportunity to attack the new authorities. For example, claiming that Odo died at the hands of the President of the Federal Republic. Although this was true, it was another matter if the news was leaked and spread everywhere. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. The best-case scenario was that nothing would happen. Through the shock of Odo's death, the remaining local forces would not act rashly. This also gave the newly established regime a chance to breathe. Thinking of this, Pierre looked at the gradually darkening sky outside the window. I hope so. Chapter 407 Shadow. Explain it to me clearly. Why won't you let me leave? I'm really sorry, Master Priest. Because I guess things were stolen. We need to block all exits to find the criminal. Is it necessary to go to such lengths to catch a thief? Doesn't your hotel have surveillance? The surveillance is broken. In the linen room, Shadowless Knight and Bald Superman, who were about to log off for dinner, suddenly heard a noisy argument outside the corridor. After a look at each other, without any hesitation, the two of them immediately pressed their bodies against the door panel and observed the situation outside through the cat's eye on the door. In the corridor, the bald fat man who was respected as Master Priest was very dissatisfied with the current situation. It's your own business that the surveillance in your hotel is broken. You have no right to stop the honorable High Priest of the Stone God Temple. If you delay this year's Stone God Festival and make Master Stone God angry, I'll see how you will explain it. As soon as these words came out, the hotel waiters, who were busy trying to stop the High Priest from leaving the house, suddenly looked embarrassed. The planet Zidar, whose main economic pillar is the mineral industry, has only one belief. That is the Stone God. The Stone God Festival is also the most important festival of the year on Zidar. The Stone God Festival is held in various places on Zidar every year to pray that the local mines can dig out better quality ores in the coming year. The chief high priest of the largest stone temple in the Zidar kingdom is naturally extraordinary. Every year, the Stone God Festival held in the capital requires the high priest of Tonlia to preside over the ceremony in person. During the ceremony, he not only needs to recite prayers to the statue of the Stone God, but also needs to communicate with the Stone God in secret. It can be said that his existence is crucial. Although Zidar has experienced a civil war for more than half a year, the Stone God Festival is still the most important celebration of the entire planet, because it is related to the economic lifeline of the entire Zidar. At present, there is only about a week left before the Stone God Festival. If it were normal times, they would definitely not dare to stop the High Priest from leaving the hotel. But the problem is that His Highness Odo has just been assassinated. According to the inference of the Zion Guard captain, the murderer is likely to be hiding in the hotel and has not left. If they rashly let the High Priest leave at this time, if the prisoner is let go, they will not be able to report to their superiors. But if they don't let him go, according to the temper of this High Priest, he will definitely turn the hotel upside down. But these are just small matters. The problem is that if it is true as the high priest said, because of them, the Ishigami festival was delayed and the Ishigami was angry. They really can't afford it. For a while, the hotel staff suddenly fell into a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, the manager of the housekeeping department seemed to have finally decided to give in. Please wait a moment. I will ask my superiors. Tamilia frowned. There is no need to be so troublesome. I know your boss. I will go to him myself. As soon as the words fell, the high priest in front of him walked forward with his strong legs. Seeing this, the expressions of everyone around him suddenly changed. Isn't the boss the other party is talking about His Highness Odo? But now His Highness Odo has been assassinated. If the high priest knew about this, then this matter would be completely unconcealed. Thinking of this, the manager hurried forward to stop him. However, although the high priest was bloated, he walked very fast. A group of people chased him, but couldn't catch up with him at all. The manager panted and called a waiter on the side. Go and inform Lord Zion. Just say that the high priest wants to leave the hotel. And if we don't let him go, he will go to see His Highness Odo. However, as soon as the voice fell, the waiter's expression was a little strange. As if he had noticed something. The manager looked in the other person's perspective, and then saw that opposite the high priest's mountain-like body, His Highness Odo's confidant Lord Zion was staring at them without making any mistakes. From his dark eyes, the waiter saw obvious blame, noticing the eyebrows and lawsuits of the people around him. Archbishop Tamilia frowned. The unusual attitudes of these people made him realize that things might not be as simple as he thought. They are definitely hiding something. What happened? Tamilia looked at the chief guard in front of him, trying to find some clues from his old-fashioned and cold face. Unfortunately, he could not see anything. On the other side, Zion said calmly, I am really sorry. Priest, this matter is of great importance, and I have to ask you to wait here for a while. It was the familiar perfunctory words again. As the most respected high priest of the stone temple on the Shida Star, Tamilia had never been treated like this. In just a moment, his patience was completely exhausted. A mere theft case would not cause you to be on guard like this. What are you hiding? Are you sure you want to know? Facing Zion's cold and sharp eyes, Tamilia was stunned and did not immediately respond. Decades of career as a high priest have allowed Tamilia to come into contact with many people of all kinds, which also created his ability to observe words and expressions. At this moment, although the other party said nothing, he still smelled a smell of trouble from the person in front of him. Although he has not been involved in the affairs outside the temple in recent years, he still knows more or less what has happened on the planet recently. The kingdom of Zidar has changed. Dynasties have changed, and emperors have been replaced one after another. Odo, who had just taken the throne of the crown prince not long ago, was robbed by a group of miners and slaves and lost the capital and control of several provinces. Even the new authorities abolished the empire and changed it to the Zidar Federal Republic. However, political affairs have nothing to do with him. The priest of the stone temple, regardless of whether this planet is an empire or a republic, whether the emperor or the president is in charge, he is the high priest of the stone temple. This is a reality that will not change. Of course, the premise of all this is that he did not get involved in this dirty political struggle. Recalling the various rumors he had heard along the way, Tamilia suddenly understood something. Although he didn't know what happened in the hotel, seeing how nervous these people were, it was most likely related to Wangdu. The Stone God Festival was about to come, and he didn't want to get involved in too much trouble. Thinking of this, Tamilia changed his previous strong attitude and spoke in a slightly slower voice. I can let you guys off the hook for no reason. I can also wait here for you to finish. But you have to give a deadline. Right? The Stone God Festival will start in a few days, and I have to rush to preside over the ceremony. Seeing that the high priest gave him a way out, Zion did not refuse his face. It won't take long. No more than 3 days. 3 days? Tamilia frowned again. No. Too long. 2 days at most. Although it only takes 3 days to travel from a big county in Delenka province to Freeland City, where the capital is located. But the Stone God Festival requires a lot of preparation work in the early stage. If he is really locked up here for 3 days, how can he complete his work? Zion himself did not seem to intend to lock him up for too long, and he made concessions after hearing this. Okay. After reaching an agreement, the high priest did not continue to make things difficult, but just returned to his original place quietly. In the distance, the players who had been secretly observing everything immediately understood. Back to the secret base, Bald Superman was a little anxious, What should I do now? It seems that Zion is planning to search the entire hotel. Who could have thought of that? They planned so well. But this guy didn't fall for it. I suddenly felt that I had watched Conan for nothing for more than 1,000 episodes. Instead of sealing off the city and going door to door, he set his sights on the hotel. Is this guy so smart? They worked in vain. What are you afraid of? The shadowless knight glanced at him and said disapprovingly, "We are not human." Bald Superman. Although there is nothing wrong with what he said in the context. Why does he sound so much like an insult? The shadowless knight said calmly, "Don't worry. They won't find us even if they turn the hotel upside down." Bald Superman looked at the linen room around him with deep suspicion. Are you sure? There are people coming in and out of this place at 2 fixed times every day. So it is not absolutely safe. Of course. The place I am talking about is not here. The shadowless knight paused and said, "I mean the fat priest just now." Bald Superman looked at a look of realization. Indeed. If there is the safest place in this hotel, then it is only the room of the high priest. Moreover, according to the information just heard, this guy will only stay here for 2 days at most. And then, he will go to Freeland City to preside over some kind of stone god festival. And they can also take the opportunity to take a ride with each other, so as not to have to find another way to run the map. Thinking of this, Bald Superman couldn't help but sigh. The timing of the appearance of this stone temple high priest is really great. But, do you know which room he lives in? The shadowless knight gave him a look that said, "Are you stupid? It's written in the hotel's guest registration. I'll know if I sneak over and take a look later." That's right. Looking at his teammate's eyes that suddenly widened, the shadowless knight couldn't help but twitch his skin. Although they have been working together for a while, he still couldn't help but ask, "I really don't know how the leader recruited this careless guy into their assassin corps. Maybe it's because of high perception? Even if he doesn't use his brain, a certain high attribute point on the game panel will help him avoid other risks." Shaking off irrelevant thoughts, the shadowless knight said, "Compared to this, I want to know more about what the remaining forces under Otto will do after his death. What can be done? It seems that because the crisis has been resolved." Bald Superman is completely relieved and said lazily, "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The boss is gone, and the subordinates must go their separate ways to find a way out? There is another possibility." Hearing this, Bald Superman paused slightly. Then the shadowless knight said in a deep voice, "Take over the remaining troops of Odo and confront the new authorities." Bald Superman blinked. It seems that it is not completely impossible. 2 days passed in a flash. Under the protection of the high priest, the two little players escaped the interrogation without any danger. Just as the players took the high priest's ride to leave Dulanka province, the situation in Zidar was quietly changing. The news of Odo's assassination finally leaked out. It didn't take long for it to spread throughout Zidar Star. Most people didn't care too much about the former king's son, who was only in office for a few days. After all, the Heidel Federal Republic was established as a feudal remnant of the Heidel Kingdom. This guy will go to H.L. sooner or later. However, unexpectedly, after Odo's death, his subordinates did not flee as expected. Instead, they raised a new flag under the pretext of seeking justice for the deceased Odo, and made a gesture of fighting the new authorities to the end. This news also cast a shadow on the newly established Heidel Federal Republic. The situation finally developed towards the worst-case scenario that Pierre was worried about. Chapter 408 New Speculation. Former Crown Prince Odo of the Heidel Kingdom was assassinated. Odo's former subordinates gathered tens of thousands of troops and raised the banner, and named themselves the Renaissance Army. Its leader Zion spoke, determined to fight the Heidel Federal Republic to the end. As the president of the Federal Republic, Pierre gave a speech, claiming that they were not afraid of anyone's threats. The civil war on Heidel Star escalated. Jinsha City Daily. It is reported that the Renaissance Army founded by Odo's former subordinate Zion has gone north to Freeland City, the capital of the Heidel Federal Republic, in order to fight against the aggressive Renaissance Army. The top leaders of the Federal Republic sent tens of thousands of Republican troops to the border between Dulanka Province and Sissoko Province to block the opponent's army from entering. Wasteland Military News. Due to the frequent wars on Heidel Star in the past 6 months, the demand for weapons, munitions, and even food in the country has increased significantly. The highly growing demand of peripheral forces has also greatly stimulated the development of the military industry and agriculture of the Wasteland Star, especially the latter. According to the expert report of the Agricultural Department of the Republican Alliance of the Desert Star, they have recently successfully cultivated super wheat with a yield more than double the current one. I believe that this research result will shine in more places in the future. Desolate Star Agricultural News. Although the frequent wars on Zidar Star have brought turmoil to the lives of the lower-class people, this does not affect their annual Stone God Festival. Just as the people of the Desert Star believe in the God of the universe, the God of the desert, and the God of the sea, the people of Zidar Star also have their own beliefs. Facing the upcoming new round of war, the chief high priest of the Origin Temple, the largest stone god temple on Zidar Star, Tomlia, stated that the Stone God Festival is the top priority for all the people of Zidar. Even war cannot affect people's respect and worship of the stone god, even if the gods they believe in are different. Their piety to the god still touches many people. Influenced by the high priest Tomlia, the priests of the Sea God Temple in Blackstone Town are also considering whether to restart the Sea God celebration, which has not been held as scheduled due to the impact of the war in the past 6 months. Gospel of Poseidon. The new government of Zidar is threatened by the remnants of Odo, and the Great Slime Clan has decided to help the people to the end, and help the Zidar Federal Republic to completely eradicate this trouble. For this reason, the Zidar Civil War event will open the third round of volunteer army registration channels. Clan members who are interested in participating in this round of battles can go to the Mysterious Field official website forum to participate in the registration. Slime Daily. With the help of players, people have focused their attention on the planet Zidar, both in and outside the game. Although the difficulties encountered by the Zidar Federal Republic seem to be only this revival army from the former dynasty, but many people with eyes know that the problems that this planet will face in the future are far more than these. Resistance and revolution can indeed promote the progress of history, but the problem is that the situation on Zidar is more complicated. It is not that everything can be solved by killing only one or a group of remnants of the feudal dynasty. On this planet, some people still stay in the old era and do not want to change. These people include not only the local nobles who enjoy wealth and glory, but also the servants who follow the nobles, and those who benefit from flattering the nobles. Some people do not want to get involved in the muddy water in front of them, but only want to stay out of it. For example, the priests of the Stone Temple have deeply engraved the behavior of the outsiders in their bones. In addition to them, there are others who have been lurking in the dark, watching the changes. There are several types of people in this group. One type is the opportunists who judge the situation and want to find opportunities to improve their status and wealth. They do not care whether the civilization of this planet is advancing or retreating, nor whether it is an empire or a republic. As long as the situation is beneficial to them, they will throw themselves into the arms of that force without hesitation. Another type is to take advantage of the opportunity to see if they can tear off a few pieces of meat from the two fighting forces. This type of people has some brains and ambitions, but they are not big enough. They only care about their own little piece of land. I just want it to expand to 2 or even 3 acres. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. As long as they can continue to keep their fiefdom and wealth in this chaos, they will be satisfied. Anyway, according to the current situation of the new authorities, they have no time to care about the marginal areas on this planet. Of course, there is another kind of people who are secretly observing, although they also have selfish motives. They are not like the first two who only care about how much benefit they can get, but are more inclined to protect themselves. After all, the situation on Shida Star is uncertain, and it is too early to bet now. They are just waiting to see who will win in the end. This will avoid the embarrassment of standing on the wrong side in the future. At the same time, waiting can also secretly observe the attitudes of these people. After all, the winners are different, and their responses are also completely different. It can be said that Shida Star is like a huge goo breeding jar at the moment. Before the goo insects inside are completely killed, no one knows who is the goo king who laughs last. And when the goo king is selected, cleaning up the legacy problems caused by the war is another big trouble. This is not something that can be solved by changing a leader to govern the country. It takes a long time to establish a stable country from a new regime, and it also requires a lot of people to work hard for it. Even the flower growers on Earth took 100 years of reform to reach the current situation. At present, the road that Shida Star has to go is still very long, and this road can only be walked by themselves after all. The players can only help them fight a few battles at most, and they can't replace the road they need to take. When they first entered the game, many players felt that they were gods, immortal and powerful, and they could control the lives of some NPCs with just a flick of their fingers. It was really amazing. But as the novelty faded and the plot developed in depth, they suddenly found that they could do too little. Just like now. looking at the scene of heroes fighting in various places on Shida Star. They can neither make these people submit to the new regime nor stop the Renaissance Army and the Federal Republic from fighting. Although players do regard fighting as a kind of fun. As time goes by, their demand for activity copies is no longer limited to how many heads they harvest and how much loot and points they get. But they have higher expectations. They want to change some bad things in the game world and want the NPCs in the plot to take the right path they think. But this is difficult to do. Just like the Earth in the real world. Too many countries have experienced wars. And people are displaced and poor. The motherland has indeed extended a helping hand to some countries. But no matter how much help from the outside world, it cannot solve all the problems within those countries. Those people still have to work hard on their own. It is precisely because of this extremely realistic development that many players have complained about whether this game is necessary to be so real. Of course, some people also speculated whether this was originally a real world, extraterrestrial civilization, parallel time and space, miracles from higher dimensions. Such fantastic speculations have always been inevitable speculations when the outside world discusses Wild Star World. After all, this game has been closed beta for more than a year, and no game company or scientific research institution has come out to claim it. Moreover, the level of sophistication of this game has surpassed any 3D game on the market, and it has achieved true holography. No country on Earth has announced that it has developed and mastered such an amazing technology. In this case, the remaining seemingly fantastic answers may be realistic. However, some people disagree with this. How could it be the real world? Let alone our strange skills. There is also the spatial teleportation function of the clan leader, which is obviously a game setting. Okay? For this kind of statement, many players on the forum also express support. Although this game is so real that it is scary in some places. The settings in some places are very two-dimensional and game-like. These are the fundamental reasons why there are endless speculations from the outside world. But the players in the game have no real doubts. What's more, there are fools like Lu Guang who have seen strange scenes when he received the helmet, even if they know that this game is likely to be something made by extraterrestrial civilizations. They still ignore it. It doesn't matter whether Desolate Star World is a real world. What's important is that they regard it as a real world. This game has become an inseparable part of their lives. At this point, is it so important whether it is true or not? Obviously, it doesn't matter. So the topic automatically shifted from whether this game is a real world to other more interesting content. For example, the Stone God Festival held recently on the planet Zidar. For the archaeological digging flow that is very interested in the background setting of the game itself. As soon as the players learned the news, they moved their positions to Freeland City on the planet Zidar and went to watch the ceremony on site. As for those players or cloud players who couldn't go, they didn't miss out on such excitement and soaked in the forum. Anyway, there will always be a few kind-hearted, idle players on the forum who post pictures or videos of the scene. Wormhole Chili. I used to find it strange that Zidar's mineral resources have not been exhausted after so many years of mining. It turns out that they have a stone god here to add buffs. Wormhole Rotten Vest. Wow. It turns out that, or is a renewable resource. Shocked Face. Desolate Star Dragon Altian. Picking nose, of course. It is also possible that it becomes a non-renewable resource if you don't worship gods. Left-hand Sniper. 666. Right-hand Knife. Stone God. Please pay this year's wages. Thank you. Big IQ Girl, although. Isn't this next year's wages? Right-hand Knife. Don't pay attention to such details. Ha ha ha. Lemon Tart. I have always been curious about one thing. Are the gods in this game real? From the earliest god of the universe, to the god of the desert, and the god of the sea that I heard about in Blackstone Town. And then the stone god of the Hilder Star. So many beliefs in gods made her curious about the relationship between this interstellar world and gods. Could it be that gods really exist in this interstellar background game? Brick-carrying boy. Rim is my wife. Have you never participated in the God Descending Plan event? Anyone who has participated in that event would have known that there is actually another dimension in this game. Their good brother, the leader of the Great Thunder Legion, Mighty Wubuku, entered that world through the lava cave called the Gate of God. It was precisely because of this unusual experience that Mighty Wu had the capital to brag on the forum, always showing off from time to time. It was really infuriating. Lemon Tart. I entered the game relatively late. I have never participated in the event you mentioned. Strawberry Donut. Me too. Chocolate Lava Cake. Raise your claws. JPG. Love Apple Pie. +1. Love Pineapple Cake. plus 10,086. Many new players, who had not participated in that event, emerged at once. Seeing this, the old players who had experienced it re-narrated the plot of the event that happened a long time ago. During this period, Mighty Wubuku, who had been lurking silently, suddenly emerged and boasted, causing other brothers in the same group to be furious. Although the topic has deviated a bit, these new players who have just entered the game and have not learned the deeper background settings have also made up for a lot of misknowledge. It turns out that this game actually exists in another dimensional world. That is a higher dimensional world. As for whether it is the world of God, it is still unknown. After all, what kind of God would look so strange? Bugs and tentacles? Is it the evil god in the world of Cthulhu? Although some old players on the forum clamored to support the planner's Cthulhu background setting, some people think that the so-called evil gods are actually monsters living in another space world. Some people even have conspiracy theories that when the time is right, those monsters living in another world will collectively invade this world. No matter how the players speculate, judging from the attitudes of some human NPCs in this world, they do regard the things living in that world as gods. Otherwise, the God Seduction Society would not have planned a God Seduction plan because of the unfinished God's Gate plan in the Golba period, and the Heidel Star would not have held a Stone God Festival. Although the beliefs of Zidar and Huangxing are completely different, it does not mean that the stone gods they believe in will not be some strange monsters. Some players are even skeptical about whether the stone gods can really increase the production capacity of ore. However, this is a game after all. Even if you are an atheist in real life, you cannot influence the settings in the game world. After all, the development of the game's plot depends entirely on planning. If he says there is a god, then there is a god. If he says that the god is actually a monster, then it is a monster. At this point in the discussion, Chocolate Lava Cake suddenly had an idea. What do you think? Will the next round of activities be related to the stone god? Or is it related to another world? Chapter 409, he needs to cultivate more talents in this area. There is never a lack of analysis masters in any plot-oriented game. The same is true for Wild Star World. However, unlike general games with clear main lines, even the Wise King cannot analyze the open-ended background game of Wild Star World. Just like no one expected that the interstellar background plot would be superimposed with the setting of the space of the gods in another dimension at the beginning. Although the players have almost never guessed the development of the main plot. But even so, the analysis masters are still happy to do it. After all, exploring the plot of the game is also a kind of fun. When Chocolate Lava Cake brought up the topic related to it, interested players immediately began to post. Chi Feng Mingyu, it is not clear whether the stone god has anything to do with the next round of activities, but it is definitely related to the background of Wild Star World. The plot that has happened so far tells us that there is another world outside the world where the future galaxy is located. That is the so-called world of God. The god of the universe, the god of the desert, the god of the sea, the stone god, and the beast god of Zukum Star. These gods are all natural gods worship. According to the development law of religious beliefs in some countries on Earth, the worship of natural gods generally occurred in ancient times. It can be seen that the gods have been in contact with this world a long time ago. The reason why there are so many gods in this galaxy is that the people of this world have seen many miracles in the past, so they believe in it. But the miracles that appeared frequently in the past are rarely seen now, which means that something must have happened that caused those gods to no longer be able to show up in front of people as easily as in the past. Here, I will make another bold guess. The gods of another world not only have the ability to actively connect the two worlds, but also disconnect the two worlds. However, even if they have this ability, there are limitations for gods to open the door of gods. For example, certain necessary conditions need to be met. As an old player who entered the game in version 1.01, Chi Feng Mingyu has always been very low-key. She neither formed a legion to become a combat professional player, nor did she set up a company or caravan to travel around the planets to make a lot of money. Instead, she chose to become a leisure and retirement player. Compared to being a liver emperor, she wants to enjoy this game with a relaxed mentality. In addition to taking care of her own little piece of land in the slime village, her biggest hobby in the game is exploration and research. Unlike most players who explore for mission rewards, she does this purely out of curiosity. She is curious about how detailed the official map can be. She is also curious about what happened in the past of this land. She is even more curious about how the plot will develop in the future. And now, the topic of the belief in gods in this world has aroused her strong interest. Of course, Her analysis has also aroused the interest of other players. What are the necessary conditions? Lemon Egg Tart subconsciously asked curiously. Qifeng Mingyu, just as it is said in the setting collection. The gate of God is usually opened where the barrier between the two worlds is weak enough. But I guess there may be other conditions besides this. For example, it needs to be at a specific time. Or, only some gods are qualified or capable of opening the gate of God. This is also the inference she made from the information provided by other players who have come into contact with the gate of God and God in the past. Just like the purple-gray giant cocoon that has only appeared 3 times so far and is associated with the purple giant spider. The strange insect that crawled out of the giant cocoon seems to have the ability to open the gate of God. And the tentacle monsters that crawled out of the gate of God that was opened by humans in the previous plan of descending the gods did not seem to have such ability. Qifeng Mingyu continued, if it is the latter, then I will make another bold guess. The so-called world of God should also be hierarchical like most myths and legends in the world. Every god in that field has his own duties. And there may be a biggest supervisor among the gods. For example, the biggest manager of heaven is God Jehovah. And the ruler of the underworld is the 10 kings of hell. And the god who has the ability to open the gate of God should perhaps be the so-called gate god? It is similar to Persephone, the gatekeeper of the underworld in ancient Greek mythology. And the 4 heavenly kings who guard the south gate of the heavenly palace in our country's mythology. Qifeng Mingyu's reasoning is well-founded. And players who have seen the giant cocoon bug jumped out to agree. Mighty and unyielding, thumbs up, I think you are right. Braised pork and fire, +1. Wu Sondahu, +10,086. Gotham Iron Man, that's it? I knew about this 800 years ago. Squinting. Brick-carrying boy, squinting, Gotham brother is pretending again. Stir-fried kidney, that's what Sundara is like. Just let him go. Haigilong Donkeying, don't pay attention to the one who is rude in Gotham. You continue to talk. At Qifeng Mingyu. Wanwan Zioxiaosu, waiting for the big guy to continue analyzing. Lemon Egg Tart, waiting. Strawberry Donut, move the small stool and sit down obediently. JPG. Qifeng Mingyu, well, I am not a big shot. I just want to express my humble opinion. If you have any other ideas, you can also speak out and discuss together. Snail Noodle King, I suddenly remembered something. During the last sandstorm event, when our team went underground to perform a mission, didn't we see the gate of God? Qifeng Mingyu, I know about this. You seem to have posted a video at that time. Snail Noodle King, yes. Later, in order to close the gate of God, we worked hard to get a few purple giant spiders that were about to lay eggs. And finally summon the cocoon. Then we saw the SHL tentacle monster break out of the cocoon and start to deal with the gray-black particles overflowing from the gate of God. At first, we thought that the gray-black particles were some kind of harmful substances from another world. Later, we found that the particles were actually more like some kind of living creatures. When the SHL tentacle monster was about to attack it, it actually ran away by itself. Unfortunately, the devil is 1 foot taller than the way, and it was eventually dragged into the gate of God by the SHL tentacle monster. After they entered, the gate of God closed. After listening to your analysis, I suddenly think that the gray-black particles may also be the god in that world, because it violated the rules of the gods and came to this world without permission, and caused the red-eyed giant lizard and the lizard god. It was captured by the door god. The SHL tentacle monster. Strawberry Donut, wow. Snail Noodle King, if I think more wildly, I even think that there may be some factional struggles among these gods. For example, some gods want to enter this world. Some are opposed, and some may be neutral. Qifeng Mingyu, holding his chin thoughtfully, what you said is not impossible. Luzhu Wishao, Captain. According to your speculation, will there be a war of gods in the future? Snail Noodle King, this possibility is not ruled out. Maybe the entire future galaxy will become a battlefield of gods at that time. Chocolate Lava Cake. Wu Song fights the tiger. Shame, sweaty little brother. By Wu Chang. By Wu Chang, don't guess blindly. If it really turns into a war between gods, can this game still be called Desolate Star World? It should be called God War, or Twilight of the Gods. Wu Sondahu, that's true. Strawberry Donut, it seems to make sense. Snail Noodle King, shame, we are just making up nonsense. And we didn't say it must be true. Besides, how the plot will develop depends on how the official planner writes it. Right? As soon as this statement came out, it immediately attracted the approval of many netizens on the forum. After all, it is not illegal to make up your mind. There are even outrageous videos of Lin Daiyu fighting the white bone demon on a certain website. If everyone is so serious, how can everyone have fun? Fortunately, the player who refuted it earlier did not continue to argue. So the topic of the chat post turned to other more interesting places. Only Xiaoming, who was idle in the background brushing the player chat water post, became solemn. In fact, the analysis of these players is not unreasonable, ever since he knew that there was another dimension above this world, and that there were creatures called gods in this space. But they looked strange, powerful and weird. He had been feeling uneasy. This might be because of human instinct. Humans are always afraid of unknown things. The same is true for the so-called gods. So far, their understanding of gods only stays on the strange creatures from another dimension. As for the rest, they know nothing. The world behind the gate of the god of the jar. Only Mighty Unyielding has ever entered the whole server. This player benefited from his high fire resistance skills, so he was not burned to ashes by the high temperature as other players jumped into the lava cave. It's a pity that Mighty Unyielding stayed in there for too short a time, and the information he brought back was too limited. The only thing he knew was that the world was ever-changing, and everything in it seemed to be made up of various microscopic particles. But he really couldn't understand why the divine world above this dimension would be structured like this. Could it be that the world of gods in higher dimensions is actually the world of microscopic particles? Of course, it is also possible that the information observed by Wei Wubuku is not completely accurate. There may be some clues that are missing or not found. If there is a chance for him to go in and take a look again. In fact, it does not necessarily have to be Weiwu. So far, among the 10,000 players who have activated their skills in the whole server, a small number of people have skills related to fire resistance and high temperature resistance. In addition, there are also some new players who have just entered the game and have not activated their skills because their levels are not up to standard. Who knows? Among these freshly produced leaks, the right person he is looking for may be born in the future. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately opened the background of the summoner and looked for reserved talents with suitable skills from the activated game accounts. After all, this matter is related to the future development of the game, and he can't hang himself on the tree of Wei Wubuku. He needs to cultivate more talents in this area and cast a wide net to focus on catching fish in the future. Chapter 410: The Prophecy of the Stone God Festival. While Xiaoming was silently searching for the right person in his fishing ground. Oh no! The player list. The Zidar star, 100 million kilometers away from the desolate star, was immersed in the lively atmosphere of the Stone God Festival. On the outskirts of Freeland City, on a huge stone mountain, there is a palace made of pure crystal. Whether it is the pillars supporting the hall, the surrounding walls, the altar and the steps, or even the dome above the hall, they are all made of pieces of crystal. However, compared with the special building materials, the design of the building itself is more eye-catching. The whole temple is circular when viewed from top to bottom, and it looks like a crown made of crystal clusters when viewed from the front. The wall composed of clusters of crystal clear crystal columns presents a structure that is high in the middle and low on both sides. The color of the crystal transitions from the lightest white in the middle to the gradually darker black on both sides. Looking from a distance, the black and white palace reflects an extremely elegant brilliance under the sunlight, which makes people yearn for it. The entire temple covers an area of about 3 football fields, which is comparable to St. Peter's Basilica, the largest church on Earth. This is the largest, most magnificent, and oldest stone temple on the planet Zidar, the Origin Temple. Legend has it that the people of Zidar first received the revelation from the stone god here. After that, a huge palace dedicated to the stone god gradually stood on this land. The Origin Temple also got its name from this. This is the origin of the belief in the stone god of Zidar. The temple in front of you is also a holy place in the minds of countless stone god believers. Every year, the Stone God Festival will welcome thousands of believers here. Even this year with frequent wars is no exception. Ignoring the crowd outside the temple, the chief high priest of the Origin Temple, Tamalia, wore a luxurious priest robe, stood straight with a plump body, held a stack of silk scrolls in his hands, stood on the altar in the center of the temple, and whispered something to a huge black stone with shimmering waves in the distance. This phosphorescent black stone is said to be the human incarnation of the stone god on the planet Zidar, and it is also called the Holy Stone by the locals. The Holy Stone is the sacred object of the Origin Temple, and also the treasure of Zidar. Countless stone god believers came here from afar just to pay homage to this sacred object that is not easily revealed to the public. You know, They don't have this opportunity on weekdays. Only during the annual Stone God Festival. They have a slight chance to see the grace of the sacred object with their own eyes. It's a pity that because there are too many people worshipping outside the temple, and the sacred object is in the main hall. A group of people squeezed for a long time, and couldn't see what the sacred stone looks like. Ordinary human believers don't have the ability to enter the temple. But this is not a problem for slime players. Especially when the skin color of some players is exactly the same as the crystal stone on the temple wall. The temple has become a natural shelter for players. In the hall, hundreds of priests wearing black and white gradient robes are devoutly following the chief priest and chanting prayers. The obscure chanting filled the entire temple. No one, including the high priest Amelia, who was standing at the front of the team, noticed that there were a few small dots wriggling above their heads. When passing over the bald head of the chief high priest, Bai Wuchang suddenly paused. I don't know why, but I always feel that the fat man on the stage is more like an object of worship. Hearing this, Haigilong Donkyang glanced down. I saw that the altar under the feet of the fat priest was piled with all kinds of tributes. This scene seemed familiar. When he and his grandmother went to the temple to burn incense when he was a child. The believers in the temple did this to the Bodhisattva. Looking at the round and fat chief high priest, who looked like Maitreya Buddha on the altar, Haigilong Donkyang was silent. What Lao Bai said was right. Compared with the black stone opposite, this chief high priest looked like the incarnation of the stone god. In fact, there is nothing wrong with thinking this way. After all, the chief high priest was originally the mouthpiece of the stone god, representing the stone god to convey the will to the temple. Probably all religious ceremonies are so long and boring. After lying on the roof of the hall and watching for a while, Haigilong Donkyang's attention began to disperse. So he began to look at the fat chief priest and began to count how many gems were inlaid on his clothes. At this moment, he accidentally glanced at something outrageous. I saw that under the altar, in addition to flowers, food and live animals, there were even many electronic products and household appliances from the Future Alliance among the tributes. What is the difference between this and those weirdos in real life who use Apple family buckets to worship the Buddha? For a moment, Haigilong Donkyang was stunned. I didn't expect to see such an outrageous picture in the game. I don't know which person with brain talent pit did it. Does the stone god like this kind of thing? Not only Haigilong Donkyang, but also Bai Wuchang, who was also ambushed on the ceiling. Notice this pile of things. For a moment, I didn't know how to spit. I just exclaimed, damn it! The electronic tribute in front of him was too advanced. Not only did it seem out of tune with the surrounding poultry and livestock, but it also didn't fit in with the elegant and holy temples around. However, the devout believers outside obviously didn't think so. Poultry and livestock and flowers were everywhere in Zidar. So how could such tributes be used to worship the stone god to highlight their own goodness? If you want to give something that Zidar doesn't have. For example, the latest virtual game console produced by the Future Alliance Pilot Game Company. I heard that even the youngest son of the chairman of the Future Alliance is playing it. Such an interesting thing. I believe that Lord Shirshan will like it. Only if Lord Shirshan is happy will he continue to bless his mine to continue to harvest rich minerals in the coming year and make a fortune. Of course, only the big and small mine owners on the planet and some merchants who do or trade have similar ideas. Ordinary people believe in the stone god not with the idea of making money from mining. It's purely because of the cultural habits developed over the years. This is like staying up all night during the Chinese New Year and eating moon cakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival, which are purely festival customs. It is not necessarily true to say how much faith one has in the stone god. Just like the Chinese people celebrate the Spring Festival every year, but do not believe that there is a real New Year in this world. This creature is just like this. Of course, in addition to these people, there are also some people who believe in the stone god for other purposes. To become a stone temple god servant. Or, to give their children the opportunity to become a stone temple god servant. On the star Zidar, becoming a stone temple priest is not an easy thing. This process requires opportunities and years of training and screening. And god servant is a must for every stone temple priest. Every year, stone temple priests from all over the country will come to the villages or towns near their temples to find children of the right age to serve as seedlings. Some poor families will even take the initiative to send their children to the stone temple, because once they are selected as parents, they will receive a considerable reward. And those selected children will sever their blood relationship with their parents and become a god servant in the temple. After becoming a god servant, they need to go through 5 years of study in their respective stone temples. After the 5-year study period, They will be taken to the Origin Temple in Freeland City for the next round of screening. The criterion for this screening is to see whether the child has the ability to sense the energy of the Holy Stone and communicate with it. If there is, he will be kept in the Origin Hall. If not, they will be sent back to their respective stone temples according to their origin. Those who stay and can sense and communicate with the Holy Stone will be promoted from God servant to apprentice priest. These apprentice priests will stay in the Origin Hall for 3 years, and then take the final upgrade test. Once they pass, they can become formal priests. As for those who fail, they can choose to return to their hometown or stay in the Origin Hall to become a God servant. In short, it is up to you to stay or go. Although compared with priests, God servant status is not high. But being a God servant in the Origin Hall is completely different from being a God servant in a local temple. Therefore, every year, many people are willing to stay after failing the assessment. The chief high priest of the Origin Hall, like Tamalia, naturally went through more than 10 years of numerous assessments before he was promoted to his current position, unlike the upgrade route of ordinary priests. In order to reach his status, in addition to being able to sense, listen to and communicate with the Holy Stone, he also needs to satisfy the Stone God. And the so-called satisfying the Stone God is to please the other party and gain the other party's favor. As for how to please, it is unknown. After all, the situations of the successive chief high priests are different, and Tamilia has never publicized anything to the outside world. Therefore, this matter has always been a mystery, compared with the believers outside the temple who have extremely impure purposes. The priests of the Stone Temple are undoubtedly the most determined and pure group of people in the entire Shida Star, because they have witnessed miracles. They vowed to pursue the profession of priests of the Stone Temple as their lifelong career. In the temple, after praying to the Holy Stone, Tamilia closed the secret text in his hand and looked forward. I saw that the shimmering light on the black boulder opposite suddenly flashed twice, and then the fine waves on the surface of the stone gradually gathered together to form a vague pattern. Seeing this, Tamilia immediately walked down the altar and walked towards the Holy Stone. When he was 10 feet away from the Holy Stone, he finally saw what the pattern on the stone was. Then, the face of the chief high priest became strange and weird like an overturned pallet. Seeing that High Priest Tamalia stood in front of the Holy Stone for a long time without saying a word, the other priests who were waiting for the ceremony to proceed looked over. What's wrong, Chief? Not far away, a young priest holding a pen and paper looked inquiring. Seeing Tamalia's solemn expression, he thought for a moment and then walked to the Holy Stone. And then he saw the content on it clearly. It seemed to be a tree-like pattern. At first glance, the trunk was lush and the roots were huge. But if you look closely, you can find that this is not a tree at all, but more like a vein or tributary formed by some intersection. At the end of each tributary, there are block shadows of different sizes. Only after a closer look can you know that the thing is ore. Different from the situation of the Holy Stone appearing in previous years. The ore in this year's Revelation painting is all dull. Seeing this, the old priest's pupils slightly dilated. How could this happen? Does this indicate that the quality of the ore on the Zidar star will decline next year? Just as the young priest was puzzled, the pattern on the stone changed again. I saw that the ores that fell at the end of the tree roots began to fall one by one, and then all turned into ashes. For a moment, not only the two people standing in front of the Holy Stone, but also the other priests in the hall who witnessed the divine revelation of the Holy Stone changed their faces. Such an ominous divine revelation painting has never appeared in the past. Could it be that there will be a greater disaster in the future of Zidar Star? For a moment, there was a rustling discussion in the hall, and the priests could not suppress their inner worries and began to whisper to each other. At this moment, the players hiding on the ceiling noticed the solemn expressions on the faces of these charlatans, and they were a little puzzled for a while. What happened to them? Is there something wrong with the painting on the stone? What painting? A milky white slime suddenly turned its head, noticing the slightly speechless look of his companion. The player was obviously a little embarrassed. Don't look at me like that. I was just busy looking at the game console below and didn't pay attention to anything else. On the side, another player also raised his hand. Don't look at me either. My attention was just on the clothes of the fat priest. After all, that guy's robe was hung with so many heavy gems. It was hard not to pay attention. Fortunately, there was still a relatively reliable person among this group of unreliable people. Then a player with the ID name, Monster returned my grandpa back to me, said. I just leaned over and took a look. It seemed to be a tree with many stones hanging on it. Before I had time to take a look, the stones and the tree disappeared. Judging from the appearance of these people, the situation should not be good. Hearing this, many smart players immediately understood. The painting on the stone is most likely something like a prophecy. And judging from the expressions of these charlatans, these priests, the result of the prophecy is obviously not good. Bai Wuchang suddenly had an idea. Since the stone in the painting has disappeared, does this mean that the stone god will no longer bless these greedy guys? The mineral resources of the Shida star are finally going to be exhausted? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong thought thoughtfully. But compared to the exhaustion of mineral resources, I always feel that this painting should also indicate something else. What? Hearing this, the players looked over curiously. I am just guessing. Feeling a little embarrassed by the burning eyes of the crowd, Hey Gu Long Dong Chong coughed lightly and said, for example, natural disasters and planetary destruction? Players. Chapter 411. This player is quite something. It is not just some players with wild imaginations who have such thoughts, but also the chief high priest of the stone temple, Tomlia. Other priests may only see from this divine revelation that the ore production of Zidal Star has declined in the past year, and the ore quality has been greatly reduced. But Tomlia feels the weakness of the stone god from it, just like a patient who is about to die in bed. From this revelation painting of the stone god just now, he can hardly feel any energy about the stone god. This has never happened since he became the chief high priest. The sudden change is like an earthquake, which makes him extremely panic. What happened? Did something happen to the stone god? Or does he intend to abandon Zidal Star and stop protecting the people here? The terrified high priest thought of countless possibilities. But no matter which situation it is not a good thing. For so many years, Zidal has relied on a steady stream of mineral resources to gain a foothold in this galaxy. It can be said that mineral resources are the only and most important economic lifeline of Zidal in this universe. Once the support of Lord Ishigami is gone, it will only take a moment for Zidal Star to fall in the future galaxy. But compared to these, the priests of the stone god are more concerned about the stone god himself. For them, serving the stone god, understanding the stone god, and communicating with him are the most important things in their lives. But now, the object of their service has suddenly disappeared. This also means that their existence no longer has any meaning. Thinking of this, Tomilia's heart trembled. With a pale face, he hurriedly put his palms together, closed his eyes, and felt the power of the stone god with 100 times more sincerity. His thick lips moved up and down, and he quickly recited the prayer. Great holy stone, please give me guidance. Tell me where Lord Ishigami is. However, no matter how hard he tried this time, the holy stone in front of him did not move again. Even the weak power of the stone god that was faintly felt before disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. For a moment, fear was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open, as if it was going to devour Tomilia completely. On the other side, the other priests in the hall seemed to finally realize the unusual situation at the moment, and stopped talking and looked up at the chief high priest. In front of the holy stone, Tomilia, who had been standing for a long time, slowly opened his eyes. His white, plump and festive face was no longer relaxed as before, but was replaced by an extremely solemn look. He looked at everyone present with a heavy face. Everyone, I have to tell you a bad news. Just now, the stone god disappeared. Seeing that the priest inside had not come out for a long time, the believers outside the temple couldn't help but stretch their necks curiously to look inside. Strange. Hasn't the ceremony been completed yet? It shouldn't be. I remember it came out quickly last year. Why did it take so long this year? Someone in the crowd said, could something have gone wrong? This statement immediately attracted criticism from others. Don't talk nonsense. With the high priest Tomilia here, what could go wrong? That's right. This year's ceremony must be smooth. Being attacked by a group of people. The man didn't dare to say anything. Just curled his lips in dismay. But he was more and more certain that something must have happened in the temple. If nothing unexpected happened, the priest should have come out to announce the end of the ceremony, and let the believers line up to enter the temple to worship the holy stone. In Zidar, you need to pay extra money to enter the origin temple to worship the holy stone. And here, there are many mine owners willing to pay this money. Those priests will not miss this opportunity to make money in vain, and let those rich people wait outside for so long. However, there are so many people. He can't say so many people. So don't make trouble. The mood of uneasiness spread in the temple. No one expected that the first sentence the chief priest said after the ceremony was this: Lord Ishigami disappeared? This is much more terrible than the prediction of the divine revelation just now. Compared to this, everyone would rather see the quality of ore decline and the output of ore decrease next year. Anyway, it is the mine owners and or merchants who will suffer. But now, the high priest of Tomlia told them that Lord Ishigami disappeared. And this is not a joke, but a serious and earnest notice. This is like a bolt from the blue. Looking at the high priest with a gray face, the hearts of everyone present suddenly sank. No one knows why Lord Ishigami left. Nor does he know whether his departure is permanent or temporary. They don't know how they should deal with it next. Maybe Lord Ishigami's departure is a sign that disaster may befall the planet Heidel. An elderly priest sighed. And the worst situation in thousands of years happened. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere on the scene became more solemn. Seeing this, one of the youngest priests in the hall immediately spoke up. I think everyone should not think so badly about things. What if Lord Ishigami is just leaving temporarily? The most urgent thing is that we should first find a way to deal with the believers outside. This young man named Ivan officially became a priest of the Origin Temple at the beginning of this year. At that time, the civil war had not yet broken out on the planet Zidar. Compared with other old men in the temple, although he lacked experience, he was brave and smart. With one sentence, the contradiction was diverted, and everyone was pulled out of the previous panic. Admittedly, the sudden disappearance of Lord Stone God was terrible. But they still had a mess to solve. There were still thousands of believers waiting outside the temple. If the unfavorable news about Stone God spread, it would inevitably affect the entire Stone Temple. Therefore, those people must be appeased. In just a moment, Tamilia made a decision. Ivan was right. We will talk about Lord Stone God later. Now we must deal with the believers outside. Hearing the words of their boss, the priests who were anxious and confused before suddenly seemed to have found their backbone and calmed down. Without any hesitation, everyone changed their expressions and lined up to walk out of the temple as they did in previous years. Seeing this, the players hiding on the ceiling could not help but gasp. My goodness, this face-changing speed is really unparalleled. Even our country's intangible cultural heritage has to admit defeat. The believers outside the temple had been waiting for a long time, and finally saw the priests of the Origin Temple walk out of the main hall. Then the leading priest spoke slowly. The ceremony is complete. Those who need to worship the Holy Stone, please go to the side door and submit the ticket to the god before entering. Upon hearing this, the believers who had been waiting outside for a long time were relieved and hurried to the side door of the temple with the tickets they exchanged for money. Looking at the long queue in front, the ore merchant Balmian was about to catch up but suddenly caught a glimpse of the man who had a bad mouth in the crowd not long ago. For a moment, a smug smile appeared on his face. It was said long ago that there would be no problem. As if he felt embarrassed, the man turned his face away without saying a word. Without receiving a response from the other party, Bamiang didn't care. He just happily caught up with the others and lined up behind the long dragon. The atmosphere outside the temple was as hot as ever. No one knew what had happened in the temple before, except the players. The news that the Holy Stone had a strange revelation in the Stone God Festival had already spread offline through the game forum. At that time, several players at the scene were quick to take photos and videos of the Holy Stone, so that the evidence was preserved. Looking at the screenshots of the Holy Stone uploaded by the players, those players and cloud players who failed to arrive at the scene to watch the ceremony immediately began to analyze. Luju Huishao, is this a tree? Wang Wang Zioxiaosu, I feel more like a river. Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, your guesses are too superficial. Since Zidar Star is rich in ore, why can't this picture be a vein? Luju Huishao. Wang Wang Zioxiaosu. Luju Huishao, why didn't I think of it? 6. Chocolate lava cake, thumbs up, the boss is indeed a boss. As if he was a little flattered by netizens. Gotham did not squeeze the toothpaste as usual this time, but revealed his analysis all at once. He posted a map. This is the topographic map of the Zidal planet. Most of the combat players who participated in the Zidal Civil Strife event should have seen this thing. I just compared this topographic map with the Holy Stone God Enlightenment map. You see, as he said, he threw out the overlay of the two maps. The location of the mine on the topographic map is exactly the same as the location of the ore on the Holy Stone God Enlightenment map. If I guess correctly, the disappearance of this map also indicates that the Zidal or vein is exhausted. And the fat priest said that he could not feel the power of the stone god because of this incident. A bold guess is that the Zidal or vein may be one with the stone god. The power of the stone god is getting weaker and weaker because of the long-term mining of or on Zidal planet. Now, the power of the stone god can no longer maintain the increase in the production of the Shida Star mine. So it disappeared. After listening to the analysis of Gotham Iron Man, Netizen suddenly realized. It makes sense. Following his reasoning, Wang Zioxiaosu suddenly thought of a question. So did the stone god disappear and die? Or did he return to another world? Chocolate lava cake. Should he return to the god realm? Otherwise, how can the plot develop? Wang Zioxiaosu, that's right. Wait. Then is our next task to go to another world to find the disappeared stone god? Braised pork and fire cake. Chocolate lava cake. Gotham Iron Man, damn! Finally got a chance to go in? Exploring the map of another world. The space where the gods are said to live. Has been something that many players have been looking forward to for a long time. Gotham is no exception. Once upon a time, he chased the giant cocoon monster into the Gate of God. But he was burned offline before he could even see what was inside. Now, does he finally have a chance to go in and find out? Not only Gotham. There are many players who are also interested in the world of God. For a while, many lurking zombie accounts suddenly exploded on the forum. Foshan Shadowless Kick, damn! The world of God. Golden Bell cover Iron Claw shirt, damn! New map. Pineapple and jackfruit, damn! Awesome. Screaming. I am your father. Slapping the table, planners. Hurry up. I can't wait. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Speaking of the world of God, I just suddenly thought of another thing. It seems that we are also called the messenger of the god of the universe by the natives on the deserted planet. Right? Could it be that slimes actually have some hidden identities in the god realm? Stir-fried kidneys, isn't it said to be a messenger of God? Funny face. Ultraman of Light, don't mention it. This situation is indeed possible. The official actually gave us our identities at the beginning. It's just that we were in the dark and never took it seriously. Luju Huishao? Luju Huishao. So slimes are really related to that world. Isn't it because those NPCs on the deserted planet saw that we were powerful and brought a deification filter? Ultraman of Light. We didn't activate any skills when we first entered the game. And at that time, although the people in Manamia's village lived in poverty, they were not in a primitive society. Besides, they had seen interstellar merchants like Boss, who in Bordeaux farm. They did not regard those merchants, who could travel between the stars as messengers of God, but regarded the slime clan as messengers of the god of the universe. There must be other reasons for this. What reason? Luju Huishao asked subconsciously. Ultraman of Light, slime, and the god of the universe look similar. Or, they look exactly the same. Players. The god of the universe, who has been heard of for a long time, but never seen in person, is actually a slime? The god of the universe's prestige is gone instantly. Isn't it? Ultraman of Light, to be precise. It is a slime that is as smart as a human. You should know that there are actually many wild slimes in the mountains and forests in the east of the deserted planet. But the people in the village did not regard those slimes as messengers of God. The main reason is that they can neither speak nor make tools, like humans. In addition, their size is much smaller than ours. And their colors are also single. Of course, I am just making reasonable guesses based on the current situation. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the attitude of those NPCs on the deserted planet when they first saw us. Lu Guang's words make sense. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is indeed the case. It's just that many times things happen too naturally, so that many people will inadvertently ignore these ubiquitous and trivial things. After all, even if slime is really a messenger of the god of the universe, it will not prevent players from exploring and playing in the desolate planet world. For players, the character settings of the game are the icing on the cake. The process of completing the game tasks is the so-called game experience, which is the most important thing. Only when the former is related to the latter, these neglected character settings will be remembered by players again. And now, after Lu Guang's guidance, the players who almost forgot the initial settings completely remembered this important thing. Luju Huishao, damn! The main task of this game is not Slime's hometown. Chocolate lava cake. Chocolate lava cake, so Desolate Planet World is actually a story of the universe god who was stranded on the desert planet for some unknown reason and returned to the divine world. Pork stewed with vermicelli? I am your father, wow. Gotham Iron Man. What a mess. Ultraman of Light, although I don't rule out the possibility you said. I think the main task of this game is more likely to reveal the life experience of slime and explore and investigate the secrets of another world. Players. Damn. This player has something. When the post reached this point, Xiaoming, who was silently peeking at the screen in the background, couldn't help but sigh. This clever little player had figured out something that even he couldn't figure out. It seemed that he could continue to write the next game plot along this line of thought. Chapter 412 2.04 version update. Joking aside, Xiaoming had actually considered the two things raised by Ultraman. It was just that he was limited by the conditions at that time, and there were other things around him. So he didn't treat these things as important matters for a while. Now, because of the Hilder Stone God Festival, many people have shifted their attention to the so-called gods and the other world where the gods live, which made him think of this matter. This may be a good opportunity to reinvestigate. Although the civil war in Hilder has not yet ended, it does not mean that new activities cannot be launched. After all, according to the current situation of Hilder Star, only a few of these forces will fight each other, so it will not cause much impact. Moreover, he is more inclined to believe that this planet will be divided into 2 or even more countries in the future, just like the disintegration of the Soviet Union. In such a chaotic situation where various forces are fighting, there is really too little that players can do. Anyway, the cooperation between the slime family and the arms dealer has been successfully reached, and there is no need for them to continue to wade into this muddy water, as long as the Heidel Federal Republic is not destroyed. Their friendship of helping each other will always be remembered. Of course, the more important point is that the ominous omen at the Stone God Festival indicates that Heidel's mineral resources are likely to be exhausted. At this time, it is impossible to get much benefit by continuing to invest. So it is better to stop while you are ahead. After all, this is not a real game, and players cannot solve all the problems on Heidel as smoothly as completing game tasks, compared with the high probability of uncontrolled civil strife in other countries, exploring the divine world of another dimension, and the secrets behind the summoner and the slime nest are the focus of his next work. In the dark, Xiaoming even had an illusion, whether he died suddenly and traveled to this world to become a slime, or was passively bound to the summoner and the slime nest. It was a prearranged script, and he only needs to continue to move forward according to this established script. This terrifying feeling made him seriously doubt everything around him. Is this world really real? He clearly remembered that he was dead in real life. But how to explain his current situation? Xiaoming had not seriously thought about such serious and profound questions for a long time. When he was just resurrected, he did not have the leisure to care about why he was resurrected and why he became a slime in another world because of the survival crisis. From the binding of the summoner and the slime nest, he was attracted by this plug-in that fell from the sky, ignoring all the unusual things, and followed the tasks assigned by the summoner step by step. However, whether it is to summon the Earthlings to this world as slime players, or to let them investigate and explore this world, the forces behind the scenes who gave him these golden fingers do not seem to worry that doing so may expose some shocking secrets. Or even if they know, they don't care. The one who can be so confident and even arrogant can only be a higher dimensional being. Is it a god from another world? Or is it a being that is more mysterious and unknown than a god? Xiaoming's intuition tells him that the real answer may be more surprising than his imagination, and he may not be the only one chosen by the other party. Perhaps in a world he doesn't know, there is also a similar existence. They are like chess pieces on a chessboard, manipulated by invisible hands to move to known or unknown positions. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that this world is really a game world? And he is actually a game NPC created by a higher dimensional life? All the memories before his death were the result of pre-implantation through program settings? The more Xiaoming thought about it, the colder his back felt. If this is the case, it is too terrible. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on the summoner in front of him. Congratulations on unlocking a new achievement. The number of tribesmen with activated skills has reached 15,000. This achievement can choose to unlock a rumored secret history. Do you choose to unlock and view? Looking at the message that suddenly flashed in front of him, Xiaoming was stunned. Skill activation? 15,000 people? Clicking to check the email, Xiaoming then saw the news that a new player who had recently upgraded to LV3 successfully activated his skills. But, isn't this achievement reward too coincidental? It feels like when you are thinking about whether there are aliens in this world, aliens suddenly appear. It seems that there is a resonance of thoughts between you. The other party not only knows your inner thoughts clearly, but also actively invites you to visit its spaceship. Although similar situations have occurred before, He didn't care too much because he didn't know that there was another world belonging to God in this world at that time. But now thinking back, many things are so coincidental that it makes people think about it carefully. It's like he is an ant living in an ecological breeding box. And every move is under human observation. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming shuddered again. If the slime's skin has pores, I'm afraid his whole body would be sweating. After calming down, Xiao Ming gradually regained his usual calmness. Up to now, he was finally sure, whether it was the summoner or the slime nest. These things were related to the existence of a higher dimension, and he was just one of the ants selected by the other party for observation. In fact, the other party had never deliberately concealed this point. He even put the answer in front of him a long time ago. It was just that he didn't want to think deeply. Perhaps these so-called gods were actually a civilization older than human history. They existed in this universe longer than the birth of human civilization, and this also allowed them to enter a higher dimensional world earlier than humans. This is the so-called dimension upgrade. They have long been independent of this dimensional world, and these humans living in this world are still like ants locked in an ecological box, carrying out the same life cycle in the box for thousands and tens of thousands of years. Of course, he didn't know whether there was a higher dimensional world outside the world where these gods lived. In the eyes of the creatures in that higher dimensional world, were those gods also a group of ants in a breeding box like them? Xiao Ming diverged his thoughts and thought about this philosophical question that might be meaningful or completely meaningless. However, he couldn't come to a conclusion after thinking for a long time. So his thoughts returned to the current problem. Looking at the message pop-up window in front of him, Xiao Ming chose yes without hesitation. After that, several unlockable options jumped out in front of him. 1. The origin of this world. 2. What are we? 3. Your ultimate goal. After struggling for a while among the 3 options, Xiao Ming finally chose 2. Compared with the topic 1, which was too broad and empty, and 3, which was not his most curious. The second question was what he wanted to know the most. After deciding the option, the pop-up window in front of him jumped again. Then a few familiar lines of text appeared in front of him. We are higher than you, although you people here often call us gods. But in fact, we are not your creators. Although you can't see us, we can see you. We are everywhere. After reading this short and powerful text, Xiao Ming was shocked. Although guessing is one thing, getting a positive response from the object is another. This feeling is like knowing that there may be aliens in this world, but one day the aliens take the initiative to talk to you and admit their existence. It is shocking. This also makes him doubt the real purpose of the god behind the scenes planning all this. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming unconsciously focused his attention on the third question. I should have chosen 3 earlier. However, the current options are not completely useless. At least he knows that the so-called gods are not the creators of humans, but beings of a higher dimension than humans. And in the dimension where they are, they seem to be able to see everything that happens in this world clearly. And from the other party's open attitude, they don't seem to mind the creatures of this world exploring the dimension where they are. Not only do they not mind, they even show a welcome to research. Should I say it or not? Aren't these gods too generous? Aren't they afraid that humans will explore the mysteries of this universe? Of course, this may be because the laws they have explored are not applicable to the dimension where the gods are located. Or perhaps, their exploration cannot directly affect the gods. Therefore, they are fearless. After all, when the gap between the 2 sides is too large, the stronger side will not think that the weaker side can hurt itself. Just like elephants are not afraid of ants and crocodiles are not afraid of toothpick birds. Just when Xiao Ming was sighing for his discovery, the gunshots of civil war were once again fired on the Hilder Star, which had just finished the Stone God Festival. No one expected that on the second day after the Stone God Festival, the Renaissance Army, which had been silent for a while, would suddenly launch an attack on the former capital Freeland City. But the new authorities of the Federal Republic seemed to have been prepared. Before the Restoration Army entered Sissoko Province, they had already sent troops to intercept them. Now the Kingdom Army and the Rebellion Army have been incorporated into the same team. And this army has a new name, the Federal Republican Army. The former Supreme Commander of the Kingdom Army, General Nert, led this army in this battle, without the disruption of the players who attacked with dimensionality reduction. The former Supreme General of the Kingdom Army also changed his past frustration and incompetence, successfully exerted his true ability, and fired the first shot of victory for the first battle after the establishment of the Federal Republican Army, successfully thwarted the evil plan of the remnants of the old dynasty to restore the old dynasty. This move not only boosted the morale of the army, but also greatly inspired the hearts of the people of the Federal Republic. The Restoration Army, which died before its mission was accomplished, fled all the way to the northwest after its defeat. Although Nert intended to continue the pursuit, considering that there are many mountains in the northwest and the terrain is complex, it is possible to be ambushed by the enemy if you are not careful. So in the end, he only drove the defeated army out of the Shermar Mountains 1,000 kilometers west of the capital. This move also laid a huge foreshadowing for the changes in the pattern of Zidar in the next 10 or 20 years. If you look closely, what happened after that is another long and tortuous history. However, what happened on Zidar is just the most insignificant part of this universe. Compared with the endless civil war on Zidar, players have recently paid more attention to the God's Domain, which has a higher topic on the forum. Although the official has not yet given an exact name, players have already named the new map world that has not yet been opened. Just when a group of people were discussing the next event copy on the forum every day, the update from the official website came unexpectedly. Earth. Official website. Desolate Star World. 2.04 version update. 1. The battle event. Zidar Civil War. Ended. Due to the recent substantial increase in the number of players in the server. In order to avoid data errors, the points of this event will be issued to the game accounts of all players within 3 working days after the system settlement. At that time, please check your mailbox. Note, the points of this event can be used to draw event rewards, exchange for event titles and special prizes. 2. A new large-scale exploration event, Divine Domain, is about to be launched. Chief Golden Slime. This is a higher dimensional god that is above this world. Before this, only one warrior of our tribe successfully arrived there. Unfortunately, he did not stay there for long. Therefore, so far we still know nothing about the situation in the Divine Domain. But failure will eventually become a thing of the past. And soon we will launch a new exploration and challenge to that world. Warriors of the Slime Clan, please be prepared. We will eventually reach our destination successfully. For the specific content of this event, please refer to the latest announcement on the game official website. 3. Fixed a small number of bugs. The moment the official website updated the information, the players and cloud players who were chatting on the forum were all stunned. New event? Divine Domain? For a moment, everyone exclaimed, "Damn!" The official planner plagiarized the forum. Chapter 413 Brother Gotham Self-Test. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. For a time, all the netizens on the forum, whether they have obtained the closed beta qualification or not, came out. Chocolate lava cake, woohoo! New map. Hurry up and make it. Luju Huishao, Ultraman is indeed the son of the planner. And he really does what he says. Funny. Wu Song fights the tiger at Light Ultraman. Boss, tell the truth. Do you have any PY deal with the official? Staring. Bai Wuchang, sunglasses, be bolder. Maybe Ultraman is the undercover of the official planning team lurking in the game forum. Light Ultraman, shame, don't talk nonsense. What PY or not? Undercover or not? Am I that kind of person? Stir-fried kidney flour, that's right. Ultraman just eavesdropped under the planner's bed at most. Funny. Wu Songnahu, squinting. Lu Zhu Huishao funny. Light Ultraman. Invincible Hot Wheels, sighing, I have seen you open new maps one after another. But I still haven't got the helmet. This feeling is so hacked up. Planner. Don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Woo woo woo. Please look at the poor child. He has been waiting so long that the daylily is about to get cold. Schrodinger's dog. Let's take a look at the child here first. He is about to become a fossil. I am an old man, so I will go first. What is a fossil? I am about to be buried in the ground. If the planner wants to see it, he should look at me first. Do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? Schrodinger's dog. What's wrong with the elderly? I am just in kindergarten. Thor's hammer. The upstairs has already started to do everything to cheat the account. Shocked face. Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skins. Crying, I can't believe how happy I will be if I can get the helmet. It's Brother Mang. Not Mango, me too. If I can get a helmet, I will definitely be the happiest little boy in the world. I'm really angry, damn planner. So many people have helmets. What's wrong with me having one more? Throwing a tantrum. Southern little golden bean, that's right. I want a helmet. Paid ones are fine. Professional rise for 100 years, knocking on the bowl, helmet. Helmet. I want a helmet. The forum, which was already noisy because of the update announcement, suddenly became more chaotic. In the background, Xiaoming, who had long been accustomed to this scene, silently forked the forum page. No matter how noisy these netizens and cloud players protested, his attitude was always to not listen to the turtle chanting. There are now a total of 15,000 players in the game, and a large part of them are newcomers who entered the game to fill the emptiness in the rear of the wasteland during the Zidar-Sibyl strife. Now that the battle activity is over, there is no need to increase manpower in the game in a short period of time. Otherwise, it is easy to have a shortage of resources. Although there are many fields in the eastern part of the wasteland now, these players can eat a lot. After activating the skills, these players turn into gluttons. One player can even eat as much as 3 or 4 people. And the higher the player level, the bigger the appetite. If we ignore this and let tens of thousands of players enter the field, I'm afraid there will be a food crisis on the deserted planet. Thinking of this, Xiaoming focused his attention on the achievement reward column of the summoner. Not long ago, he successfully unlocked a rumored secret history. And to unlock the next achievement reward, he needs to complete the task of 30,000 players successfully activating skills. However, according to the current situation, this achievement is estimated to be impossible to achieve in a short time. Fortunately, he is not in a hurry. Even if there is no rumored secret history, he can also learn about that world through other methods. For example, those players who have been looking forward to the new map for a long time. They are the best way. It's just that not everyone has the opportunity to enter the new map to find out. Although many players on the forum are excited about the upcoming God's Domain event, due to the special nature of the Gate of God, only a few players can enter there. If some people think that the official will reduce the difficulty of entering the dungeon when the new map is launched, they are wrong. Unless those people can resist the high temperature flames when crossing the Gate of God, they will miss the ticket to the new map. As for what method to use, this question should be left to the players to think about it. As a game planner, he couldn't possibly think of that. Which game manufacturer on the market would release a game strategy by itself? Don't all these have to be explored by the high-level players themselves? However, he also believed that even if he didn't release a clearance strategy, those players would find a way to get in sooner or later according to their spirit of exploration after repeated failures. Just as Xiaoming expected. After learning that the God's Domain event was about to start, many players immediately became restless. And the best among them was the unlucky old brother 10 Iron Man, who was burned to death by magma when he tried to enter the Gate of God for the first time. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. As the first inventor, entertainer, expert in the whole server, there are many things that he wants to do, but there is no thing he wants to do but can't do. Entering the Gate of God alive. This is naturally the same. In order to successfully reach the other side of his dream, he began to concentrate on studying the fireproof equipment for slimes. Not to mention, he and a group of capable people in the team actually succeeded in making a set of props called Slime Special Fireproof Suit. Moreover, he did not intend to keep such a good thing for himself, but made it into a product link and put it on the player mall at the price of 9,999 Shire coins. Unlike the game mall, the latter is a platform dedicated to selling player-made goods. Both the buyer and the seller are players. The official only provides platform and rule maintenance, and does not participate in other things. This is also a function that the game opened later. With the expansion of the game map, face-to-face transactions between players are extremely inconvenient. Although there is an offline communication platform, the act of private transactions itself has no security guarantee. So under the strong request of the majority of professional life players, the official opened the player mall. Gotham's Weapon Workshop was also officially launched on this platform after the opening of the player mall. This online store always puts various weapons or other new inventions developed by Gotham himself and his weapon workshop from time to time. As for whether these things are useful, it all depends on luck. Anyway, judging from the shopping reviews of the online store, it can be said that there are mixed reviews. Some people praise it to the sky, while others criticize it to the dust. Although the comments are polarized, judging from the sales volume, they have many customers. The newly launched slime-specific fireproof suit naturally attracted a lot of attention. But this is far from enough for Gotham. In order to promote this new product, he even held a new product launch conference online. In the open space outside Storm City, Gotham stood on a wooden box with a big loudspeaker and shouted loudly, "Take a look! Gotham Workshop's new products are on the market. Slime-specific fireproof suit. A piece of equipment can help you solve 99% of the problems of high temperature resistance and fire resistance, even if there is no defense skill." What? With it, it is not a problem to survive through the gate of God. The current new price is only 9,999 sure coins. Don't miss it if you pass by. Hearing the shouting of Brother Gotham, the players stopped in their tracks. Fried Kidney blinked. Oh my goodness. Gotham is here to cheat again? Hearing the teasing of Kidney Brother, Gotham's face suddenly turned black. How can you talk like that? Who cheated? This is a genuine good thing. The fireproof material used in this fireproof clothing is a professional fireproof material that has been patented by the Future Alliance. Hearing this, the brick-moving boy next to him looked suspicious. Professional fireproof material that has been patented by the Future Alliance? Is this thing really reliable? Although the price of 9,999 slime coins is not too high for an old player like him, it is definitely not cheap. If this is useless when bought back, not only will the money be wasted, but also a life will be paid for. Although dying once is only OB for 2 days, it feels a bit of a loss because of an unreliable prop. No, that's simply a big loss. After all, it cost 9,999. Being questioned, Gotham immediately refuted. Of course it is reliable. If you don't believe me, I can try it for you right now. If you get burned to death after wearing it, Gotham, will eat it in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, not only the players who are interested in the fireproof suit, but also those passers-by who are not interested and just glance at it casually, all stopped and looked over excitedly. After all, whether it is Gotham testing the fire with himself, or Gotham eating the fireproof suit, each of them is a rare scene that is rarely seen. The brick-moving boy didn't expect that. He just asked casually, but Gotham actually made such a big scene, which made him a little embarrassed for a while. However, this little bit of guilt was quickly suppressed by the mood of watching the fun. Seeing Gotham swearing so fiercely, the brick-moving boy immediately said, "Okay, if this thing is really as useful as you said, I will place an order immediately." With the brick-moving boy taking the lead, those players who originally wanted to buy and those who didn't want to buy, but now want to buy, raised their hands one after another. Me too. And me. +1. Listening to the echoes from the other side, Gotham silently counted the number of people, and a smile suddenly appeared on his fluorescent green face. I'm going to get rich. Without any hesitation, he immediately put on the legendary fireproof suit that used the patented material of the Future Alliance. After that, he shouted to his apprentice in the distance, "Come on!" Then, he stood upright in the middle of the empty road and acted like a heroic sacrifice. On the other side, his good apprentice Fekele pulled out a person-high winged emerald green creature after hearing his order. As soon as this thing appeared, it immediately caused many people to exclaim, "Hack! Dragon? Oh my! There are actually dragons in this game?" Looking at the group of newbies around who had never seen the world, Gotham's vanity, as the actual owner of this Dababu dragon, was greatly satisfied. This is the only Dababu dragon in the entire deserted planet. Dababu dragons are only found in some areas of Zukum Star, and it is not easy to catch them. He was also lucky enough to meet Shioba, who had just hatched from his SH.L at Ultraman. Because Shioba recognized him as his master, he had the opportunity to buy it. Nowadays, if you want to raise a Dababu dragon, you not only need to go to Zukum Star, but also need a Dababu dragon breeding and purchase license issued by the royal family. After going through these procedures, you still have to find a reliable vendor and pay a high price to get it. Of course, just buying it is not a one-time thing. After all, this thing is very edible, and if you don't have some money in your pocket, you really can't afford it. Of course, these are not a problem for him at all. I can only say that you should get into the pit as early as possible. If you come late, you can't even drink a mouthful of soup. Looking at the envious newbies around him, Gotham's mouth corners are more and more obturned. Fortunately, he insisted on changing the improved version of the supercharged flamethrower into a minibus before leaving. Otherwise, how could it have such an effect now? After more than a year of growth, the minibus has grown from the original dragon cub to a young dragon that can stand on its own. Now the flame it spews is no longer a small fireball that is not much bigger than a lighter, but a deterrent dragon-shaped flame. As soon as it opens its mouth later, it can instantly help him maximize the marketing effect of the slime-specific fireproof suit. Thinking of this, Gotham couldn't help but straighten his round body. Looking confident, Fekele had long been accustomed to his master's virtue. Seeing this, he touched the small bus beside him and signaled it to spit fire forward. The small bus tilted its head as it looked at the unknown object wrapped like a ball on the road ahead, and didn't understand Fekele's instructions. What is the point of burning that thing? Seeing that the small buzz seemed unwilling to cooperate, Fei Kale quickly took out a piece of fragrant roasted snake meat. So, the small buzz, who was still hesitant before, quickly opened his big mouth and spit fire at the ball in the middle of the road without hesitation. I saw an orange flame shot out from the emerald green dragon's mouth and rushed towards the fully armed Gotham. But in a moment, the flames wrapped him in dazzling heat. The sudden scene immediately caused the players, who were watching on both sides of the road, to exclaim, "Damn! It's really happening!" Amid the exclamations from the surroundings, the brick-carrying boy widened his eyes. "Is Gotham brother okay?" On the side, I'm your dad, who followed the trend to watch the fun, looked at the fire dragon in the distance with fear. If nothing happens in this situation, it is enough to prove that this fireproof suit is really useful and really awesome. Hearing this, the brick-carrying boy nodded. It makes sense. If it is really useful, then I am willing to pay $99.99. As soon as the voice fell, Babylon on the opposite side closed his mouth. The flame went out. What was left in the middle of the road was a dark coal ball. Looking at the black thing in the distance, the players couldn't help but talk about it. Such a strong firepower did not burn it to ash. This fireproof suit seems to have something. Although, why is he motionless? Could he be dead? As soon as the voice fell, the coal ball in the distance moved. Just like a snake shedding its skin, he took off the fireproof suit that was burned black by the fire, and then revealed the fluorescent green skin inside. Look! Intact. Looking at the fluorescent green slime jumping in the middle of the road, the scene was silent for a moment, and then burst into applause. Wow! Awesome! Wang Guiyu, invested in this project. Hack! So awesome? It makes me want to buy one too. I have already placed an order. I also bought two. To wear alternately. Jiao. Rich people are abominable. It has to be said that Gotham's new product launch conference was a great success. After such a personal demonstration, in just 1 hour, the slime-specific fireproof suits of Gotham Weapon Workshop were sold out, and even the second batch of pre-sales were needed. All players who do not have fireproof skills but want to go to the God's domain behind the Gate of God have placed orders for this equipment. As for those newbies who have neither fireproof skills nor money, they can only sigh in despair, turn their inner desires into motivation, and work hard to make money, hoping that one day they can afford this expensive prop. In addition to ordinary players, like Gotham, who work hard to explore new maps and make money, there are another group of special players in the game who focus on the new activities themselves. For the latest preview of the Divine Realm activity in Wild Planet World, these people smelled some unusual information from it. Divine Realm, a world of God in a higher dimension above this world. Fang Qian, the leader of the Chinese investigation team, frowned like a caterpillar. What do these extraterrestrial civilizations want to remind us? Chapter 414, The Investigation Team's Speculations. Since the discovery of Desolate Star World, a mysterious game suspected to be related to extraterrestrial civilization, government agencies of various countries on Earth have been secretly investigating it. However, the only government that has actually had the fifth type of contact with it is the Chinese government. The Chinese Mysterious Event Investigation Team has received accurate news about the suspected mastermind behind this game, and they also obtained a number of game account quotas from the other party. And these quotas eventually fell on the heads of scientific research leaders in various professional fields of the National Research Institute. After that, the top leaders of the Chinese government have always maintained a close contact with the mastermind behind this mysterious game. Although they have tried to investigate the other party's identity in secret, they have gradually given up because they have found nothing after several searches. Of course, this is also because Xiaoming deliberately did it to avoid being exposed. Although it was Xiaoming who took the initiative to contact the investigation department of the Chinese government, this does not mean that he has to confess all the secrets to his motherland when he was alive. After all, even if his life experience after his death was changed into a film or TV series, it would be criticized by the audience to an outrageous degree. Even if he really told the other party, they might not believe it. It might even cause greater trouble. It is better to have less trouble than more trouble. Therefore, when facing the Chinese investigation team, Xiaoming has always kept his identity except for the game planner of Wild Star World tightly. Of course, if it does not involve his own secrets, he is still very willing to contribute to his hometown. This is also the fundamental reason why he took the initiative to open some game quotas to the National Scientific Research Units of China. Although this arrangement was purely for the sake of trying I hope that these scientific research leaders can contribute to the backward wild star at that time. At the same time, Xiaoming also hopes that he can provide his motherland with an opportunity to contact, communicate, and learn from extraterrestrial civilizations. After all, what if these scientists can learn some useful science and technology from the advanced alien civilizations of the future alliance in the future to promote the development of scientific research in their own country on Earth? However, ideals are full, and reality is skinny. Although he arranged all this with good intentions, the result of the whole thing was minimal. The technological gap between the solar system and the future galaxy is not something that can be made up in a short time by a game planner like him secretly opening a backdoor for the Earthlings to travel through time. Because the scientific laws that the two galaxies rely on are similar, but not completely the same in some places. Many scientific laws that are normal on Earth may not be valid when moved to this world. Take the simplest example. Under the standard atmospheric pressure of the Earth, the temperature at which water freezes is 0 degrees Celsius, and the temperature at which water boils is 100 degrees Celsius. But this law is completely invalid on the deserted planet. Here, the temperature at which water freezes is 10 degrees Celsius, and the temperature at which water boils is 110 degrees Celsius. Some people speculate that perhaps because this place has experienced a nuclear winter, some of the ecosystems of this planet have changed completely. Some people also speculate that it may be because the standard atmospheric pressure of this world is different from that of the Earth, which leads to the change of this data. It is precisely these unusual things that make it impossible for experts on Earth to conduct research using the usual methods. The laws, algorithms, and principles they are familiar with are quite different from the scientific system of this galaxy. In some places, the two cannot communicate with each other at all. Even if they want to steal the teacher, they can't learn things from another system based on the existing theory. This is the same as the fact that a duck head can't grow on a chicken's neck. Although they are all birds, they are not a species at all. Even if they are forced to breed, there is reproductive isolation. If these experts want to learn the science of this world, they must throw away all the knowledge they have learned in the past, and learn the things of this world again. And they have to start from the most basic theory. And this approach is simply forcing people to do things. After all, for those scientists, everything in this game is false no matter how real it is. It is undoubtedly the stupidest decision to abandon decades of experience in order to learn those false things. Moreover, they are also burdened with the scientific research tasks entrusted by the country. How can they give up everything and start all over again for these illusory things? Even if the knowledge in the game may come from extraterrestrial civilizations. But oranges grown in the south of the Huai River are oranges, while oranges grown in the north of the Huai River are tangerines. The leaves are similar, but the taste is different. Even if they really abandon the knowledge on Earth and start to relearn the science of extraterrestrial civilizations, can the experience they have learned really be applied to Earth? After all, the environments of the two places are different, and the foundations for constructing the science of the two worlds are also completely different. They cannot put the bricks and tiles of World B on the foundation of World A, because the two are not compatible. Without a supporting base as support, no matter how gorgeous and tall the bricks and tiles are, the things built are all shaky castles in the air, and they will collapse sooner or later. It is precisely because of this that the experts of these national scientific research institutes no longer study and crack the magical technology in that world as diligently as when they first entered the game. After all, no matter how much they crack or study, they can't completely copy it to Earth. So why do they bother? It's better to move a stool and a parasol to the lake to fish like other casual players, and enjoy the simplest and plain happiness brought by the game itself. At first, Fong Qianan didn't understand the practices of these industry masters. But with the subsequent in-depth understanding, he gradually understood the real reason why these experts became decadent and lost their ambition in the game. Since you can't figure it out, why bother yourself? This is not a task that can be completed. Although I can understand it, I can't help but feel regretful. This feeling is like there is a gold mine in front of you, but you can't dig it deep. But if you think about it carefully, it's possible that those extraterrestrial civilizations have known this for a long time. So they took the initiative to invite experts from Earth to enter this game. And such behavior may itself be a kind of temptation. For example, testing the true technological level of the Earth? Thinking of this, Fong Qian couldn't help but feel that he seemed to have some conspiracy theories. After all, if the other party really wanted to test, there seemed to be no need to use such methods. What's more, compared to testing the Earth and testing China, the other parties seem to have revealed more secrets in the game. It's like the event preview in front of us. God's domain. Gods of higher dimensions above this world. After reading the content updated on the official website of the game, Fong Qian frowned. Could it be that there are really gods in this world? As soon as this was said, there was a sudden silence in the office. Everyone present had been educated in materialism since childhood. Faced with such an idealistic question, some people couldn't answer it for a while. However, Fong Qian didn't seem to really want the team members to give a definite answer, and just continued to analyze it on his own. Perhaps these extraterrestrial civilizations want to tell us in this way that they are actually gods? Upon hearing this, the members of the investigation team looked at each other. Not necessarily. A team member seemed to have a different opinion. Perhaps they wanted to express that in the higher dimensions of the world they live in, there are actually creatures with higher dimensions than them, and those creatures are the so-called gods. Upon hearing this, Fong Qian's brows furrowed even more. Existences with higher dimensions than those alien civilizations? How many dimensions does this world have? 11 dimensions? Xiao Zhang tilted his head and thought about it. Isn't there a theory that the universe is 11 dimensions? On the side, his colleague Xiao Wang couldn't help rolling his eyes. What 11-dimensional theory? That's obviously called M-theory, which is a kind of superstring theory. But those are all scientists' conjectures. As for how many dimensions this universe has, we don't know. After all, the universe is so big that there are more than just one planet with civilization, such as the Earth. Who can guarantee that the so-called dimensional space is only 11? Think more boldly. Maybe the aliens behind this game are not actually in the same cosmic dimension as them? After all, Fong Qian is not a professional astrophysicist, so he is not really interested in the question of how many dimensions this universe has. He was only curious about what the behind-the-scenes planners of the game wanted to tell them about the Divine Domain event. Was it their true identities? Or the secrets of this game, or even the universe? Or other more shocking secrets? Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking. The other party did not deliberately tell them anything. The so-called Divine Domain was just an ordinary game event. It was also possible that the significance of this game event was not to give them some enlightenment, but was a consideration made by these extraterrestrial civilizations for other purposes. As for what the purpose was, he had not figured it out yet. Maybe it was an experiment, or maybe it was an exploration across dimensions, or maybe it was a battle. He couldn't say what it was specifically. The only thing he was sure of was that if he wanted to know the truth, then their investigation team must follow up on this event throughout. Thinking about it, Fong Qian said, "Notify all agents with game accounts that they must participate in this Divine Domain event." Xiao Zhang nodded slightly, and then asked, "Then, do we need to notify the Research Institute as well?" Although these scientists usually don't get involved in investigating games, they are nominally special agents of the investigation team. Fong Qian thought for a moment and said, "Let's notify them as well." However, it is not mandatory for them to participate in the event. After all, these academicians and professors are busy with their work. Even if they are forced to participate, they may not have the time to stay in the game all day long. However, since they are members of their investigation team, they must be notified anyway, so that people have the most basic right to know. Xiao Zhang nodded to show that he understood, and then seemed to think of something. Right. Team Leader Fong. To cross the Gate of God, you need to have high-intensity defensive skills, preferably fireproof skills. Unfortunately, none of the skills of our investigation team members are of this type. Strangely enough, the skills activated by the agents in their department who are lurking in the game are either offensive, perception, or control confusion. There is not a single defensive one. Among them, control confusion and perception even account for 70%. What is more coincidental is that these colleagues have basically performed tasks related to lurking investigation and tracking in the past. This makes people wonder whether the skills activated by the players are related to their work content in real life. If so, then this matter is very scary. Those extraterrestrial civilizations know the situation of each of them very well. Once they want to do something to humans on Earth, they have no ability to stop them. Fortunately, so far, the extraterrestrial civilizations behind the game have not shown an unfriendly state to them. Of course, this does not rule out that the other party is using a friendly mask to cover up their true purpose. Fong Qian frowned slightly when he heard this. Is there no prop that can resist high-temperature flames? Didn't Gotham come up with some fireproof props? Xiao Zhang sighed. That's right. But unfortunately, the fireproof suits for slimes made by Gotham Weapon Workshop were sold out within an hour of release. It will take at least a month for the second batch of pre-sale shipments. Fong Qian. Fong Qian? What the H.L.? A game prop made by a player is also being pre-sold on Taobao? For a moment, Fong Qian suddenly felt that he was still too ignorant. Resisting the urge to complain crazily, he asked seriously, "Can't you find those players who have already bought it and trade it privately? There are still scalper tickets for concerts. It's just a game prop. If you add a little money, there should be people willing to sell it. Right?" Xiao Zhang hesitated, although it is true in theory. But this new map is very popular. So many people want to go in and take a look. It's a pity that due to the entry restrictions of the Gate of God, players without defensive skills can only hope for fireproof props. In this case, I think it's difficult for them to sell the props. Unless the price is high enough. So high that they can ignore the temptation of the new map. Fong Qian frowned when he heard this. How high? At least twice the selling price. Of course it may be higher. There is no upper limit. Xiao Zhang paused, of course. The other party may also ask to settle with our cash instead of slime coins. Hearing this, Fong Qian took a breath of cold air. It may not sound like a big deal to mark the price of the props themselves with game coins. But once converted into cash, it is an extremely scary number. Not to mention that they don't have such a high budget. Even if they do, they can't spend it on such a place. However, what Fong Qian didn't know was that this situation is very common in the game. Once the props are traded by bypassing the official platform, the currency of the transaction may not be the game currency. The seller may ask the buyer to pay in cash. Although slime coins can be traded in cash in the game coin trading section of the forum. But the premise is that there must be a buyer willing to spend money to buy it in order to turn this game coin into real cash. Otherwise, no matter how many slime coins there are, they will only have an estimated value rather than an actual value. If ordinary players do not list their products on the forum trading section, then the slime coins in their game accounts are just game coins and cannot be converted into cash. If you want to buy virtual props, you have to pay a high price in cash. And no one wants to be a sucker. For a moment, Fong Qian's brows became more and more furrowed. Can't you find the player named Gotham to order another batch? I'm afraid not. I've already asked. And the props are in short supply right now. I heard that the sewing machines in the Jinsha City factory are about to smoke. Even if Gotham is willing to take our order, we have to wait in line. This doesn't work. And that doesn't work. What should we do now? Fong Qian's face became darker and darker. Why didn't you grab the fireproof suit earlier? The team members were ashamed. They grabbed it, but they didn't get it. Looking at team leader Fong, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, Xiao Zhang hesitated and asked in a low voice, "How about we contact the Gotham privately? If we tell him that we are from the relevant department and are investigating this game, I think he should cooperate." Right? Chapter 415, The Rules That Are a Ripoff. That being said, Xiao Zhang is not sure that Gotham will cooperate. After all, this guy is famous for not playing by the rules in the game. If you expect to see a normal person's reaction from him, you may be disappointed. Unless a group of them block the other party's door and directly take out relevant documents to order him to cooperate. Of course, such an action itself is not in line with the rules and may backfire. Gotham may call the police and say that someone is impersonating a state agency to defraud the people. Although strictly speaking, their investigation team is indeed affiliated with the government department. The problem is that all their investigations are confidential. If someone reports this to the public security department, the problem will be serious. But Fong Qian didn't know this, because he didn't have a game helmet. He only heard about the player's name from his team members. But hearing about it is one thing, and actually meeting him is another. This also gave him an almost naive illusion. That is, after revealing his identity, the other party would not be able to not cooperate. After all, no matter how daring Gotan is, it is only in the game. Who is not a good citizen in real life? If Gotan is really a dangerous person, how can the comrades of the public security department let him jump around in the game for so long? Although the player's tone of speech is a bit aggressive and his temper is a bit strange, maybe he has a soft heart? If he knew that the country needed him and the government needed him, he might help him with all his heart. Thinking of this, Fong Qi immediately felt that Xiao Zhang had come up with a very good idea. Then do as you say. Gotan was targeted by the relevant departments. Even if he had made high-risk items such as guns and ammunition in the game in the past, he had never received such treatment. And now, just because of a few homemade fireproof props that were sold out, he received such an honor, which was really unexpected. Of course, Gotan himself was unaware of this. He just felt that he had encountered more and more psychopaths recently. Because of the popularity of the slime-specific fireproof suit, more and more people have come to him these days. The first thing everyone does when they see him is to buy fireproof suits. This makes Gotham laugh. He is not Doraemon, who can make things appear as long as he makes a wish. If there is really a product, would he still hide it? God knows that the clothing processing factory in Jinsha City has been working overtime for several days in a row, and the workers almost stepped on the sewing machines to smoke. Even so, only half of the orders have been completed. But now, these people don't even place pre-sale orders on the online store, and want to ask him to get spot goods directly. Why are they so shameless? Of course, compared with these customers who don't follow the process and just want to jump the queue, there is another type of people who are more hateful. That is a liar. One day, Gotham, who was sleeping at home in a daze, suddenly received a strange call. Hello. Is this the player? Gotham Iron Man of Wildstar World. Gotham, whose sweet dream was disturbed, couldn't hide his grumpiness and asked in a bad tone, "Who are you?" "We are from the mysterious incident investigation team of the XX Intelligence Department of China. Now there is an important task that requires your urgent cooperation." Upon hearing this, Gotham, who was still drowsy, was instantly awakened. However, just when he thought he was in trouble, he heard another sentence from the other end of the phone. "We would like to ask you to help us make a few sets of slime-specific fireproof suits as soon as possible." Hearing this, Gotham's heart, which had just been hanging in his throat, sank suddenly. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, he decisively hung up the phone and blocked the strange number. Cursing, "I thought I really met some relevant department. It turned out to be a liar. Those guys really did everything they could to get the props from him. I don't know which animal in the team betrayed him and actually gave his private contact information to others." Realizing this, Gotham's face suddenly turned black. "Wait for me to go online later and see how I deal with you." Being disturbed by sleepiness, Gotham didn't stay in bed any longer, but got up quickly to wash and have an early lunch. It is expected that the fatigue value in the game will be almost eliminated before he put on the helmet again to log in. On the other side, Xiao Zhang and others who were hung up the phone looked at each other in surprise. Although he had a hunch that Gotham would question him as a liar before calling, what was unexpected was that this guy actually hung up directly. For a while, the detectives of the investigation team were in mixed feelings. Or, try to call again? Xiao Zhang shook his head. He had been blocked and couldn't get through. Then change another number? Xiao Zhang sighed. Even if I change the number and call, the result will probably be similar. In my opinion, let's go to the game to find him in person. Put yourself in his shoes. If you communicate in this way, not to mention Gotham, even he himself will suspect that the other party is a liar when receiving such a call. Since you need help from others, it is better to communicate face-to-face. Well, due to conditions, face-to-face communication online in the game is also considered. Although Gotham may not agree immediately, at least he will not be regarded as a liar like now. Others did not object to what he said, but nodded in agreement. Just as the members of the investigation team were thinking about how to gain the trust of Brother Gotham and get the fireproof props they wanted, the official website of the game was updated again. Compared with the last brief event preview, the content of this update is more complete and detailed. The new large-scale exploration event, God's Domain, will be officially launched on the 30th of this month. Players can sign up in advance at the link below the event. The specific registration requirements are as follows. 1. The player level must be above LV5, and must enter the God's Domain map in a team, with no less than 3 people in each team. 2. The team must have a player with fireproof skills or high defense skills that can withstand high temperatures. If there is no such skill, fireproof props are needed for assistance. Otherwise, it will not be possible to pass through the Gate of God safely. Warm reminder, during the event, the Gate of God will only be open once. If the registered players miss the opening time of the Gate of God, the activity quota will be invalid. After entering the map, please explore and find a way out by yourself. Once you die in the God's Domain, you will not be able to enter again during the event. In addition, since the God's Domain map has not yet been developed, many places are still in the testing state. Therefore, there may be bugs. Please forgive me. After reading the latest announcement on the forum, players all said WTF. I am your father. Once you die in the God's Domain, you can't enter again? This is too bad. Pork stewed with vermicelli. It is indeed a bad thing. This is simply asking too much. Sheep Village Fiangying, that's right. This is too difficult. From the closed beta to now, how many players have not died? Although there are indeed a few ruthless people in the whole server who have not died once since the beginning of the closed beta. This is still a minority after all. Even those professional live players have followed the battlefield and participated in combat activities when there was a shortage of manpower in the early servers. Okay? Not to mention the last Heidel Civil Strife event. Some players died 5 or 6 times. Not to mention once. This God's Domain event looks very dangerous and exciting. But the official actually issued such a rule, which is obviously forcing players to survive until the end of the event with 1 life. As expected by the players, this rule was indeed intentional by Xiaoming. Not only can you not enter the God's Domain again after death, but all the contents, including the registration requirements, are summarized by Xiaoming after careful consideration. Level LV5 is just the level at which a newbie can grow into a reliable old man and leave the novice village with confidence. As for team formation, fire prevention skills or fire prevention props, etc., they are based on considerations of real safety. After all, it is not easy to open the Gate of God once. At present, the only 2 ways to open the Gate of God are the machine left behind at space base number 1 and the giant cocoon that appears during the spawning period of the purple giant spider. The former may release monsters from that world, and the latter may anger the other party, who is suspected to be the gatekeeper of the Gate of God. In short, no matter which method you choose, the risk is not small. It is not easy to open the door once. If the player has to open the door again every time he dies, won't he be in trouble? Moreover, no one knows whether frequent opening of the Gate of God will have any adverse consequences. What if it causes the collapse of the planes of the 2 worlds or causes other greater troubles? Wouldn't it be more trouble than gain? Although these are just his guesses, it is always right to be cautious in everything. After all, he doesn't know much more about this world than the players. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, he had to use this method to eliminate it from the root. Moreover, no matter how dangerous the God's Domain is, the death rate should not be as high as that on the battlefield. If those players act more cautiously, they should be able to avoid some unnecessary accidents. Anyway, he doesn't require the players to survive in the God's Domain for more than 10 days or half a month. As long as they can survive for a while in it and find something valuable in it, he will be satisfied. Of course, this is a game after all. In order to encourage players to stay longer in the new map, he still has to make necessary rewards. For example, if you live 1 more day, your reward will be doubled. Or if you survive until the end of the event, you will get a special title or something. And this arrangement seems to be exactly what some people want. In addition to those ordinary players who denounce the strict rule that you cannot re-enter the divine realm after death, there are of course some weirdos who praise this rule. After all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Since there are short-lived ghosts who die at any time in the game, there are naturally old and cowardly people who like to use 1 life to survive. It's a Siberian tiger, not a Mimi. Don't you think this setting is interesting? From the beginning to the end, there is only 1 life. It feels like a battle royale. How exciting! To Asuna, I feel the same. This is much more interesting than ordinary exploration activities. Cheese's power, clench fist, it's time to show real skills. To Asuna, come on. Let's compete to see who can survive to the end, funny. All players. Who wants to compete? In this game. Who can survive better than you in terms of longevity? You old and cowardly people. However, no matter how the players complained and protested the inhumanity of the event rules on the official forum, the official planners seemed to be deaf and did not respond. So time passed quickly, and it was the 30th. The Divine Domain event officially started. Chapter 416 God. The domain is open. Since the giant purple spider had not laid eggs on the 30th, Plan A, which used the giant cocoon monster to open the Gate of God, had to be temporarily shelved. Instead, Plan B was to use the instruments left in the underground of space base number 1 to artificially open the Gate of God. Although it is known that there are considerable risks in doing so, there is no better solution at present. Since the event announcement has been set on the 30th, Xiaoming will not let the game be postponed. Moreover, even if Plan A is really chosen, the monster insect may not necessarily cooperate with them. Although Plan B has considerable risks, many of the players participating in the God Domain activity have previously participated in the God Descend plan. They know how to deal with the tentacle monsters that drilled out of the Gate of God. Therefore, the risks of Plan B are also controllable. Of course, in order to ensure that there is no risk, Xiaoming not only had people repair the fire sprinkler system in the underground of Space Base No. 1 in advance, but also prepared a high-pressure water gun. However, the latter is a last resort that will only be chosen in the unlikely event. After all, the destructive power of high-pressure water guns is too great, and there are many instruments underground. Although people have taken corresponding waterproof and moisture-proof measures, if they really encounter such an emergency, they may not be able to take care of these things. The parts inside the instrument are delicate. If the high-pressure water gun breaks it, it will be more troublesome to repair it afterwards. Of course, this is only the worst case. Under normal circumstances, after the God's Gate is opened, players will avoid the tentacle monsters that drill out of the gate under the cover of the fire extinguishing system and successfully enter that world. After that, the God's Gate is closed. He can wait quietly on the forum for players to send back messages from another world. Although the operation method of entering the new map is a bit complicated, it can't extinguish the enthusiasm of players to explore the new map. After all, that is the gods' domain. The world where the legendary gods, who are above this plane, live. The plot that happened in the previous game has already spoiled the players in advance that there is another world above the world they are in. But except for the mighty man who got in due to a bug, no one else has had the chance to get in there to find out. Now that the official has officially updated the new map, it would be a bit unreasonable not to go and take a look. What's more, they even bought fireproof props to participate in this event, including the members of the investigation team who failed to grab the slime-specific fireproof suits before. Almost every player participating in this event now has a fireproof prop. Of course, this is not because they persuaded the Gotham man to let them off with their eloquence. It is not because the other party suddenly found his conscience, believed their true identity, and was willing to give special support. This is purely the result of the overtime work of the clothing processing factory in Jinsha City during this period. With the joint efforts of the workers, the factory not only delivered the first batch of orders ahead of schedule, but also exceeded the second batch of pre-sale orders. Such high work efficiency makes people wonder whether these NPCs from the deserted planet have secretly gone to a factory in a province with a lot of internal competition in China for further study. Otherwise, how could the action be so fast? However, it is precisely because of the hard work of these NPCs that the players finally did not have to beg for help and successfully bought the props they wanted. Putting on the fireproof suits that are said to be made of the Future Alliance's patented fireproof materials, the players happily jumped at the gathering place. That clear and stupid look is like a college student who went to the crew to play the devil for the internship stamp. And he didn't know and didn't care what kind of danger he would encounter next. Unlike those players who entered the scene for fun, the investigators of the investigation team represented by Xiao Zhang were more nervous than excited at this time. This is not only because they are carrying important investigation tasks, but also because the investigation itself is likely to touch the core secrets of this world, and may even involve the singularity of the universe. What's more, as an ordinary agent with little experience, he can actually participate in such a great and important research and investigation work. How can people not be nervous? Unlike these agents, these scientific research leaders represented by academician Qian Defang showed great interest in the content that these extraterrestrial civilizations will show in this event. Because they don't usually go online, they only knew about the game update, Divine Domain, through the investigation team, knowing that the game will update the map of another world. These scientific research leaders, who only know how to fish, farm, and grow flowers and grass in the game, changed their leisurely style of retired old men and women on weekdays, and became extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. What is the world of higher dimensions like? Are those strange-looking creatures really gods? How many secrets does this game have? Too many questions filled their minds, and made people have no time to study them in detail. But there is one thing they can be sure of. That is, they have never been so close to the truth of this world. It was these extraterrestrial civilizations that led them to find it. How could they miss such an important thing? From a distance, looking at the player's eager appearance, Xiaoming's heart was still a little uneasy. But he was also infected by their enthusiasm. No matter what happens, players have always been the most optimistic creatures in the world. Even if they encounter great difficulties, they don't want to retreat, but to move forward bravely. With such a positive and optimistic attitude, Xiaoming suddenly felt that even if the truth of the matter was as cruel as he expected, even if he was really an NPC in this world, he would not be discouraged. After all, who he is not important. Who he thinks he is the most important. Just like in the world of games, Players can think of themselves as magicians who save the continent of another world, or as yin-yang masters who control hundreds of ghosts, or even as Long Out Yin who is in my own hands. Even if you know that these game characters are fake, you are still willing to love them and become them. After thinking this through, Xiao Ming's inner uneasiness dissipated. Let's get started. Hearing his order, the young man with glasses beside him turned his head subconsciously, with an indescribable complexity in his eyes. Are you serious? Of course. If I wasn't serious, I wouldn't have called you here. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, He Chi frowned slightly. I thought you had chosen to completely seal up this place and these instruments after that day. That was originally the plan. But plans can't keep up with changes. Now I have an important matter that needs to be answered from that world. What important matter? Facing He Chi's questioning, Xiao Ming did not answer directly. He just replied briefly, Sorry, because this matter involves important secrets of our tribe. I can't tell you for the time being. He Chi looked at him doubtfully, but he didn't ask any more questions. After this period of time, he has a better understanding of the character of the Golden Slime leader. The other party is not a person who goes back on his word and acts recklessly. Perhaps it really does this for some compelling reasons. They have seen the ability of these slimes to clean up the mess before, and believe that even if they open the gate of God again, they should have a way to deal with the troubles they encounter later. The only thing to worry about is whether the already weak barrier between the two worlds will become even more fragile. But such a question is obviously not suitable for discussion in the current situation. Shaking off irrelevant thoughts in his mind, Hedge stood silently in front of the instrument and operated it skillfully. Click, click. The metal switches and buttons on the dashboard made various banging sounds. Finally, after calibrating the accuracy of the transmitter, Hedge took a deep breath and pressed the start button. In an instant, the familiar blue-purple electric light shot out from the huge flower-shaped transmitter in front of him and rushed straight to the ceiling above his head. The bright white electric light illuminated the entire dim underground space like a white night. In just a moment, the players who were still chatting and talking nonsense before instantly shifted their attention to the top of their heads. My God! Awesome! Is this the Gate of God? Damn! This is too shocking. In addition to some old people who have participated in the Descendant Plan activity, there are still quite a few players present who have entered the game in the last 5 versions. Although many of these new players have been hanging out on the forum for years, witnessing the opening of the Gate of God is a completely different experience from watching screenshots and videos of the game on the forum. Just as the new players were shocked by the special effects of the game in front of them, the experienced old players had already prepared. After all, in the last Descendant Plan event, the old president opened the Gate of God and attracted a lot of tentacles to their world. Even if it is not a tentacle monster this time, it is probably something else. Thinking of this, Gotham immediately opened the communication channel. Attention everyone. When the door opens later, no matter what comes out, take the water gun in your hand and spray it. Did you hear it clearly? I heard it clearly. Yes. Captain. Ayo. Hearing the captain's instructions, the players of the Avengers Legion were immediately excited. They haven't fought monsters for a long time. The last round of the Sidar civil strife was fought against humans. Although it was easy to win, there was relatively little sense of accomplishment. This time, I can finally fight against the monsters from another world that are my match. Like the Avengers, other experienced player corps or teams were either cheering or giving orders for the next action during the cutscenes. At the same time, strange changes began to appear above their heads. Unlike the last time, there were no orange-red dots like lava this time. The ceiling above their heads was like asphalt dissolved at high temperatures, changing from the initial hardness to a fluid-like liquid. But strangely, the fluids did not fall down under the influence of the gravity of the planet, but instead swayed back and forth above their heads like an upside-down black ocean. Witnessing such a strange scene, many players were stunned. What's going on? Is there a bug? Where's the magma? Where's the fire? Not only the players were surprised, but even Xiao Ming and He Chi were puzzled by the situation in front of them. Staring at the black waves swaying back and forth above his head, Xiao Ming narrowed his dark eyes. What's going on? Could it be that the opening of the god's domain is not necessarily accompanied by fire and magma? Or is it that the environment behind the Gate of God actually changes? Or is it that the location where this world connects to that world is random? Just as he was secretly speculating on the various possibilities, the speed and frequency of the black waves above his head became faster and faster, like a vast sea in a storm, with unfathomable danger, and it seemed that it would hit everyone in the next second. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the shocking scene in front of them. It was a feeling of adrenaline surge. It felt that this place was full of dangers. But it was surprisingly exciting. Before Xiaoming and Ichi figured out what to do next, the players below were already excited to justify themselves. What BUG? This is a new map upgrade. Rim is my wife. Showing an expression that I have seen through everything. It's always magma. How boring is that? This is obviously a new thing that the official has done. Hearing this, the players around him said it made sense. But after thinking it through, they explained an annoyance hack. Then my fireproof suit was bought in vain? After this reminder, everyone remembered that they had just bought fireproof props according to the official instructions not long ago. For a while, curses were heard everywhere. Damn! Isn't the official cheating people? Not only the official. This is obviously a collusion between Gotham and the official in advance. The purpose is to sell his broken fireproof props. I want to return the goods. Gotham. Return the money. Upon hearing this, Gotham was immediately anxious. Don't spit blood. When did I collude with the official? How come I don't know? Also, didn't you see that we were wearing fireproof suits? Just when the two sides were about to start a war of words, the surging black waves above everyone's heads suddenly stopped. It was as if someone suddenly pressed the pause button. Before the players below could figure out what was going on, they heard a low roar from above their heads. Then, many spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the black waves. Then, dots of orange-red light began to emerge from the cracks. It looked like firewood, or like magma. Noticing this strange phenomenon, the players who were cursing Gotham and the official team for defrauding suddenly fell silent. What's going on? Is the cutscene about to end? As soon as the voice fell, the black waves above faded, replaced by a blazing sea of magma. The realm of God was opened. Chapter 417 Hidden Map. The blazing flames burst out dazzling orange light in the darkness. Round and chubby black charcoal floated in the hot and boiling sea of magma, and various dialect curses could be heard from time to time. Not long ago, when the Gate of God was officially opened, these players were like a group of college students rushing to the cafeteria after class, and they all swarmed towards the sea of fire above their heads. It seemed that what was in front of them was not hot magma, but a sea of gold and silver. Looking at this shocking scene in front of him, Hitchi's eyes hidden behind the lenses widened instantly. That was 1,000-degree hot magma. And these slimes jumped in without hesitation? Although most of them were wearing something like protective clothing, some of them were wearing nothing and jumped in naked. Even if they have some incredible abilities, facing such a sea of magma, aren't these slimes too bold? Even the battle-hardened mercenaries of the Space Corps would not dare to do such a fearless act. For a moment, Hitchi could not help but wonder what the important secret of the so-called slime clan mentioned by the golden slime was. What kind of secret could make this group of slimes ignore the threat to their lives and rush into the restricted area of another world without hesitation? Not knowing what Hitchi was thinking, Xiaoming on the side only took a look at the event sign and list on the background of the summoner. Looking at the green ticks on it, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Everyone is here. Looking up at the slimes floating in the magma sea of fire above his head, Xiaoming picked up the communicator and ordered, "Turn on the fire extinguishing facilities." As soon as the voice fell, the entire underground space burst out with fine and dense water columns. These water columns were like fountains, sweeping towards the magma torrent on the ceiling. And then the sea of fire continued to collapse inward, and the orange-red area became smaller and smaller. Seeing that the passage they came from was about to be closed, the players followed the experience shared by the mighty brother on the forum and dived into the deepest part of the magma. In front of them was a red and hot scene. Even though they were wearing protective clothing that was said to be fireproof and heat-insulating made of the Future Alliance's patented materials, the players still felt a burning and suffocating feeling. It was a feeling extremely close to death. It made people's heart beat as fast as a drum, and their adrenaline soared with tension. Under the leadership of the players with fireproof skills such as Mighty Unyielding, thousands of slimes dived into the bottom of the hot flame rock flow and dived all the way down. The process of entering the new map is longer than most people imagine. The further down they go, the farther away the feeling of hot suffocation is from them. The surrounding burning magma flow has disappeared, replaced by an ice-blue bottom of the water and a slightly biting coolness. Just when they were about to be frozen by the surrounding environment, a sharp-eyed player suddenly caught a glimpse of a white glacier floating above his head. For a moment, everyone tried their best to swim upstream. About half a minute later, a group of black sheep dung eggs appeared one after another on the calm glacier snowfield. looking at the vast expanse of white in front of them. The players widened their eyes and shouted in unison. "I Jiao." Everything was just as the mighty brother said on the forum before. The whole process of crossing the gate of God was a world of ice and fire. After enduring the boiling magma, you can see the spectacular world of ice and snow. Oh my God! Is this the Antarctic? This is too cold. How can this slime fireproof suit only prevent fire, and not cold at all? So the God's domain actually looks like this. This is too beautiful. Everyone come and take pictures. Although it was not the first time to see ice and snow in the game, the players couldn't help but jump up excitedly at this time. A group of people called their friends and wanted to take photos on the snowfield of the new map. However, due to the large number of players participating in the event and the large area of the water area, not every player has the luck to reach the same shore with their teammates in the same group. For example, right now, where is our leader? The players of the Avengers were preparing to gather all the members of the same group in the Divine Domain to take a group photo. But they never expected that at the critical moment, they suddenly found that someone was missing. And the one missing was not someone else, but their leader Gotham Iron Man. As the earliest apprentice to follow Gotham, Kale had long been accustomed to his master's unreliability. Therefore, he was not surprised that Gotham did not show up when the gathering time was approaching. He said very calmly, "Maybe he is hiding in a corner to make a snowman? We may call him in the team communication channel, and he will appear." But not only the leader. Old Gu and Old Duck are missing. Old Gu and Old Duck, mentioned by the members, referred to Gloria and Aatrox, because the IDs of these two are too foreign and not easy to remember. The members gave them two other simple and easy to remember nicknames, Old Gu and Old Duck. However, Kale didn't think so. Isn't that normal? Maybe they landed at the same place, seeing snow all around. They couldn't help but have a snowball fight together? The members of the Avengers. Although it sounds a bit weird at first, it seems to be something they can do after careful consideration. What should we do now? What else can we do? Kale gave him a look that said, "What nonsense are you asking? Of course, we should explore nearby first. If we go too late, everything on the map will be marked by other players. In this Divine Domain event, players need to explore this new map and mark their findings on the player's personal game map at the same time. It should be noted that once something is marked on the map, other players cannot mark it again. For example, if player A discovers monster A on the new map and collects information and marks it, then player B or player C who discovers monster A after him cannot mark it on their own game map to calculate the score. It can be said that all the groups of players participating in this event are in competition with each other. The number of monsters and tasks in the new map is fixed. If you go too late, there may be nothing left. Anyway, this activity is based on groups, and the score is calculated in the same way. Even if the leader and his team are not lost but unfortunately die, it will not affect the overall score of the team. After listening to Kale's words, the team members who were hesitant about whether to find the leader and his team immediately changed their minds. The world is big, and the mission is the biggest. As for the leader and his team, go wherever you want. So, Gotham Brother, Gloria and Aatrox were abandoned by their teammates without knowing it. Just when the players of the Avengers Legion were busy exploring the new map to earn activity points, the three people on the other side had just landed. It was completely different from the place where most players landed. There was no snow-covered ice field where they landed, but another completely different scene. This is a dark forest. It was all black ink in sight. Whether it was the land, the forest in front of them, or the river behind them, even the sky was gray. It was as if the whole world had faded. Seeing this scene, Aatrox even thought that they had mistakenly entered a semi-finished map that the official had not yet built. Otherwise, why was there no color on the map in front of him? He was not the only one who had the same idea. Damn! Didn't they say that after crossing the magma, there would be a glacier and snowfield? Where is the glacier? Where is the snowfield? Why is there nothing? If this is the God's domain, then this new map is too perfunctory. Right? The official didn't even give it color. Hearing Gloria's crackling complaints beside him, Gotham Iron Man looked calm. What's the hurry? Maybe this is the official setting? For example, the coloring function of the model will be unlocked after completing a certain amount of exploration. Gloria and Aatrox. Damn! It makes sense. Sure enough, the leader is worthy of being the leader. And even the angle of thinking about problems is different from theirs. Just listen to Gotham's serious analysis. As for why it is not an ice field, It is also possible that we are lucky and triggered some hidden map. Hidden map? Hearing this, the two who were originally confused and dissatisfied with the scene in front of them suddenly froze. Yes, it seems that the current situation can only be explained by a hidden map. Thinking about it carefully, since landing, the three of them have not seen other players besides them. What does this mean? They must have entered the hidden map, although the official did not mention the hidden map in the introduction of this event. As veteran players of Desolate Star World, they know the official's nature too well. The planner likes to bury Easter eggs in the map and insert various hidden tasks, allowing players to explore and trigger them by themselves. Therefore, in every event, there will always be a few lucky people who trigger the side quests other than the main line of the event, and thus receive a lot of generous task rewards. It is precisely because of too many previous lessons that even though the map in front of them is completely different from the situation revealed by Wei Wubuka on the forum before, none of the three people doubted it. Instead, they felt that they had become the lucky one again and successfully triggered the hidden task. Thinking of this, Gloria and Aatrox changed their initial dissatisfaction and depression, and suddenly became happy. As a European emperor who can always trigger various hidden tasks, Gotham Brother is not surprised by this. He just made a calm face and told the two of them, "Okay, don't be happy yet. Let's take a look at the situation around us first." "Yes, Captain." As soon as the voice fell, a rustling sound suddenly came from the dark forest beside. It sounded like the cry of some kind of beast, and it was like the sound of birds flying through the woods. In just a moment, the player stopped laughing and looked up with a vigilant look. In the distance, above this gray and dark forest, countless tiny particles were moving rapidly in the air, as if an unknown storm was brewing. What is that? Looking at those particles, Gloria seemed to suddenly think of something. Her eyes widened. Is that the stuff that appeared on those mutant lizards during this year's lizard disaster? After his reminder, the others suddenly remembered those strange gray-black particles. I remember that a player seemed to have said on the forum before that these things seemed to have come out of the Gate of God. Thinking of this, the three of them widened their eyes. So there was a sequel to the plot at that time? Chapter 418 Danger. Damn it! Oh my god! Oh my god! 3 exclamations sounded on the shore at once. Nothing is more exciting than stumbling upon a hidden plot as soon as you enter a new map. If they were not too far away from the incident, Gloria would have rushed to the place where the gray-black particles gathered to find out. However, their leader, Brother Gotham, was much faster. He climbed up the tallest tree nearby without hesitation and began to look into the distance. Seeing this, the remaining two followed suit and climbed the tree. As the one with the highest perception attribute points among the three, and whose skills were also related to perception and reconnaissance, Aatrox immediately activated his skills to detect the distance. Skill, Eagle Eye activated. When a skill is triggered, the player's visual observation range can reach 36 kilometers. Even in high-speed flight at an altitude of several thousand meters, he can aim at the target as accurately as an eagle. When the second stage skill is triggered, the player's eyes can perceive the ultraviolet spectrum in the environment, and can more finely distinguish the subtle details in the environment. After the second stage skill is activated, the picture in front of you becomes extremely clear, just like turning on the 4K mode and wearing 3D glasses. Aatrox can even see the trajectory of the gray-black particles moving in the air very clearly. They don't seem to be flying from somewhere else, but suddenly appear from the center of the distant forest. This means that the truth they are looking for is likely to be hidden in that forest. Recalling the information provided by the Snail Noodle King on the forum before, it is possible that there will be an open door of God where these gray-black particles gather. Although these are just his wild ideas. In this game, some players' wild ideas may not be the truth. After staring at the group of particles moving in the air for a while, Aatrox said, "The target is about 10 kilometers east of us. In the absence of transportation, it will take us about 30 minutes to leave from here at the fastest." Looking at the gray-black particles hovering in the sky in the distance, Gotham narrowed his eyes. "Let's set off without delay." Just as the lone Avengers trio rushed towards the target, on the other side of the forest, another group of players had just struggled to get ashore from the dark river. The visitors were the special team composed of the Chinese Mysterious Incident Investigation Team led by Xiao Shang and experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Since entering the game, it was the first time for the experts to experience such a thrilling activity without doing logistics. Information technology expert Li Yuan Liang was scared. He had to jump into the fire pit from the beginning of entering the new map. Fortunately, I don't have a heart disease. Otherwise, I would be easily scared to death. Su Qinjin, a weapons expert on the side, nodded in agreement. No wonder when we were asked to fill in the form at the beginning, we were asked if we had a history of sudden illness such as heart disease. It turns out that they were waiting here. Academician Qian Defang, the oldest aircraft manufacturing expert, burst into laughter when he heard this. This was just a virtual cutscene that was extremely close to reality. And it was not like really jumping into a fire pit. Xiao Li and Xiao Su, neither of you can do it. Li Yuanliang was ashamed. You jumped with a parachute when you were young. How can we compare with you? That's what I mean. A hero never talks about his past achievements. That was many years ago. Ha ha ha. Hearing the big guys praising each other, Xiao Zhang was speechless. Although Mr. Qian looked calm, he actually had not participated in any exciting activities since he entered Wild Star World. In addition to working on aircraft research and development behind the scenes, he basically fished and farmed in the game. He treated Wild Star World as a real infrastructure management casual game. Right now, it was the first time to participate in such an exciting activity. Dean Qian was undoubtedly like Granny Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. Everything he saw was new. But once they were really in danger, I don't know if Dean Qian would really remain calm. Over there, Dean Qian, who was joking with his colleagues, suddenly seemed to notice something and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Didn't they say that after crossing the lava and fire, there would be a world of ice and snow? Why is there nothing here?" Hearing this, the others who had just recovered from their shock noticed the unusual surroundings. The scene in front of them was completely different from the description in the event introduction. After all, they were old players who had been immersed in the game for more than a year. Soon, some people realized what was going on. Maybe we triggered a special plot copy in the game? As soon as the voice fell, Dean Qian on the opposite side suddenly stopped smiling and pointed behind them and exclaimed, "Look! What is that?" Looking in the direction he pointed, I saw a huge gray-black whirlwind rolling and whistling in the air above the forest behind me, as if it was going to swallow up everything around it. No, not as if. The surrounding forest was indeed swallowed up. I saw that the gray-black whirlwind suddenly expanded, and then the entire forest began to dissipate bit by bit like a dissolved effervescent tablet. Seeing such a scene, the big guys panicked. What is going on? Even though Xiao Zhang, who often goes on missions in the game, was shocked by the situation in front of him. First, there is no mission prompt. And second, there is no plot warning. This is simply beyond his control. What is going on? As the gray whirlwind gets closer and closer, the surrounding trees are like the diffuse particle special effects when switching PPT, constantly dissolving and disappearing. Not only trees, there are also weeds and land around, and even insects on the ground. Everything in front of them is disappearing. At this moment, even if everyone has poor comprehension, they understand. If they don't leave here quickly, they will disappear like other things around them. No one wants to be killed by the plot as soon as they land on the new map. Run! Then Xiao Zhang shouted, "Everyone run in the opposite direction." As the commander-in-chief of this action team, no one questioned his order. So, a group of people followed his footsteps and ran away. Qian Defang hasn't run for a long time. Whether in real life or in the game, running has nothing to do with him. An old man who is about to enter his twilight years. After all, his life was exciting enough when he was young. Now that he is this old, he just wants to live a leisurely life of his own. But he never thought that because of work needs, he would work so hard even to play a casual game. Even though he knew that everything here was fake, and he was just wearing the skin of a game character, he still felt that all the nerves in his body were tense. This feeling was even more exciting than jumping into the fire pit just now. After all, there were more than just a few of them jumping into the fire pit at that time, and all the players participating in the event were present. What's more, they had already put on fireproof props according to official requirements at that time, so there should be no problems. But in the current situation, no one told them how to deal with it, and they could only dodge around in a panic. Is he still playing a casual game? This is obviously a survival game. The whirlwind behind him broke through a large area of black jungle, and disturbed and destroyed countless creatures in the forest while crossing the jungle. Birds, squirrels, wild cats and many unknown animals. If there are props for aerial photography, or players can fly in the air, they can see that the land under their feet is like a faded old mural, and the paint and patterns on it seem to be eroded by wind and sand. However, if you look closely, you can find that the eroded parts have all turned into gray-black particles, which are absorbed into the hurricane one by one, and then transformed into a sea of gray-black particles suspended in the sky. The eroded areas on the ground seem to be trapped in a vacuum. There is nothing there. It's like a white canvas, allowing people to sway their brushes and ink at will. It's a pity that the players are running for their lives at the moment, and have no time to observe these details. However, the Gotham trio who were stupidly rushing to the dangerous area in the distance noticed something wrong. In the distant sky, huge air currents were carrying countless gray-black particles as tiny as mosquitoes, wreaking havoc in this black forest. Countless creatures were wailing and fleeing everywhere, and just one look made people feel cold all over. The situation is not good. Or should we retreat first? Aatrox said. The high perception points on the data panel told him that if they did not leave here, they would probably encounter great danger. He felt that the situation in the God's domain was completely different from that on the deserted planet since he came in. If the dangers on the deserted planet were criminals, poisonous plants and animals, and giant carnivorous creatures everywhere, then the danger here lies in a kind of unpredictability. Many dangers come from the unknown. I don't know where the danger comes from, and I don't know what the danger is. Although this sentence sounds a bit metaphysical, it is the truth. It's like at this moment, not only is there a hurricane coming towards them above their heads, but there seems to be a pair of eyes in the dense forest in the distance secretly spying on them. Subconsciously, Aatrox took out the Gauss pistol hidden in the protective suit and fired a shot at the woods in front. Bang! The bullet of the magnetic capacitor burst out with blue-purple electric light from the muzzle and rushed straight to the dense forest in the distance. The thing in the woods seemed to sense the danger. The moment the bullet rushed towards it, a black shadow more than one person tall swooped out of the woods. It was a strange-looking beast. It was covered with long black hair, a mouth that was overhanging the sky, and sharp lower fangs that were like two scimitars pointing straight to the sky. At first glance, it looked very much like an orc in World of Warcraft. The only difference was that it was on all fours, and it looked more like a canine mammal. The moment they saw the monster in front of them, not only Aatrox who fired the gun, but even the well-informed Gotham himself couldn't help but shout, "Hack!" The monster seemed to have a premonition that the round creature in front of it would attack itself. And when Aatrox was about to fire the second shot, it had already pounced on him accurately. "Damn! Be careful!" Amid the panicked exclamations of his teammates, Aatrox quickly distanced the two. The teammates on the side were not idle either. Gloria picked up the sniper rifle and jumped onto the tree. Just as he pointed the gun at the monster under the tree, he saw the Gotham leader opposite him actually took out a small cloth bag. Before he could ask what the other party was doing, he saw the other party open the bag directly, and then poured the powder inside on the monster. "Gloria?" He was about to ask when his feet suddenly shook violently. Bang! The huge monster below suddenly rushed towards the tree trunk under his feet like crazy. It's not entirely correct to say it was a collision, because the action looked more like scratching an itch. However, due to the large tonnage of the monster, even if it was scratching an itch, the movement it made was extremely huge. Seeing this, Gloria didn't dare to stay on this tree any longer, so she jumped to the tree opposite. "Captain, what's going on?" "I sprinkled some itching powder on it," Gotham was thinking. He didn't expect this thing to be effective against creatures in the God's domain. Gloria, below, Aatrox, who was being chased by the monster, noticed the monster's unusual movement. So he quickly seized the opportunity created by his teammates and fired several rounds at the monster's body. The monster was focusing on scratching at this time. How could it care about the player's sneak attack in the dark? In addition, it was huge. Even if it tried to avoid it, it was still shot. Bang! Roar! With a gunshot, the monster wailed and fell to the ground, and the fur pierced by the bullet flowed out black blood. However, this bullet did not cause fatal damage to it. The next second, the monster howled in pain and rushed towards the initiator of the shooting. Looking at the other party's wide-open bloody mouth, Aatrox faintly smelled a foul odor. It didn't sound like bad breath, nor did it smell like rotten food, but more like sulfur, or something burnt. Without having time to think about what the smell was, Aatrox rolled to avoid the monster's attack. Using the cover of the tree trunks and grass beside him, he fired 2 more shots at the monster. After that, he grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and threw it directly into the monster's eyes. The monster's attack slowed down because the sand blinded her eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Gloria, who was hiding on the treetop, aimed her Gauss sniper rifle at the monster's head without hesitation, and then shot it in the head. Bang! Bang! The dark blood slowly flowed out from the hole on the top of the monster's head, soaking the gray-black ground. Then, A strange scene appeared. The land under my feet seemed to have life. And it actually absorbed the monster's black blood. What's even more outrageous is that the surrounding plants that had become crooked because of the previous battle were like goblins that had absorbed their essence. Suddenly, they became extremely energetic and lush. Witnessing such a weird scene, the three people exclaimed immediately, "It's really weird." However, despite being shocked, Gloria did not forget the spoils below. This hairy monster, more than 1 person tall, is a new monster in the God's Domain map at first glance. In Desolate Planet, in addition to infrastructure management and fighting, players also explore maps and collect biological illustrations, which is a common way to play. So far, many pictures of creatures in the official setting are provided by players. The exploration activities of this new map also include tasks to collect information on creatures in the Divine Domain. In addition, the activity points reward is quite a lot. Jumping down from the treetop, Gloria immediately opened the task panel and took a few photos of the monster corpse in front of her, and also recorded a video. And Aatrox on the side was not idle either. He plucked a few hairs from the corpse, and got some body tissues, and put them in several small bags and affixed corresponding labels. By the way, what is the name of this monster? Just when the teammates were busy on the side, Gotham suddenly asked, "If the official has not named it, can we name this new map monster ourselves?" Hearing this, Aatrox distracted himself and thought about it. "I think so. Gotham, this thing looks so much like the orcs in World of Warcraft. Why don't we call it a Warcraft monster?" Before Aatrox could speak, Gloria's eyes lit up. What a good name! Upon hearing this, Gotham's face flashed with a hint of satisfaction. "Right. I think this name is good too. Actor, can you two stop worrying about naming the monster?" After putting away the samples, Actor glanced helplessly at the gray hurricane that was speeding towards them in the distance. "We are still in danger." Chapter 419, The First Wave of Plot Killing. Seeing this, the two who were discussing what to name the new monsters immediately stopped joking. "We can't stay here for long." Aatrox looked around. His dark eyes suddenly lit up, and his fat body separated small tentacles and pointed to the dense forest in the distance that had not been affected by the hurricane. "Judging from the route of the whirlwind, it shouldn't go there. Let's go there to hide first." The other two did not object. After a simple repair, the three of them rushed towards the dense forest in the distance. Just as the trio was groping towards the dense forest, the investigation and research team led by Xiao Zhan on the other side also rushed in the same direction in a panic. Not long after, the two teams collided head-on. Suddenly, seeing a group of players jumping out in front of them, the three were stunned. Where is the special plot that was promised? How could so many players trigger it at the same time? For a moment, Gloria, who originally wanted to post a post to show off her luck after logging off, felt like someone had poured cold water on her. Suddenly, she felt that the special plot was like cabbage in the wholesale market, and it was no longer fragrant. Hearing this, Aatrox nodded in agreement. The investigation and research team did not take the special plot as seriously as these players. At the moment of crisis, they only considered one thing: how to escape from danger. Recognizing the familiar ID of the leading player at a glance, Xiao Zhan said, "In addition to the fireproof suit on your body, do you have any defensive props?" Glancing at the opposite side, Gotham quickly matched the IDs in front of him with the memories in his mind. Some of them had a cooperative relationship with his weapons workshop. Therefore, even if these people did not belong to the Avengers, Gotham did not treat them as outsiders. Seeing that Xiao Zhan took the lead in talking to him, Gotham did not deliberately be arrogant, and said bluntly, "No more. Only this one." "What's more?" Gotham paused and glanced at the forest that was gradually disappearing in the distance. According to the power of this hurricane, this is not a situation that can be passed by just 1 or 2 defensive props. This particle hurricane is obviously a plot kill. If they want to avoid it with a fireproof suit, then they think that the copy of this new activity is too easy. Hearing Gotham's answer, Xiao Zhan couldn't hide his disappointment. Originally, he thought that Gotham, a famous genius among the players, might be able to solve the current dilemma, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't seem to have a good solution. Before entering the God's Domain, the superiors had ordered them to collect as much information as possible from this world. Now they have been in the map for less than an hour. If they are killed by the plot so easily, not only will they be sorry for the task assigned to them by the organization, but they will also feel frustrated. Although they did not get the rigid requirements from their superiors, like Xiao Zhang and his team, These scientific research leaders headed by Qian Defang were unwilling to stop here because of the current dilemma. The God's domain is their only chance to peek into the secrets of heaven so far. Although the so-called secrets of heaven are not necessarily good things. Just like Solomon's jar. What is open may not be a huge fortune, but a terrible devil. But even so, they are still unwilling to miss this great opportunity easily. Just like humans will never stop exploring the world. Even if there are many difficulties on the road to exploring the truth. There are always people who overcome all difficulties and move forward. Everything has certain rules. If we can figure out the reasons for the emergence of these particle whirlwinds, the scope of influence, and the rules of the route of travel, we may be able to overcome the difficulties in front of us. Lin Kong, a meteorologist in the team, suddenly spoke. Hearing this, everyone looked at him. Old Lin, do you have an idea? It's not really an idea. I just suddenly noticed something. Perhaps it was a habit. The forest green slime in front of him stretched out its jelly-like tentacles and subconsciously wanted to push his glasses. However, soon, he realized that he was not a human now and was not wearing glasses. So he had to put them down. As one of the earliest scientific research experts to enter the game, Lin Kang's presence has always been low, compared to the experts in weapons and aircraft who can show their talents in the world of Wasteland, or the experts in agriculture, biology, machinery, electronic information, physics and other fields with high application. All he can do is observe the climate of Wasteland. But the NPC in the game has long summarized a set of meteorological observation methods of his own. And he is not very useful. It is for this reason that he has been sitting on the bench for a long time in the game. However, he does not care too much about it, and only plays Wasteland World as an ordinary casual game. It was not until this God's Domain event that his expertise was put to good use again. After all, according to the information provided by a player who had arrived in the God's Domain before, the environment here is very bad. It is precisely because of this that he, a meteorological expert, needs to join. After arriving in the God's Domain, although he was surprised that the environment in front of him was different from the information he had obtained before, he did not forget his duties. Just now when I was running away, I secretly observed the particle whirlwind. It was found that its radiation range was about 1 kilometer in diameter, and the route was a straight line, not as winding as in real life. Although we don't know what caused this situation, we can indeed avoid hurricanes by following this rule. Moreover, since it is a plot arranged by the game, this thing can't keep blowing like this. It may stop at a certain time. Upon hearing this, the people who were still worried about what to do next slowly breathed a sigh of relief. According to Lin Kong, everyone avoided the path of the hurricane and lived in a corner of the forest. After that, about half an hour passed. The particle hurricane that hovered over the Black Forest gradually dissipated in the wind, like melting ice and snow. The forest returned to its initial silence. Aatrox climbed up the tallest tree nearby and looked around, and then found an amazing scene. The forest that was previously swept by the particle whirlwind seemed to have a self-healing function, and began to grow new things continuously. It's like someone is starting to paint a new pattern on the originally blank canvas. The originally empty area began to show land, trees and creatures. The only difference is that the location and appearance of their growth seem to be slightly different from before. It's like someone has changed it again. In fact, not only Aatrox with high perception points, but also many people in the opposite investigation and research team noticed this. After all, whether it is an intelligence department investigator like Xiao Zhang or a scientific research expert like Lin Kong Qian Defang, their profession itself requires them to have excellent enough observation skills. Otherwise, how to investigate the case? How to observe and record the experimental results? This forest has indeed undergone unusual changes. Although these changes are very subtle, if you don't climb up to a high place and take a closer look in the woods, you won't notice them at all. But who makes players/investigators/scientists best at observation and finding clues? So this look really found a lot of problems. For example, the tree in the southeast corner that looks like a human head now looks more like a bird's head. And the narrow stream in the distance that is like a snake is now much wider than when it was first seen. And the mountain in the northwest seems to have become more majestic. This map can actually change, Aatrox exclaimed, although he had not played WildStar World as long as the leader Gotham. It was not short. This was the first time he encountered a game map that would change. Recalling the new map provided by the mighty brother on the forum, he suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the so-called ice and snow world is just one of the countless changes in the map of the God's Domain? Thinking of this, He quickly told his thoughts to others. Hearing this, the faces of the people on the opposite side were different. Xiao Qingshuang, a physicist in the investigation and research team, narrowed his eyes. The environment in the god's domain will change in 1,000 ways. Particles. Suddenly, he felt like he had grasped something but also like he had grasped nothing. Only Gotham and Gloria, who stood in the player's perspective, did not see the big picture like this big guy. After listening to Aatrox's analysis, they just cursed together. This time, the dog planner directly raised the difficulty of the activity map from the previous difficult mode to the HL mode. Even if there are some people on the forum who occasionally complain that the planner has run out of ideas and can't come up with new things, there is no need for the bad planner to prove it in this way. Right? They haven't even figured out a map yet. And now they are told that the map of the god's domain may change. Isn't this a scam? At this time, Xiao Ming, who was secretly cursed by the players, couldn't help but sneeze. In fact, even the bad planner himself didn't know that the situation in the god's domain would be like this. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar error prompt of the summoner in front of him, he narrowed his eyes. The slime summoner is detected to be in an abnormal connection state. Triggering error 08. Player ID Gotham Iron Man. Aatrox. Gloria. The login permissions are temporarily locked and can only be unlocked after verification. Please ask the administrator of the slime nest to find out the cause as soon as possible and fill in the error report. After the error is corrected, the system will make additional compensation. Compensation: 1,000 slime evolution balls. Unlike the last error 07, this time the player did not become an abnormal slime summon, but an abnormal connection state. What's even more strange is that among the players who entered the god's domain, only the dozen or so people on the list triggered error 08. The rest of the people either did not trigger the error report or triggered error 07, like the mighty brother at the beginning. Although both triggered the error report, Xiao Ming instinctively felt that there was a big difference between the two. One was an abnormal connection state, and the other was an abnormal slime summon. Staring at the two error reports in front of him for a long time, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. Could it be that one was a signal problem? The other was a problem with the player himself? In order to verify his guess, Xiao Ming turned on the monitoring system. The situation encountered by those players who reported error 07 was exactly the same as that of the mighty brother at that time. I saw countless strange red dots appearing in the holographic coordinate map in front of me. Their location is not anywhere on the future galaxy world map, but is above this world coordinate map, on the top layer of the holographic coordinate map in front of him. On the light film with orange and ice blue overlapping, those abnormal red dots are located in various places on the blue film. Click on one of the red dots, and a rectangular video frame pops up in front of him. In the snowy picture, a player's body, like the mighty and indomitable at that time, appeared in a virtual state. It was like the rocks eroded by the wind turned into sand and dust. And it was like the dynamic effect of particles gathering and dispersing. In short, his body was disappearing. Xiao Ming clicked on several other red dots in succession. And the situation of those players was the same. They were assimilated by this world and turned into a pile of microscopic particles. Then, snowflakes appeared on the originally clear monitoring screen. Then, the screen went black. The monitoring connected to these players was completely disconnected. Once is unfamiliar. Second is familiar, knowing that this is a sign of the player slime's death. So Xiao Ming is not worried. Anyway, they will be heroes again in 2 days. But the newly appeared error 08 this time. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming clicked on the surveillance of another group of players. After that, he saw a completely different scene from before. No snow. There was only a dark forest in front of him. This world is like a black and white sketch, with no color decoration except black, white and gray, which is extremely weird. Seeing this, Xiao Ming was thoughtful. Is this the reason for triggering error 08? Because they entered another spatial plane of the god's domain. The signal connection was not smooth, causing the slime summoned body to be in an abnormal connection state. But error 07 also occurred in another world. Why didn't the same error signal appear there? Could it be that there were other reasons for the poor signal connection? Just when Xiao Ming was secretly guessing here, the players who had just experienced the first wave of plot killings on the other side also returned to the forum. Sheep Village Fiangyang, damn! I just encountered that tentacle monster, and I haven't started to fight it yet. And a blizzard blew. Then I thought about finding a place to hide. But it prompted me that I had died and logged off. This is too much of a rip-off. You made a mistake straight. How could I be a rip-off? At least you saw the monster. We didn't see anything but snow after we landed. This is clearly Sangre, that's right. We were still looking for the way. But we died inexplicably. Even if it was a plot kill. At least give a reason. Ultraman of Light, squinting, the reason is that you will die in a blizzard. This is clearly Sangre, I'm so proud. Ultraman. You even came down? Ultraman of Light, don't mention it. It's all tears. Smiling and waving. Sheep Village Fiangyang, I didn't expect it. Even a big guy like Ultraman was killed by the plot. Brick-carrying boy, I really didn't expect it. We no longer doubt that you are an undercover plan by the official. Ultraman of Light, shame, I'm not good at all. Compared to the calmness of the old players. Some new players, who have just entered the game, and have not yet adapted to the withdrawal reaction suddenly became uneasy. If they are not sick, they will go crazy, knocking on the door, Dog Planner. Come out! If you have the ability to kill the plot, you have the ability to revive us. Drunkard Lao Lu, it's only been 2 minutes, and I can't stand it. I have to endure it for 2 days? Pearl Chris Bobo, Planner. Please be a human being. Cream Frosting, woo 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 woo, I want to play the game. However, no matter how these players roll around on the forum, the death OB is still not lifted. On the other hand, the players who triggered error 08 are unaware of this. Because at this time, they suddenly found that they could not log off. Chapter 420 Conjecture about the Divine Domain. Gloria was the first to discover this. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, he wanted to log off to have a meal first, and then go to the forum to check the situation. He wanted to see if Aatrox's conjecture was correct. Did they trigger the hidden map? Or was the map of the divine domain itself unpredictable? But he never thought that when he tried to log off, an error message popped up in front of him saying that the account was locked due to abnormal connection. Recalling the situation that Mighty and Unyielding encountered when it was stuck in the divine domain, he immediately asked Gotham and Aatrox to try if he could still log off normally. The result was exactly the same as his. Not only the three of them, but also the team of Xiao Zhang next door. Everyone present could not log off. Faced with such a strange phenomenon, a group of people were suddenly unable to log off, although they had seen other players stuck in bugs in the past. This was the first time they encountered such a thing. The new map had a bug on the first day of its launch. What on earth did the official do? Didn't the bug in the previous game have already been fixed? Because she couldn't log off for lunch. Gloria, who was starving, couldn't help but complain wildly. However, no one could answer such a question. However, compared to the impatient young people, the older experts in the next group were relatively calm. This means that we can't log off before the official fixes the program error. Right? I think so. Li Yuanliang hesitated. Qian Defang nodded in understanding. Then wait. Anyway, they didn't plan to log off so early. Seeing the expert's steady appearance, Xiao Zhang and other investigators, who were originally a little anxious, gradually calmed down. Now that so many players have encountered bugs, the official must have received the error report. In this case, what are they still worried about? Even if it is a bug, it will be fixed sooner or later. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhang calmed down immediately. Okay, let's continue. On the side, the trio who were eavesdropping were stunned when they heard the words. Continue? Continue what? Just when they were confused, they heard Xiao Zhang say, Everyone, please tell us your ideas now. Anything is fine. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Wendan, who specializes in studying folk culture around the world, spoke first. Don't you think that some of the settings in the god's domain are a bit similar to Norse mythology? Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their attention to him. Norse mythology? Seeing that they seemed to be unfamiliar with Norse mythology, Lu Wendan simply explained. Norse mythology is also known as Norwegian mythology, and it has its own independent worldview system. The worldview of the Marvel series of movies is actually based on the cosmology of Norse mythology. Hearing this, Gotham blinked in surprise. Although he also watched Marvel movies, he had never carefully studied the worldview of Marvel movies. Seeing that someone was popularizing science, he immediately squatted over curiously to listen. Seeing the leader approaching, Gloria and Aatrox followed closely. No one in the investigation team cared about the sudden appearance of 3 pairs of ears. After all, Professor Lu is just disseminating cultural knowledge, and he can't leak any important secrets. Moreover, with the SHL of the game, even if they analyze the divine realm in front of these players, the other party will not connect what they say with the real world of higher dimensions. Then Lu Wenban cleared his throat and said, In Norse mythology, there are 9 worlds in total. which are divided into 3 layers, all connected and supported by the World Tree. The top layer is the kingdom of God Asgard, and the kingdom of elves Alfheim. The middle layer is the courtyard Midgard, which is the so-called human world. To the west of it is the fairyland Vanaheim, where the Vanir gods live. To the east is the giant country Jotunheim. After that is the dwarf country Svartalfheim in the lower layer, and the dead country Helheim at the bottom of the World Tree, which is the so-called underworld. Wait. Hearing this, Gloria couldn't help asking, isn't it 9 realms? The ones just mentioned only add up to 7. Professor Liu did not show dissatisfaction when he was suddenly interrupted, but explained gently, don't be impatient. The other 2 places are special. I will talk about them next. Hearing this, Gloria touched her bald head awkwardly. Oh. Please continue. Liu Wenbin continued. In Norse mythology, before the world was born, there was no heaven and earth, no life, only endless void and chaos. And this empty space is called the Kinlunga Chasm. To the north of the Kinlunga Chasm is Nibelheim, the land of mist. To the south is Muspelheim, the land of fire. These 2 places are the original worlds that existed before all creatures and the world were born. The land of mist in the north is a cold and dark world covered by thick fog, snow and ice all year round. There is a spring called Hergelmer there. That is the first spring in the world, and all rivers are born from it. 12 rivers named Iceways extend from the Hergelmer spring, one of which is named Ike, which is extremely poisonous. The Ike River formed a glacier after it moved away from its source, and the glacier moved southward and extended to the Kinlunga Divide, affected by the flames of the southern fire country. These glaciers melted into water droplets, and Ymir, the ancestor of the giants, was born from the water droplets. In addition to the birth of the ancestor of the giants, the water droplets also gave birth to a cow named Odinbrå. The ancestor of the giants survived on the milk of the cow, and the cow fed on the salt grains on the ice. Under the licking of the cow, the ancestor of the gods, Beli, was born in the ice. After that, Beli gave birth to Bauer. Bauer later gave birth to the 3 brothers Odin, Willy and Vi with the giantess Bestra. Because the giants and the gods were not in harmony, the 2 sides went to war, and Ymir, the ancestor of the giants, was killed by the gods. After the giants were defeated, they fled to Jotunheim and established the giant kingdom. From this, the frost giants were born, and they always hated the gods. The gods on the other side took the body of Ymir, the ancestor of the giants, and arranged the sky, the earth, the sea, the mountains, and the trees. The maggots born from the decay of Ymir's body later became the light elves and the dark elves. Odin used the blood of the giant Brimir and the limbs of Brynn to create the dwarfs, and ordered 4 dwarfs with strange powers to support the 4 corners of the sky. And Ymir's eyebrows were later used as the wall surrounding the human world Midgard. Later, Odin went to the land of fire Muspelheim to capture sparks and turn them into the sun, moon and stars, and establish the laws of the 4 seasons. After that, the gods created mortals. Odin gave humans life and soul. His brother Willy gave reason and action, and Way gave emotions, language and appearance. And the man Ask and the woman Embla, who were created, were the ancestors of the first generation of humans. This is the world structure and creation process of Norse mythology. After listening to Liu Wenbin's long list of popular science, Gloria was a little dizzy. Apart from anything else, so many foreign names of people and places took him a long time to remember. So after listening to the whole content, he still didn't know which one was which. Although Gotham couldn't remember these foreign names, he could understand the story more or less. But I still don't understand how this is similar to Norse mythology. Gloria on the side also said, me too. Not only these 2, but also many people in the research team were confused. Liu Wenbin said, don't you think that the magma sea of fire behind the Gate of God and the ice and snow world that the players posted on the forum before are very similar to the Fire Kingdom Muspelheim and the Fog Kingdom Nibelheim? After his reminder, some people who were confused before suddenly reacted. It is indeed a bit similar. Maybe it's just a coincidence. After all, there are many film and television works with the setting of ice and fire. Actor retorted. But there are not many cases where the world of ice and fire is adjacent. Liu Wenbin said, but in Norse mythology, these 2 places are connected to the Kinlunga Chasm. Think back. The process of entering the magma from the Gate of God, and then transitioning from the magma to the glacial water on the shore. Isn't it like the route from the Fire Kingdom to the Kinlunga Chasm, and then to the Fog Kingdom? Hearing this, the scene was suddenly silent. It seems, it is a bit similar. But We are in the Black Forest now. Not in the ice and snow world. Lu Wenbin laughed when he heard Gloria's sudden argument. That's because we may be in Helheim now. That is, the land of the dead. The so-called underworld. Looking at the surprised eyes of the crowd, Lu Wenbin explained, I forgot to say it just now. Although folk legends generally believe that the underworld is at the bottom of the world tree, sometimes the research community also believes that the underworld is located inside the foggy country. Because the environments of these two places are very similar. Both are very cold and dark. If the setting of the gods' domain really refers to Norse mythology, then we may not be far away from the so-called ice and snow world now. It's just that something went wrong when we landed, which caused our current geographical location to shift. After Lu Wenbin's analysis, some previously incomprehensible places instantly had a reasonable explanation. Li Yuanliang thought for a while and said, so what you mean is, there are really 9 worlds in the gods' domain? Lu Wenbin shook his head. No. I just guessed that the official may have referred to Norse mythology when designing the gods' domain. I'm not sure if the maps are exactly the same. It is definitely impossible to make it exactly the same. Gotham Iron Man said, if it is really the same, then why is this game called Desolate Planet World? Just call it Norse mythology. After all, this is a game with an interstellar background. Even if the official really refers to Norse mythology, it is impossible to change from materialism to idealism all of a sudden. Everyone agreed after hearing this. Then I heard Gotham continue, maybe this time's God's domain map does refer to some of the settings of Norse mythology. But there are still many differences from mythology. For example, the gray-black whirlwind that just blew over the forest, and the tentacle monsters that we took pictures of in the ice and snow world before. They all seem to be made of particles. So let's make a bold guess. Could God's domain actually be a world made up of pure particles? As soon as this was said, the scene suddenly became quiet. Perhaps because he is not a professional in the field. Or perhaps because he is immersed in a lot of film, television, literature and game works. Gotham's thinking is not restricted at all, compared with the professionals in front of him. His imagination is beyond the Milky Way. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but glance at the fluorescent green slime in front of him. He thought, no wonder this guy can always come up with all kinds of weird inventions. Guided by his thoughts, several experts in related professions present thought about the possibility of this matter without saying a word. However, Gotham's imagination does not seem to stop there. Of course, this is just one of the possibilities. He continued to guess. The second possibility is that the world of God's domain is actually a virtual world composed of some kind of program. Under the setting of the program, it will be windy and snowy at a certain time. For example, at a certain time, its appearance will change. In addition, there is a third possibility. Speaking of this, Gotham deliberately paused for a moment, looking at the players around him, who were all looking forward to his next words. He couldn't hide his complacent look on his fluorescent green face. It feels so good to be noticed by others. Seeing that Gotham was slow to speak, Xiao Zhang became anxious and asked, what is the third possibility? Not only Xiao Zhang, but also his 2 team members could not help but speak eagerly at this moment. Captain, please speak quickly. Don't keep us in suspense. As if he had done enough with Joe, Gotham stopped suspense. Then he cleared his throat and said, the third possibility is that the world we live in is also part of the God's domain. As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent again. Everyone turned their eyes to Gotham. Being stared at like this, Gotham became more excited and began to talk about his own views. It is not accurate to say that it is part of the God's domain. To be more precise, the world of the barren star we live in, that is, the world of the future galaxy, may itself be part of the entire 9-world system. According to the Norse mythology mentioned by Professor Lu just now, the 9 worlds are all attached to the world tree, and the world where humans live is located above the underworld. The land of fire, the land of mist, and the gap. Now we have the underworld, the land of mist and the land of fire. So where is the human world? The answer is obvious. The future galaxy we are in is the human world. In mythology, Odin used the eyebrows of the giant ancestor as a wall to enclose the human world. This means that the human world may not be common to the lower world or even other worlds around it. To reach other worlds, you may need to use a certain medium. This is somewhat similar to the situation when we enter the God's domain. If the official setting is really the third case, then I will boldly guess that this may not be the real God's domain. To reach the kingdom of God, we can only go in the opposite direction of the gate of God. Gotham didn't know how much impact his inference had on the hearts of the people in front of him. Looking at the surprised eyes of other players around him, he coughed and smiled with a reserved look. Of course, the above is just my personal opinion. It may not be correct, so you can just listen to it for fun. And all the inferences I said are based on the premise that the official has indeed copied the world system of Norse mythology. If the authorities did not follow suit, then this third scenario would not have any reference value. After hearing this, the experts of the investigation and research team fell silent again. It is not important whether the future galaxy world is the human world of the atrium in Norse mythology. What is important is what role the extraterrestrial civilization that establishes communication with them plays. Could it be that the other party wants to use this game activity to send a signal to the Earth, telling them that the world where the Earth is actually as God's? Chapter 421 Clues. Such an idea is too incredible. From childhood to adulthood, each of them has received materialistic education. Even if they later learned that there are other civilizations in this universe besides theirs, they were not as surprised as they are now. After all, the universe is so vast that the Earth cannot be the only planet with life. The appearance of the fifth kind of contact is unexpected but reasonable. But alien civilization is one thing, and gods are another. Although these are beyond their cognition, there is an essential difference between the two. The former can still be explained by science, but the latter completely subverts their previous cognitive system. If such speculation becomes a reality, then they don't know how to face it at all. However, compared to whether there are gods in this world, they want to know the real purpose of these extraterrestrial civilizations. Why do they do this? Not only this divine domain activity, but also the reason why the other party took great pains to create the game. Desolate Star World. On Earth, they still haven't been able to fully understand it until now. If it is to establish a friendly communication bridge with the Earth, then they don't need to go around so much. If they say they are going to invade the Earth, it seems that their attitude is not like that. Rather than taking their time to invade the Earth, they are more like using the game as an observation point to observe the humans on Earth. If so, then the previous question makes sense. Perhaps this desolate planet world is a game based on the real world where those extraterrestrial civilizations live. Through this game, they can clearly observe the reactions of these Earth players, observe their attitudes towards alien civilizations, and some things. It's just that there is one thing they don't quite understand. Why is it the gods? So far, there have been two activities related to another world, such as the God's domain and the Gate of God. In the game, this is very abnormal. Why does a game with an interstellar background have a slightly out-of-place setting like the gods? If it is a game developed by the Earthlings themselves, they would not find it strange no matter what the theme is. But this is a game made by aliens for Earthlings to play. Then they have to doubt the other party's true intentions. Could it be that the gods are closely related to the Earth? Or is it inextricably linked to the true identity of extraterrestrial civilizations? Thinking of this, a terrifying answer suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. Perhaps those extraterrestrial civilizations are not aliens as they thought, but gods from another dimension. Realizing this possibility, the entire investigation team became more and more frightened. This is much more terrifying than the possibility of gods in this world. When Xiao Zhang thought that the alien who had communicated with them before suddenly turned into a god, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But is this really possible? He would rather believe that the designer behind Wild Star World is an alien than a so-called god. After the shock, Xiao Zhang slowly calmed down. This was just Gotham's own wild imagination. There is no absolute evidence to prove that this must be true. There is no need for them to scare themselves at the moment, no matter how thick-skinned they are. The Avengers trio also noticed that the atmosphere was not right at this time. Gotham was even more puzzled. He had only done some background reasoning about the game plot. Are these people so serious? They all looked like the sky had fallen. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Gotham suddenly noticed something strange. Except for Professor Liu, the IDs of these players are basically in the style of "I wish you peace" that middle-aged and elderly people like to use. Thinking of this, Gotham suddenly had an incredible guess. Could these people really be scientific research experts sent by some country? However, the moment he had this idea, he quickly extinguished it. How could this be possible? Those experts are not idle people like them. They must be busy contributing to the country every day. How can they have time to play games? Thinking of this, Gotham instantly felt that he must have thought too much. The reason why these people chose such IDs may be the same as those players who use dirty talk as their game IDs. Just because they simply think it's interesting. After observing for a while, seeing that no one spoke, Gotham asked, "What should we do next?" Although this sounded like changing the subject and easing the atmosphere, it was actually the problem they needed to face at the moment. There was a bug in the game, and they couldn't log off now. This means that they can't get information and effective help from other players in the forum offline, and can only rely on their own strength to continue in the game. Since the Gate of God is only open once in this event, players have lost the chance to revive, and can only play with one life to the end. But looking at the entire server, there are only a few big weird guys, who can play with one life to the end. How can ordinary players have that ability? As soon as they entered the map, they encountered such a weird particle whirlwind, from which they can draw a conclusion. This event is much more dangerous than before. At present, they haven't even figured out the operating rules here, and they are asked to play with one life until the end of the event. This is simply asking people to do it. Thinking of this, Gotham couldn't help cursing in his heart. Upgrading the map difficulty is fine, but also upgrading the gameplay difficulty. The planner is so bad, but no matter how much you curse, you still have to continue playing the game. The task given for this event is to explore the God's domain and collect map information. But with the experience of playing games in the past, Gotham feels that the actual task should be far more than that. Exploring the map plot has always been an important gameplay of WildStar World. Therefore, players will definitely trigger hidden plots related to the background of the God's domain in the process of exploring the map. If they can figure out the secrets of the God's domain, they can get rich game rewards. Although as a T0 player in the game, he is no longer short of money and equipment, and he can even produce equipment and props to sell to other players. But who can complain about having too little money? What's more, the game rewards include not only those equipment, slime coins and contribution points, but also title achievements and so on. If he can be the first to unlock the secret of the God's domain, then he can show off again? Not to mention that this activity is so difficult, it must be more fulfilling to show off. Thinking of this, Gotham, who was still madly cursing the dog planner for being inhumane, was relieved immediately. On the side, the people in the investigation and research team were not as optimistic as Gotham. After what happened just now, they just felt that the whole person was not very good. As a firm materialist and a professional scientific researcher, his worldview was overturned in just a few minutes. Such a blow is as shocking as Yang Dongyan. The three-body problem. Discovering that his mother Yi Wenjie was the leader of ETO and killed his biological father. Let's leave here first. Seeing that the experts did not speak, Xiao Zhang took the initiative to take over Gotham's words. I'm afraid that those particle hurricanes will appear again later. This proposal was also unanimously agreed by others around. But, where are we going? Everyone paused when they heard Gloria's question. Indeed, this is a big problem. They don't know where the safe place is, and they don't know the way. After all, after the hurricane's ravages, the surrounding environment has changed a lot. If you walk in the forest casually, it's like a headless fly running around, and you may encounter other unknown dangers. By then, I'm afraid that the mission will not be completed, and the person will have died. Of course, it's the source of the hurricane. Suddenly, Gotham's voice was heard, and everyone looked over in confusion. Then I heard Gotham's calm explanation. According to the normal game routine, clues are usually placed in the most conspicuous place. And since entering the map, the only unusual thing we encountered was the hurricane. This shows that the source of the hurricane is likely to hide the key to pass the level. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. As the saying goes, good and bad are interdependent. Just like antidotes usually grow near poisons. The easiest way to pass the game besides solving puzzles is to fight. But now, the answer is clearly in front of them. But they are still at a loss. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but feel ashamed. It seems that he has to learn to change his thinking. This is a game, not a wilderness survival training. You can't think about problems with your usual thinking. After a self-education, Xiao Zhang looked at Gotham, but now the surrounding environment has basically changed, and we haven't left any marks. How can we find the source of the hurricane? You don't necessarily need eyes to find things. The fluorescent green slime in front of him suddenly grinned and revealed a crescent-like arc. Don't forget that we are slimes now, and the perception attributes on the data panel are not for show. As soon as this was said, not only Xiao Zhang, but also other investigators in the same group, opened their eyes wide. How could they forget this? Even if they don't recognize the road, they can judge where there is danger with the perception points on the data panel. With a previous perception of the particle hurricane, They can also capture a similar breath in this forest. Finding the source of the hurricane is not a problem at all. Realizing this, all the players with high perception attributes on the scene mobilized their perception abilities and began to sense the forest under their feet. It was like a spider spinning silk to weave a web, or like an anemone extending its tentacles to sense the surrounding water flow. In his mind, the image of this forest gradually became three-dimensional from the initial single dark image. The rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves, the sound of unknown herbivores moving in the bushes, and the snoring of sleeping monsters. Everything happening in the forest became extremely clear as the perception network continued to expand. Finally, the players caught a familiar breath. The location was in the center of the forest, to the north of where they were now. In just a moment, the players opened their eyes together. Everyone pointed in the same direction at the same time. Go this way. Chapter 422, the third map. Just as the group of people headed towards the center of the forest, another group of lucky players in the game who did not trigger any error reports came to a world completely different from the ice and snow world and the dark forest. Before crossing the gate of God, Wu Songdao Lao, who had already prepared to experience the two worlds of ice and fire in the new map. But he never thought that when he jumped into the dazzling orange light with full armor and fireproof equipment, everything changed. The scorching flames and magma disappeared. The expected ice and snow did not appear. Instead, there was a rocky cliff. The lack of vegetation on the surface made it look very desolate. At first glance, it looked a bit like Dragonstone in Game of Thrones. The only difference is that there are neither dragons nor seawater here. Only towering cliffs and endless wastelands in the distance. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wu Songdao Lao, who was stunned. It is really hard to imagine that the god's domain would be so desolate. It is so different from what he expected. Is this really the god's domain? Where is the ice field? Where is the tentacle monster? Why is there nothing? A loud scream suddenly came from behind. Following the sound, I saw several slimes of different colors gathered together, staring at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open, like black beans in disbelief. Seeing this, Wu Song beat the tiger and smiled knowingly. It seems that he is not the only one who wants to complain. This god's domain is too different from the information circulated on the forum before, which makes people wonder whether the planners secretly changed the new map because of the material running. Unless such a design itself is linked to the background story of the map. It is hard to imagine that God would live in such a place where birds don't shit, dogs don't lay eggs, and turtles don't go to the shore. Don't worry. The Snail Noodle King comforted his confused teammates beside him. Maybe it's the activity plot arrangement. Of course, it may be that we are lucky enough to trigger some hidden plot. Hearing this, the teammates who were still madly complaining about the environment of the God realm shut up immediately. The doubts and disdain in their eyes instantly turned into uncontrollable surprise. That's right. In the world of Wild Star, there is no rule to trigger the hidden plot, whether it is European or non-African. Therefore, no one doubted the captain's words. However, despite the excitement, the player's rationality was still online. Zheng said, whether it is a hidden plot or not, let's go and explore the situation nearby first. When you come to a strange place, the first thing is to make sure whether the location is safe and whether there are other threats around. The Snail Noodle King nodded and was about to speak. But suddenly he glanced at Wu Song fighting the tiger and others in the distance. And he couldn't help but feel surprised for a while. It's not that he wondered why the other party was here, but why he met so few players. Obviously, so many players participated in this event to save their lives. But now there is only this group of people in front of him. Of course, it may also be that the map in the God realm is too large, and all the players who came in were scattered. After figuring this out, he skipped over with his teammates, since the other party had also run the map in Storm City before. Wu Song fighting the tiger was not unfamiliar to the group of people in the Snail Noodle team. When he saw the newcomer, he took the initiative to greet him. After a simple greeting, the soldier 1.5 meters tall spoke first. Do you want to join us? Although the official announcement did not mention too much about the situation in the God's domain in the previous event announcement, judging from the limited information provided by the mighty and indomitable, there are dangers everywhere. It is much safer to act in a group in such a place than to fight alone. No one wants to die on the first day of the event. After all, the gate of God is only open once. And once you die, you can never come in again. Therefore, the Snail Noodle King took the olive branch that the soldier 1.5 meters tall offered without hesitation. Let's go together. It's better to have more people to take care of each other. The two teams hit it off, and soon formed a temporary action team. Looking around the surrounding rocky cliffs, Lu Huishao squinted his eyes, not knowing where this place was. Why, there was nothing but stones. On the side, Huang Daxian took over the conversation. Although I don't know where this place is, I always feel that it looks a little familiar. Hearing this, everyone looked over in confusion. Have you been here? No. It just feels like this place is very similar to a game I played before. Huang Daxian paused and said, I wonder if you have played God of War, Ragnarok. I always feel that the environment here is a bit like the giant country of Jotunheim in it. Although it can't be said to be exactly the same. The environment there is also as barren and full of stones as here. Because other players had not played the game. They didn't have much feeling after listening to Huang Daxian's words. It only comes down to, maybe the planner borrowed from that game? Maybe? Huang Daxian paused. But that game was made based on Norse mythology. I don't know if the world of gods domain this time is also related to Norse mythology. Hearing this, the 1.5-meter tall soldier was thoughtful. This is an idea. But we can discuss these things later. The 1.5-meter tall soldier paused, looking at the abyss under his feet. Let's go down from here first. The player is now on an uneven stone platform surrounded by cliffs. There is only a rugged and narrow path on the side of the stone platform that is close to the cliff and leads to the bottom of the cliff. If this were put in real life, let alone going down the mountain, even looking down would make you dizzy. But this is a game after all. For the players who are now slimes, such cliffs do not pose any threat to them at all. As long as they want, they can even climb down the vertical steep cliff, although they are not afraid of the environment in front of them. This is indeed not a good place for conversation. So Huang Daxian did not continue to talk. The group then slowly went down the mountain along the narrow path beside the cliff. Half an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the bottom of the stone mountain. Looking up from the bottom of the mountain, the towering cliffs on both sides are like knives and axes, which makes people feel scared. However, compared with the surrounding natural environment, what is more shocking is the huge stone fortress on the distant mountain wall. Previously, because of its location, the stone fortress had been hidden by the stone mountain under their feet. It was not until they came down from the stone mountain that the players noticed the huge stone fortress built on the cliff and the stone village surrounding it. Unlike ordinary villages, these stone houses are obviously much larger than ordinary houses. It's as if these houses are not for people to live in, but for giants to live in. Soon, the players' thoughts were confirmed, because they saw countless tall gray-skinned humanoid creatures wandering back and forth between the village and the stone fortress. Seeing such a scene, the players all said, "Wow! What is that? Giant?" Huang Daxian was stunned for a moment, and then showed a smug look as if I said what I said before. In addition to being shocked, Lu Huishao reacted instantly and asked, "Wait, this new map is not really based on some Norse mythology as you said?" Huang Daxian shook his head and said it was hard to say. After all, even giants appeared. At this point, he was thoughtful. If the Norse mythology was really referenced, then there must be another 8 completely different areas in the divine domain. After all, the 9 realms is the most important worldview that constitutes the Norse mythology. 9 realms? It is the 9 worlds that constitute the Norse mythology. They are the kingdom of God, the human realm, the underworld, the elf kingdom, the dwarf kingdom, the giant kingdom, the mist kingdom, the fire kingdom, and the fairyland Vanaheim, where the Vanir gods live. Huang Daxian simply explained, the place where we are now is probably the country of giants. Jotunheim. Of course, it may also be a map with similar settings based on Jotunheim. Hearing this, Lu Huishao nodded suddenly. So, do we just need to follow the plot setting of Norse mythology? Not necessarily. After all, we don't know whether the planner completely copied the Norse mythology or just used it as a reference. Huang Daxian paused. But when it comes to the giant country Jotunheim, I suddenly remembered something. There is Mimir Spring in Jotunheim, which is one of the 3 springs that existed at the beginning of the creation of the world in Norse mythology. Seeing that the other players around him were all looking at him with confusion, Huang Daxian continued to explain. According to legend, the 9 realms are supported by a huge world tree. This tree has 3 thick roots, which draw energy from these 3 springs. The first spring is called Erd Spring, located in Asgard, the kingdom of God. Odin, the father of the gods, leads the Aesir to hold meetings at this spring every day. It is said that Erd Spring has the ability to purify all evil, and the 3 goddesses of fate live next to this spring. They are the daughters of the time giant Norvi. They are in charge of the past, present, and future respectively. The second spring is called Hergelmer. It is located in Nibelheim, the underworld. It is the source of the 12 rivers in Norse mythology. One of these 12 tributaries is highly poisonous. Only giants can drink poisonous spring water, which is why the blood of giants is poisonous. And giants are considered to be representatives of evil. Above the spring of Hergelmer lives a black dragon named Nidhogg. It keeps gnawing at the roots of the world tree. It is said that when it gnaws off the roots, it will be the day of Ragnarok. The world will be destroyed at that time. As for the third spring, it is located in the giant country of Jotunheim. It is called Mimir's Spring. It is also called the Fountain of Wisdom. It is said that as long as you drink a sip of the spring water there, you can gain wisdom. It is rumored that Mimir's Spring is guarded by Odin's uncle, the wise giant Mimir. And it was because Odin drank Mimir's Spring that he predicted the arrival of Ragnarok. Hearing this, Luju Huishao seemed to realize something and said, could it be that this god's domain event is actually related to Ragnarok? As soon as this was said, the players were all stunned. Don't say it. There is such a possibility. Even if the setting of God's domain is not necessarily a one-to-one reproduction of Norse mythology, it is estimated that it can achieve 60 to 70% similarity. If the official really sets it up as a world of gods that is about to be destroyed and needs players to save it, it is not completely impossible. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly realized. So the main plot of this event is to save the world? Wu Song beat the tiger and then asked, do we have to find the Mimir Spring now? Hearing this, Huang Daxian nodded. We can try to find it. After all, the god King Odin learned about Ragnarok through the Mimir Spring. What if they can also find relevant plot clues through this spring? Just when the two groups of players reached a consensus and prepared to find the legendary Mimir Spring, Gotham and his team on the other side also successfully arrived in the center of the forest. Then, they saw a pool of boiling spring water and an extremely huge black dragon. Chapter 423 Nibelungen. No one expected that the source of those particle whirlwinds would be such a scene in front of us. Under the towering tree in the distance, an extremely huge black dragon was resting beside the huge tree roots. Opposite the tree and the dragon, a pool of dark and bottomless spring water was boiling like a hot spring. Such a scene is like a special effect CG in a mythological movie. And it is also like a classical oil painting from a famous artist. Just one look will shock people. For a while, everyone present slowed down their breathing involuntarily. Lu Wenbin was stunned, with surprise and a hint of disbelief in his eyes. This is the black dragon Nidhogg? So this is really Nibelungen? Hearing Professor Lu's slightly surprised muttering, Xiao Zhan was a little confused, and asked in a low voice, what are you talking about? What is Nibelungen? Is it the tree root? Lu Wenbin explained, Nibelungen means the land of fog in Norse mythology, and is also called the land of the dead. Legend has it that next to the roots of the world tree leading to the land of the dead, Nibelungen, there is a black dragon named Nidhogg. It is said that it and other snakes gnaw on the roots of the world tree. When the roots are eaten up, the world will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, everyone in the investigation team was stunned. The destruction of the world? Subconsciously, everyone turned their eyes to the giant dragon resting with his eyes closed in the distance. Could it be that those extraterrestrial civilizations want to remind them that the Earth is going to be destroyed? Thinking of this, the atmosphere of the entire investigation team suddenly became solemn. Before this, they had conducted various analyses of the activities of the divine realm and had produced many conspiracy theories. But they had never thought of this one. In fact, it is not that they have never thought about it, but compared with other inferences, the possibility of world destruction is the lowest. Although the current international situation is not completely peaceful, the Earth will not be heading for doomsday for a while. But now, the Earth myths and legends related to the end of the world suddenly appeared in this game created by aliens, which makes people wonder if there is another meaning behind it. On the other side, the Avengers did not notice the strange atmosphere of these people. At this moment, their focus is on, damn, this dragon is too big, right? Hearing Gloria's exclamation, Gotham nodded his fluorescent green head in agreement. It is indeed amazingly big. You know, it took Shioba more than a year to grow from a dragon baby as big as a basketball to the current height of a person. But the black dragon in front of him is dozens of times bigger than Shioba. No! It may even be hundreds or thousands of times bigger. This also means that it may have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Thinking of this, Gotham couldn't help but start to think divergently. Maybe the black dragon in front of him is the ancestor of those Dubab dragons on Zukum Star, who have been separated for many generations. Although, The two don't look very similar. Aatrox didn't have such wild imagination as their leader. As a highly perceptive player, he was very aware of the danger of the black dragon in front of him. This is not only because of its huge body and terrifying appearance, but also because it has a similar aura to the previous particle hurricane. It's not even just the giant black dragon that is taking a nap. Even the thick tree root lying under it, the boiling dark spring water opposite, and all the scenes in front of them have the same aura as those particle hurricanes. All these indicate that they are getting closer to the truth, and also indicate that they are getting closer and closer to danger. Feeling the crisis hidden under the calm, Aatrox whispered, "Everyone be careful. This place is a bit strange." In fact, even without his reminder, others dare not act rashly. After all, there is only one chance to enter the god's domain, and no one wants to fail. After coming to their senses, everyone in the investigation team looked at the dragon and the pool in the distance. Then, some members, who also have high perception attributes, also noticed something wrong. However, unlike Gotham and Aatrox, who are careless players, they noticed another problem. After staring at the gray-black particles surrounding the dragon, the tree roots, and the boiling spring for a long time, Xiao Zhang suddenly narrowed his eyes, like black beans. "Do you feel strange? We just mentioned Norse mythology not long ago, and this forest turned out to be like in Norse mythology. It feels like someone is spying on them. It should be just a coincidence, right?" Gloria was a little unconvinced. This can only prove that the planner did borrow from Norse mythology. However, such a statement could not convince Xiao Zhang. He glanced at the towering tree in the distance, which was so tall that the top could not be seen at a glance, and it was unclear how wide and thick it was, and asked, "Have we seen such a big tree before?" As soon as this was said, not only Gloria and the other two, but also Professor Lu Wenbin, who was immersed in the joy that Norse mythology might be real, was also stunned. The experts looked at each other. Have they seen this tree before? It seems no. Not only after the particle hurricane appeared, but even before the particle hurricane appeared, they seem to have never seen this tree. After all, this tree is so big. It is so big that even if they were far away from here at that time, it is impossible that they did not see it at all. But now, no one has any impression of this tree. This also means that it did not exist before, just like the forest that was destroyed by the particle hurricane and then regrown. It was formed later. Maybe there is a bug in the game map. Gloria is very puzzled by the weird look of these people. Isn't it normal for a game to have a bug? Although this situation can indeed be explained by a bug in the game modeling. For those government investigation team members who are well versed in the secrets behind Wild Planet World, this matter cannot be lightly passed by with a sentence that there is a bug in the game. You have to know that this is a game made by aliens. How can there be so many bugs? The so-called game bugs are just to cover up the secrets that extraterrestrial civilizations cannot tell the Earthlings. The more Xiao Zhang thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth, because it was all too coincidental. Why did these things appear as soon as they mentioned the 9 realms of Norse mythology and the world tree? The player named Mighty and Unyielding had also posted screenshots of the game of God's domain, and no one thought it looked like Norse mythology at the time. It was not until this time, after Professor Lu Wenbin said this, that the map in front of him gradually moved closer to the setting of Norse mythology. He was not very willing to believe the so-called game planners claimed to borrow from Norse mythology. Even among Earthlings, not everyone knows about Norse mythology, apart from anything else. Among the players present, only Professor Lu Wenbin, who studies the history, folklore, and culture of various places, has some knowledge of it. After all, this is a foreign myth. If they don't intend to understand it, Chinese people should not know the content under normal circumstances. And as far as he knows, all the players in the world of Desolate Star are Chinese citizens. So the question is, how do those extraterrestrial civilizations accurately use Norse mythology that even Chinese people, who are Earthlings, may not know? There are also those gray-black particles that automatically break up and reassemble. These things have nothing to do with Norse mythology. It's just like when you were a kid and asked your parents to buy Transformers, and a few days later, this toy appeared in your room. He always felt that the things they encountered were deliberately arranged by someone. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhang's heart sank. Could it be that there is really a pair of eyes behind this game that are always watching them? It was because they heard the conversation between them that the other party changed the map into what they saw. And those gray-black particles now look more like sand used to build castles. Such thoughts are terrifying to think about, because it is not completely impossible. Others are still unclear. But they, the members of the Chinese Mystery Investigation Team, know how deep the water behind this game is. Ordinary application software can collect users' personal information, not to mention games like Desolate Star World, that are released by extraterrestrial civilizations without the relevant departments on Earth. Those extraterrestrial civilizations have technologies that they don't understand or have at all, not to mention obtaining user information. Even if the other party secretly observes them through the game, they don't feel anything. Moreover, in their initial discussion, there was a conjecture that extraterrestrial civilizations use virtual games to investigate and observe the behavior patterns of humans on Earth. But there was one thing he still couldn't figure out. If his conjecture was true, then what was the purpose of these extraterrestrial civilizations suddenly changing the map in the game? Is it just to make the map more in line with the player's imagination? He thought. Those aliens shouldn't be so boring. Or, is this itself an observation experiment? This question is too complicated, and Xiao Zhan couldn't figure it out for a while. On the other hand, Gotham, who stood from the perspective of ordinary players, didn't get too obsessed with this matter. In their opinion, all unreasonable things in the game can be explained by bugs. If the bug cannot be explained, it can also be attributed to the fact that the planner has a problem with his brain. Compared to whether this tree has appeared before, they are more concerned about the next task. I saw Gotham thinking. So the main task this time is to prevent the end of the world and prevent this black dragon from gnawing the roots of the tree? Aatrox, that should be the case. How to stop it? Hearing this, Gloria couldn't help but exclaimed, that dragon is so big. How can we beat it? At present, they only have some light weapons and equipment. Facing such a behemoth, even the capacitor bullets of the Gauss rifle are just tickling the dragon. How can we do anything about it? Hearing this, Gotham Iron Man rolled his eyes. Use your brain. No matter how bad the planner is, he won't let us go to fight monsters above our level. Okay? Obviously, this dragon is just a plot NPC. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to pass this level as long as we finish the relevant plot. Hearing this, Aatrox seemed to realize something and looked at Gotham. Do you know what to do? Gotham grinned, and his fluorescent green face showed a slightly creepy smile. Of course. I don't know. The players just lifted their hearts high, and the next second, they were heavily let down by Gotham. Good guy. It turns out you don't know either. Seeing the disgusted eyes of the team members, Gotham spread his hands indifferently. Although I don't know, Professor Lu must know. Since the map of the gods' domain refers to Norse mythology, we can start with the mythology itself. With that, Gotham walked towards Lu Wenbin on his own. However, before he could ask the other party to tell more about Norse mythology, especially the story about the Nibelungen, the other party spoke first. I roughly know how to pass this level. Chapter 424 Main Quest. Survival. Upon hearing this, not only Gotham, but also the people in the investigation team turned their attention to Lu Wenbin. Although their main task this time is to investigate the god's domain and explore the secrets behind it. It is also important to successfully pass the event and ensure their survival in the god's domain. Professor Lu, do you have a solution? Lu Wenbin said. It's not really a solution. It's just my humble opinion. If I guess correctly, the background plot of this god's domain event should refer to the Ragnarok in Norse mythology. This also means that a doomsday, similar to Ragnarok, will definitely happen in the god's domain next. When I introduced the 9 realms before, I also said that the Aesir and the Frost Giants actually came from the same origin. But because of the disagreement between the two sides, a war broke out later. After the defeat of the Giants, they fled to Jotunheim and established the Giant Kingdom. And they have always hated the gods. This also buried a huge hidden danger for the outbreak of Ragnarok in the future. After the war with the Giants, the god King Odin officially founded the 9 realms. But it also consumed a lot of power. He was surrounded by powerful enemies. In addition to his old enemy, the Frost Giants, there were also the Vanir gods who were of the same origin as the Aesir, eyeing the Asgard of the god realm. In order to occupy the dominant position of the 9 realms for a long time, he went to the origin of the World Tree and sacrificed his body in exchange for the rise of the Aesir. The World Tree has 3 roots, which go deep into the 3 springs that have existed since the beginning of creation to absorb energy. The first spring is in the god realm Asgard, guarded by the 3 goddesses of fate. The second spring is in Nibelheim, the land of mist, where a black dragon named Nidhogg gnaws the roots of the World Tree. The goddess of fate once predicted that once Nidhogg gnaws the roots, Ragnarok will come. The third spring is in Jotunheim, the land of giants, guarded by the wise giant Mimir. It is said that as long as you drink a sip of spring water, you can gain endless wisdom. This time, Odin went to Jotunheim. He found his uncle, the wise giant Mimir, and asked for a mouthful of water from the fountain of wisdom. Mimir agreed, but asked Odin to sacrifice his right eye as the price for the water of the fountain of wisdom. Odin did not hesitate, dug out his right eye and threw it into the spring water, then took the spring water handed by Mimir and drank it all. After that, Odin saw the future. He saw the rise of the Aesir, and also saw the Ragnarok. Almost all the Aesir fell in the Ragnarok, even Odin himself. At the same time, the world will also be reduced to ashes in the fire. After that, a new reincarnation will begin. Seeing this prophecy, Odin was very worried. Odin wanted to stop the arrival of Ragnarok, but wisdom alone was far from enough. He needed the power of the entire 9 realms. So, Odin brought Mimir back to the Aesir and destroyed the fountain of wisdom. Then, Odin found the 3 goddesses of fate and asked them how to obtain the most powerful power. Under the guidance of the 3 goddesses of fate, he came to the world tree, broke off a branch, and used it to pierce his abdomen without hesitation. He hung his body upside down on the tree for 9 days and 9 nights, using self-sacrifice to exchange for the power of the world tree. On the 10th day, he saw the blood dripping on the ground formed a magical symbol, which was the rune, the source of magic in the Nordic world. This kind of text has extraordinary magic power. Whether it is engraved on weapons, stones or trees, it can be blessed with magical power. Odin, who has comprehended the secrets of the world, has also obtained the original power of the world tree. Odin engraved the rune on the branch and named it Gungnir the Spear, with the blessing of magical power. This spear became an indestructible artifact that never missed a shot. Later, Odin's sworn brother, the god of fire Loki, tricked the dwarves into helping Odin forge the tip of the spear, and gave it the power to keep the oath. All oaths made to the spear will not be violated. This also laid an important foreshadowing for the later Ragnarok. Odin, who mastered the secret of the rune, engraved this text on the weapons of the Aesir, which greatly increased the power of the Aesir. In order to welcome the arrival of Ragnarok, Odin built Valhalla in Asgard with the help of Loki. At the same time, Odin also ordered 9 Valkyries to ride Pegasus to the battlefield on Earth to select the most heroic warriors and bring their souls back to Valhalla. And these heroes will join Asgard in the Ragnarok war in the future. But what Odin didn't expect was that Loki, the blood brother who helped him build Valhalla, would be the key figure in Ragnarok in the future. And all this has to start with Loki's 6 children. Loki is a smart but not very peaceful god. He is handsome, but also very fickle. In addition to the 2 sons Narfu and Valid born to his original wife Sigurd, he also gave birth to an 8-legged divine horse with a giant's divine horse, and gave birth to a pair of triplets with the giantess Angrboda. And this pair of triplets is also the 3 famous monsters in Norse mythology: the giant wolf Fenrir, the world serpent Jormungandr, and the goddess of death Hela. On the same day when the triplets were born, the god King Odin and the god Queen Frigga also gave birth to twins: Balder, the god of light, and Hodr, the god of darkness. Although both were legitimate sons, the twins were treated very differently. Balder was loved by thousands because he brought light and warmth to the world, while Hodr, who only brought darkness, was ostracized. One day Balder had a nightmare in which he dreamed that he was killed by his loved ones. The sun and the moon were devoured by giant wolves, and the world turned to ashes in a raging fire. When Odin learned of this dream, he instantly suspected that it was related to Loki's 3 children. So he found the 3 goddesses of fate to ask about this matter, and finally got a vague prophecy that Loki's 3 children would become the biggest hidden danger of Ragnarok. Odin quickly found the god of war Tyr and the god of thunder Thor to go to the land of giants and bring the triplets back to Asgard. The triplets who came to the god realm began to grow rapidly, and their strength became stronger and stronger, which made Odin very uneasy. He wanted to strangle them in the cradle, but was afraid of being criticized. So he thought of a way. He first named Hela, the queen of the underworld. The underworld is a bitter and cold place, full of undead and full of dangers. Even the gods dare not set foot there easily. But what Odin didn't expect was that Hela was born with the ability to intimidate the undead. And later, she really became the queen of the underworld. Then, he said Jormungandr to the nameless abyss, which was the ocean formed by the blood and water after the corpse of Ymir, the ancestor of the giants. Countless giants had drowned here. As for the magic wolf Fenrir, Odin couldn't think of how to deal with it for a while, so he left it in Asgard under the persuasion of the god of war. Soon, Fenrir grew rapidly, and his strength and size surpassed the gods. The surging magic flames on his body also made the gods extremely afraid. Odin ordered the craftsmen of the gods to use the meteorite iron in the sky and the magma below to forge a pair of golden shackles, and promised Fenrir that as long as it could break free of the chains, its divine power would spread throughout the 9 realms. As a result, Fenrir broke free. Later, Odin found a dwarf craftsman and used 6 non-existent things: the cat's footsteps, the roots of the mountains, the woman's beard, the agility of the bear, the breath of the fish, and the saliva of the bird, to forge an invisible chain, and use similar words to persuade Fenrir. As long as you can break free, your power will surpass all gods and giants. And it was promised that no matter whether it can break free or not, the gods will not restrain it. But the gods broke their oath. Fenrir, who lost his freedom, howled and swore to the god King Odin that when he broke free from the shackles, he would eat Odin first. Loki, who was far away in Jotunheim, was very sad when he learned about this. It was precisely because of this that he decided to take revenge on the Aesir. And this opportunity lies in the 2 sons of Odin and the Queen of Gods, Balder, the god of light, and Hodr, the god of darkness. After the Queen of Gods learned about the dream in which Balder was killed, she found all the things in the 9 realms and made them swear never to hurt Balder. However, the Queen of Gods only ignored a mistletoe next to Valhalla. After learning about this, Loki made an arrowhead with a branch of mistletoe and gave the arrowhead to Hodr, the god of darkness, and asked him to throw the arrowhead at Balder. After that, Balder was shot and fell to the ground and died. The gods were very angry and wanted to kill Hodr, but Odin stopped them because blood killing would be cursed by fate. He would not allow such a tragedy to happen again in the temple of Asgard. While the gods were mourning the death of Balder, Odin was very calm, because he had long anticipated Balder's death. Through the prophecy of the 3 goddesses of fate, he knew that only the descendants of gods and giants could avenge Balder. So Odin cast a spell to make the giant princess Linda sick and make her incurable. After that, he turned into an old witch and went to the giants, claiming that he could cure the princess's illness. After that, Linda became pregnant and gave birth to this baby with the blood of gods and giants on the same day that Balder died. And this is the god of nature, Vala. Vala was born with the wisdom of the gods and the power of the giants. But because he was not baptized, he was not a member of the Aesir. Therefore, the task of revenge for Balder fell on him. Vala had known his mission for a long time. So he took up his sword and killed the dark god Hodr to avenge Balder. But revenge cannot solve all problems. The death of the god of light plunged the world into winter. So the Queen of the Gods ordered the messenger Hermod to go to the underworld to redeem Balder's soul from the goddess of death Hela. Hela said that if all living things in this world were willing to cry for Balder, then she would return Balder's soul without charging a penny. Upon hearing the news, the Queen of Gods immediately arranged for the elves to go to various places in the 9 realms and let the creatures there cry for Balder. Only an old woman not only refused to cry for Balder, but also loudly scolded Odin. And Balder was therefore left in the underworld forever. This old woman was exactly what Loki had transformed into. Upon learning this, Odin immediately arrested Loki and locked him up in the cave at the bottom of the world tree. And in front of him, he turned Loki's legitimate son Vali into a wolf and let it pounce on his brother Narvar. However, Odin not only made Loki's 2 sons kill each other in front of him, but also made Narvar's intestines into chains to tie Loki to the world tree. With the blood of his relatives and the power of the world tree, Loki could not escape at all. But this was far from enough. Odin caught another venomous snake and placed it on Loki's head, and the dripping venom corroded Loki's face. His wife Sigyn held a stone bowl on Loki's head. When the stone bowl was full, Sigyn would pour out the venom inside. Every time this happened, Loki's face became distorted. And every time he howled in pain, the world tree would trigger a major earthquake in the human world. Such endless punishment can only be ended when the end of the world comes. With the death of Baldur, the god of light, the Fimbulwinter came, and the 3 consecutive years of long winter made all things lose their vitality. The human world was in chaos. Various natural disasters occurred one after another, and the world tree began to weaken. All the curses, chains, and oaths that relied on the power of the world tree became fragile. When Fenrir's 2 sons, Skoll and Hati, devoured the sun and the moon, and when one of the 3 major roots of the world tree was completely gnawed by the black dragon Nidhogg, Ragnarok came. First, there was a volcanic eruption. The wolf Fenrir broke free from his chains. and it spewed out raging fire that devoured everything around it. Then a great flood followed, and the world serpent Jormungandr awakened from the nameless abyss, spraying venom and rolling up huge waves that took away the lives in the ocean. Then there was a great earthquake, and Loki broke free from his chains and joined the leader of the Frost Giants. They led the giant army to the gods. The queen of the underworld Hela also joined the battle with her own army of undead. In the battle of Ragnarok, countless gods and giants fell in pools of blood and flames. The world was destroyed. When the flames of war were extinguished, a pair of human men and women walked out of the core of the world tree. They escaped the destruction of the world and gave birth to new humans. In this new world, Odin's two sons, the god of nature Vala and the god of the forest Vita, survived. Thor's two sons, Modi and Mani, inherited Thor's hammer. Balder, the god of light, and Hodr, the god of darkness, also resurrected and returned to the ground because of the destruction of the underworld. A new world begins. The whole story is not complicated, and Lu Winben's narration is also relatively clear. However, after listening to the whole story of Ragnarok, the players are still a little confused. Gloria scratched her head. I still don't understand. So how to pass this level? After all, in the original myth, even the god King Odin could not stop the Ragnarok. Not to mention that Odin himself was the initiator of all this. How could they stop the end of the world that the god King Odin could not stop? Could they stop Loki and the giantess from having children or stop the death of Balder, the god of light? Just when Gloria was puzzled, she heard Lu Winben say, what we have to do is not to stop it from happening, but to try our best to survive this doomsday. As soon as these words came out, Gotham paused. This was not because he was shocked by the other party's words, because they made so much sense, but because he suddenly thought of something. Unlike the past, this time's God's Domain event, not only the map is only open once, but even the player's life is only one. He didn't care much about such a setting before, but now it seems that this is probably intentional by the official. The purpose is to remind players to find a way to survive in the God's Domain, and this is probably the main task of this event. It's not about saving the world or preventing it from being destroyed. Chapter 425 Fimbulwinter. Is this the legendary Mimir spring? Looking at the spring hidden among the gravel in front of them, everyone was slightly stunned. Originally, everyone went to look for springs nearby with the idea of giving it a try, but they didn't expect that they would actually find it. However, the appearance of this spring is really too inconspicuous. No, it can't even be described as inconspicuous. This place is simply dilapidated like a ruin. If it weren't for Brother Luju accidentally falling, he probably wouldn't have found this place. Could it be a mistake? After all, it is one of the three major springs at the beginning of the creation of the Norse mythology. This place looks too dilapidated. Wang Xiaoxiaosu expressed doubt. It should be right. Isn't there a tree root there? Following Luju Wishao's line of sight, everyone looked at the huge tree root with a rather twisted shape located not far away next to the spring. Seeing this, the players immediately understood. That should be one of the roots of the world tree. But, isn't it said that the fountain of Mimir is guarded by that wise giant? Let alone giants. We didn't even see a single person around here. The players were all stunned when they heard the doubts raised by Wu Song beating the tiger. Indeed, this is inconsistent with the legend. Since the official intends to copy the Norse mythology, it should at least be a 1:1 replica. How can the spring water and tree roots alone be enough? The most important person guarding the spring is gone. Who would know that this is the fountain of Mimir? Just as everyone was talking about it, Huang Daxian, who seemed to be thinking about something, suddenly spoke up, probably because of the timeline problem. Hearing such a sentence out of the blue, the players immediately stopped arguing and looked over with a puzzled look. What timeline? The plot timeline of Norse mythology. Huang Daxian explained concisely. Odin was able to predict the arrival of Ragnarok in advance because he drank the water of the fountain of Mimir. He was afraid that other people with ulterior motives would know this secret. So he destroyed the spring, and then took the wise giant Mimir to Asgard, the realm of the gods. The reason why we see such ruins now is purely because Odin has predicted the arrival of Ragnarok. Hearing this, the players suddenly realized. Damn! The 1.5-meter tall soldier was thoughtful. If it was a timeline problem, then what plot are we experiencing now? Wouldn't we be entering Ragnarok soon? It shouldn't be possible. Huang Daxian said, before Ragnarok begins, we will experience Fimbulwinter, which is 3 consecutive winters. In addition to the severe cold, wars, and various natural disasters will also break out in the world. Judging from the current situation, we should not have reached that point yet. As for what stage the plot has progressed to now, I don't know either. After all, there are too few clues given at present. As soon as the voice fell, Huang Daxian suddenly paused, as if he suddenly thought of something. His black bean eyes suddenly widened as big as chestnuts. Seeing him like this, Wu Song, who was beating the tiger, couldn't help but shudder. Why did you suddenly get so startled? It's so scary. Not paying attention to the tiger brother's rude complaints, Huang Daxian just explained to himself, I just suddenly remembered that several important plots in Norse mythology are related to the giant country Jotunheim. First, the birth of the fire god Loki. His father is the lightning giant Fabuti, and his mother is the tree giant Laufey. Both his parents are giants. The lightning struck the tree and gave birth to the fire god Loki. The second thing is that Loki turned into a mare as a prank and ran to the giant's territory and gave birth to an 8-legged horse with their divine horse. The third thing is that Loki and the female giant Angrboda gave birth to a pair of triplets. And these triplets are the 3 monsters that caused the Ragnarok. The wolf Fenrir, the world serpent Jormungandr, and the goddess of death Hela. The fourth thing is that the god King Odin and the princess Linda of the giant country gave birth to the god of nature Vala. And Vala avenged the dead god of light Baldur. In addition, there is also the story of Loki's escape and the leader of the frost giants to lead the army to the gods to start the Ragnarok war. Speaking of this, Huang Daxian paused and ruled out the earliest birth of Loki and the final Ragnarok. The plot we are experiencing now can only be the second, third, or fourth situation. However, considering the main storyline of the event, I prefer 3 and 4. Especially 3. After all, the 3 monsters born by Loki are inextricably linked to Ragnarok. Since they came to Jotunheim as soon as they entered the god's domain, it means that there must be some tasks here that they need to complete. For example, stop Loki and the female giant from having children? In this way, Ragnarok may not come. After listening to Huang Daxian's analysis, other players immediately understood his intentions. For a while, they shouted, Hack! But the king of snail noodles has doubts. I always feel that this should not be the case. After all, even if Loki did not give birth to 3 children, Ragnarok would definitely not come. He can't see it. The different treatment of the twins, the god of light and the god of darkness, by the gods themselves has buried certain hidden dangers. What's more, there is a feud between the Aesir and the giants. Loki's 3 children and the death of Baldur, the god of light, are just catalysts. Moreover, no matter how much the authorities cheated them, they would not assign them such a spoof and impossible task, compared to stopping Loki from cheating on the giantess and giving birth to triplets. He only thought that the main task should be something else. Compared to stopping Ragnarok, I think how to survive Ragnarok is our task. Upon hearing this, the players who were shocked at the fact that the authorities had arranged such an incredible task at first calmed down immediately. The analysis of the Snail Noodle King is not unreasonable. In fact, if you think about it carefully, from the beginning, both the game rules and the plot settings have reminded them that the God realm is full of dangers. In fact, compared to the so-called exploration of maps and gathering of intelligence, survival seems to be the primary task. Death is just the beginning, never the end. Suddenly hearing Huang Daxian speak, the players looked over in confusion. Then he coughed and said, This is also what Heimdall, the god who guards the rainbow bridge in the God realm, said to Loki at the end of Ragnarok. He also said that the Aesir will not be cut off, and Odin's son and grandson will open up a new world again. At this point, he paused and said, If our ultimate mission is to survive Ragnarok, then watching the creation of a new world should also be included. As soon as the words fell, a golden light suddenly flashed in the distant sky. What is that? Attracted by the sudden vision, the players all looked up. However, due to the distance and the speed of the light leaping too fast, they didn't see it clearly at all. Before they could figure out what was happening, the surrounding environment suddenly began to change. The rocks, sky, trees, and earth suddenly turned into countless tiny particles and dissipated in the air. As the surrounding scenes dissolved and disappeared, a white and frost-like scene came into the eyes of the players. Looking at the ice field in front of them, everyone was stagnant. How similar is this picture to the scene that was previously uploaded to the forum by Mighty and Unyielding? The face of the Snail Noodle King wrinkled into a ball. What's going on? Does this map change at a certain point? As soon as the words were finished, There was a muffled sound from the ground under his feet. And then it began to shake violently. The sudden earthquake made the players stagger. Unexpectedly, Lu Huishao fell flat on his face again. Frozen by the snow on the ground. He immediately jumped and climbed onto a nearby rock, looking at the falling snow around. The players looked terrified and confused. What's going on? Earthquake? Or avalanche? As soon as the voice fell, a vague shout of slashing and killing was heard from afar. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw flames rising to the sky at the foot of the mountain in the distance. A group of people in armor were holding their weapons high and fighting each other. It was Fimbulwinter. Then I heard Huang Daxian's solemn voice. We are probably not far from Ragnarok. Just when the players who were stranded in Jotunheim suddenly encountered a huge change. The 3 Gotham people and the investigation and research team in the Dark Forest also encountered some changes. When the players guessed that the next task was to survive Ragnarok, the black dragon in the distance also opened its eyes, changing its previous lazy style. It twisted its huge body and approached the tree roots nearby. Then it opened its bloody mouth and began to gnaw the tree roots. Seeing this, Gloria was immediately anxious. Damn! It started to gnaw the tree roots. What should I do? Seeing his startled look, Actor was a little speechless. What can I do? Didn't they say that Ragnarok is an inevitable plot? Yes. Gloria nodded suddenly. But soon, he thought of another thing. Even if this is an inevitable plot, they have to find a way to survive. Looking at the tree roots that were being gnawed by the dragon, even the members of the investigation team, who were used to seeing big storms on weekdays, couldn't help but worry at this time. What should we do now? If the main task of this God's domain activity is to survive, then they should do something. Lu Women thought for a moment and said, go to the core of the world tree. In the original myth, only a pair of human men and women hiding in the core of the world tree escaped Ragnarok. This also means that that place is the safest. If they want to survive in the God's domain, they can only rely on the power of the world tree. While these 2 groups of players were scrambling to take refuge in the God's domain, the game forum on the other side of the earth was a scene of noisy scenes. Less than an hour after the new event was launched, more than 90% of the players died. This is the first time that such a situation has occurred since the closed beta of the game. For a time, many players protested in the official forum and asked the official to give an explanation. However, no matter how noisy they were on the forum, the official did not respond at all. Over time, some people gradually accepted their fate. Anyway, everyone died. In the case of everyone being unlucky together, the death OB thing is not too uncomfortable. However, it happened that while waiting for resurrection, some players found that their friends or teammates in the game had not appeared on the forum for a long time, and they did not get any response when they contacted them privately. This made people feel confused. The first to discover this were the players of the Avengers. In the past, if such a situation occurred, the leader Gotham would definitely be the first to take the lead in complaining. But it has been several hours, and he has not been seen. In addition, Gloria and Aatrox from the same group have not appeared. So the members immediately became suspicious. Could it be that they haven't been killed by the plot yet? Realizing this, they immediately ran to the forum to find the posts posted by the other party in the past and check their ID status. Then, they saw the green online logo next to the 3 Gotham IDs. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the forum exploded immediately. Hack! Why are they still alive? This is unscientific. Damn! Why haven't these guys been killed by the plot? They must have made a PY deal with the dog planner. After that, some people found a lot of players who participated in the event like Gotham and his friends, but were still online. Not only Gotham, Tiger Core and his friends are still alive. And Snail Noodles and his friends. Dog Weiwu is not dead either. In just a moment, many people broke their defense. Although their own failure is hateful, the success of netizens is even more heartbreaking. Why are everyone killed by the plot? But you guys are still alive? This game must be shady. For a while, the forum quarrel that was about to subside was stirred up again. Xiaoming naturally knew about the commotion that the players had made on the forum, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it. Right now, he only cared about when Error 08 would be resolved. Ever since the summoner reported an error, he had been thinking about a solution. But unfortunately, he hadn't found one yet. However, one wave of troubles had not yet subsided. And in addition to Error 08, another strange thing happened. At some point, a thin layer of light curtain with a faint white light appeared above the red dots scattered on the ice blue light film in the holographic coordinate map in front of him. It was like a barrier, suspended above these red dots. Looking at the orange-red and ice blue light film below, and then taking a look at the newly appeared white light curtain, Xiaoming was thoughtful. Could it be? This is another new world? Just as Xiaoming was silently guessing, he suddenly saw a few red dots in the corner moving slowly upwards. They seemed to be approaching the boundary of this layer of white light curtain. Seeing this, Xiaoming blinked in surprise. How did these players run over? Confused, he immediately clicked on the red dots to check the player's ID. Then he saw a familiar name. Mighty and Unyielding? Why is it him again? Looking at the beautiful fairyland in the surveillance screen that was completely different from the ice and snow world, magma flames and black forest, Xiaoming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What's going on? Could the so-called God's domain really be the 9 realms in Norse mythology, as those players said? Chapter 426: The Eight-Legged Divine Horse and the Cloud Temple. In the sky covered with clouds, an 8-legged divine horse shining with golden light is flying through layers of smoke and haze, along with the loud neighing of the divine horse. For slimes of different colors on the horse's back made excited ghost cries. Ah! Oh! Hack you. This is too cool. Although it is not the first time to fly at high altitude, this is the first time they soar in the air without the help of any aircraft invented by humans. Looking down from the high clouds, the mountains and rivers are in full view. The cold wind blows in the face, not only bringing coldness, but also bringing incomparable excitement. To talk about why they are riding 8-legged horses in the sky. It all started when they just entered the divine domain. The first time is new. The second time is familiar. As the only player in the server who had walked around the God's domain map before it was opened, Mighty Unyielding was not nervous about this event. He even had the leisure to brag to his teammates, claiming that he could protect them after entering the God's domain. Although his teammates immediately questioned him with disdain, this did not prevent Mighty Unyielding from being full of confidence. In his opinion, he was the reincarnation of the chosen son of heaven. Otherwise, how could he get stuck in the God's domain map last time? Although he also died inexplicably due to the bug later. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. It is impossible for a person to fall in the same place twice. With the experience of the last time, wouldn't he be invincible in the God's domain this time? However, when they actually crossed the gate of God, Mighty Unyielding's experience, which was not much bigger than sesame seeds, suddenly became useless. Because behind the heavy flames was not an iceberg and snowfield, but a mountainous hill with birds singing and flowers blooming like a fairyland. Before this, Weiwubyoku had been telling his teammates how dangerous the environment in the God's domain was. But when he entered, he found that everything was completely different from what he said, and he felt slapped in the face. However, in order to save face, he still said stubbornly, maybe the official updated the map. After all, it was several months ago when I entered the God's domain, and the map at that time was not yet completed. After a cough that made it more obvious, he said seriously, although the map has changed, everyone should not take it lightly. As the saying goes, the more beautiful things are, the more poisonous they are. It is possible that danger is hidden around us. The teammates did not take Weiwubyoku's pretentious appearance seriously, because they knew that this guy always liked to put on airs. They only made a few jokes and began to observe the surrounding environment. Compared with the tense atmosphere during the previous civil strife on the Hilder Star, the God's domain in front of them was too peaceful. Even Rem, who had the highest perception in the team, did not feel any crisis. If they had not crossed the sea of magma and fire before coming here, it would be hard to imagine that this place is the rumored dangerous divine realm. Not only that, Rem also smelled another fascinating scent from it. Just like plants naturally like to follow rain, dew and sunshine, and hounds naturally like to chase rabbits, players have a natural pursuit of game rewards. They can turn a map upside down and search for any valuable or useful props and information. Of course, for those players who already have high perception, there is no need to use such clumsy methods as rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The high perception data panel can not only let them sense where there is danger, but also where it is safe and where good things may be hidden. However, these good things are limited to natural products on the map. Weapons and other props artificially made by players or NPCs are not included. And now, Rem, who also has high perception attributes, seems to have sensed something in the distant mountains and forests. I'll go over there and take a look. Leaving such a short sentence, Rem bounced towards the opposite woods without looking back. Seeing this guy running fast, the mighty and indomitable immediately shouted, "I said that we must act collectively in the divine domain. Why are you running so fast?" However, such a reminder could not stop Rem's steps. Seeing this, he had to hurry up with others. So, the group followed the slime hound in front of them all the way. Finally, in the depths of the forest, they saw a horse. This was an 8-legged horse with flawless white fur and golden light. It was a legendary mount, and the breath that Rem had sensed before came from it. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" In just a moment, exclamations came one after another in the woods. "Damn! Do you have a dog nose? You can find this?" Looking at the 8-legged divine horse in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh. "Get out of here! Who is a dog?" Rem rolled his eyes in annoyance when he heard this. The two of them were used to insulting each other and dared to say anything. Although the curses were unpleasant, no one took it to heart. After being retorted, Weiwu was neither defeated nor angry, but only envious and jealous. It was also his first time to enter the god's domain. At that time, he not only got stuck in a bug, but was also shivering in the ice and snow. On the other hand, Rim found a god-level mount as soon as he arrived. What kind of shit luck is this? It is not enough to be angry just to meet the European Emperor. What is really infuriating is that the European Emperor is actually your teammate. This is really a comparison that makes people angry. However, the team members on the side did not know the complicated mood of the team leader. Daong took medicine and just looked at the 8-legged divine horse in the distance with a look of astonishment. By the way, this horse looks quite abstract. It actually has 8 legs. Rem did not think so, and was surprised by what he had seen. Isn't there a 3-headed hellhound on the deserted planet? That's right. Daong took medicine and nodded suddenly, and then thought of another thing. By the way, this thing should not be afraid of fire, right? Daong's sudden question while taking medicine made everyone stunned. Why are you asking this? If it is afraid of fire, how can we bring it back to the deserted planet? After all, we should go through the gate of God to go back. Seeing that his teammates were silent and their eyes were wide open with a hint of confusion, Daong paused while taking medicine. By the way, have you never thought about taking it back? Everyone. I really haven't thought about it. But after your reminder, I remember it now. Just as Daong said, since we have already encountered such a legendary mount, there is no reason to let it go. Gotham is so proud of getting a Dubabu dragon cub from Zukum. If they bring this golden 8-legged divine horse back to the deserted planet, won't it shock the whole server? This 8-legged golden horse is much rarer than the Dubabu dragon. After all, it is a creature in the god's domain. However, the problem is how to bring it back. If it is not afraid of magma and fire, then everyone will leave the gate of God together after the event ends. But what if it is afraid of fire? Although the skill of Mighty and Unyielding can resist high-temperature flames, this skill has a range limit. This horse is not like a human who can stay by their side and not run around obediently. If it is stubborn and goes against them and runs around, won't it be a waste? At this moment, the bird of paradise, who had not joined the discussion, suddenly spoke up. Is it so important to be afraid of fire? As long as we ride on it, no matter where it runs, it will be covered by its powerful defense skills. So there is no need to worry. Everyone. That makes sense. I was so worried that I didn't even think of such a simple solution just now. Just when the players were annoyed that their heads were caught by the door just now, the 8-legged white horse that was grazing not far away suddenly raised its head, as if it had sensed its fate. It moved its hooves, as if it was ready to run away. Rem seemed to respond to it, and at a glance, he saw the 8-legged white horse that was about to run away with its hooves raised, and then exclaimed, "No! The horse is going to run away!" As if disturbed by Rem's shouting, the horse immediately spread its hooves and ran towards the depths of the woods. Seeing that the fat meat was about to fly away, the players didn't care about anything else and hurriedly chased after it. After a sprint, the bird of paradise suddenly jumped and landed steadily on the horse's back. Then he pressed the lower part of his body tightly against the horse's back, stretched his upper body into a thin strip, and then shouted to his teammates behind him, "Come on!" The players understood and flew towards the slime rope in front of them. The mighty beast hooked the bird of paradise's body, and then followed suit and stretched his body into a long strip. One hooked the other. Soon, a long colorful tail was dragged behind the 8-legged divine horse. Finally, the cooked duck was not let fly. The players, who were still in shock, breathed a sigh of relief after successfully taking this ride before the god-level mount escaped from the scene. Just when the four were about to think of a way to stop the crazy horse, a strong sense of weightlessness suddenly swept over. At the same time, the ground below was getting farther and farther away from them. The eight-legged divine horse under him actually took off. For a moment, the four people on the horse were stunned. What the hell? This horse can actually fly? This horse is a divine horse. After the ecstasy, the players gradually calmed down and began to think about a serious and solemn question. Where is this horse going to take us? I don't know. But I guess it has something to do with the hidden plot we triggered. Looking at the trees and rocks below that were getting smaller and smaller, Wewubuka suddenly paused, as if he suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. Wait, it won't take us to see the gods, right? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked for 2 seconds, and then burst out with a sentence. Hack! No wonder Wewubuka would guess like this. Whether it is the strange appearance with 8 legs or the ability to fly, these are destined to be definitely not an ordinary horse. And this time, the event map is called the God's Domain. Isn't the horse that appears in the God's Domain a divine horse? Who knows? It may also be a mount raised by the gods. After thinking about this joint, the players suddenly realized. Good guy. It turns out that they really found a god-level mount. Ah! The 8-legged divine horse flew higher and higher, passing through the thick clouds and colorful clouds, heading towards a destination that no one knew. Just when the players were about to be blown into slimes by the cold wind from the sky, a shocking picture suddenly appeared in the white sky in front of them. A huge palace with golden splendor stood on the top of the layers of white clouds. The palace was a triangular spire like a mountain, and even from a distance, one could feel its huge sense of oppression. In the center of the palace's front yard, a rainbow bridge with a little starlight led from the main entrance of the palace to the lower world covered by clouds. Hack! Is this the realm of God? This light and shadow. This modeling texture and special effects. Awesome. Riding on the 8-legged divine horse flying in the realm of God. The players were so excited that they screamed and yelled. Maybe it was because they had arrived. Or maybe it was because they were finally annoyed by these noisy players. Just when a few people were busy recording the screen and taking pictures to show off after logging off, the 8-legged divine horse made a fierce dive and instantly threw the players off the horse. Although the soft and elastic body of the slime will not be hurt by falling off the horse, the players are still dizzy because of this unexpected scene. Damn! You can land if you want. Why make such a big noise? Cursing and getting up from the ground, Rem started to scold the 8-legged divine horse in front of him. However, the white horse was not afraid at all, just raised its head and snorted at him. And the long horse face actually revealed a bit of human disgust. In just a moment, Rem exploded. It was the first time he was despised by an animal. Even though he knew that it was normal for this god-level mount to have a temper, he still couldn't get angry. Just when he was about to have a good talk with the horse in front of him, Dalong's slightly puzzled voice suddenly came from his side. Strange. Why is there no one here? Ren couldn't help but twitch his skin when he heard it. How could there be someone? If there is, it should be a god. Right? Dalong, that's what I mean. Isn't this the realm of the gods? If so, there should be some heavenly soldiers and generals guarding it. Right? As soon as this was said, the players were all stunned, looking around the magnificent temple in front of them. They really didn't see a single guard. Not only the guards, but even the shadow of the gods was nowhere to be seen. According to the routines of myths and legends of various countries, if mortals, monsters, or unknown creatures like them broke into the territory of the realm of the gods, there would definitely be guards to stop them from entering. However, the palace of the realm of the gods in front of them was like an empty dead city, without any vitality. Such a strange scene made the players immediately alert. What was going on? Chapter 427 Speculations about Parallel Worlds. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. There is no quest NPC in the place suspected to be the quest location. There are only two possibilities for this situation. Either the temple in front of you is actually an exploration type map, and players need to enter and explore on their own. Or, danger is about to come. Instinctively, the players changed their previous carefree attitude and began to become serious. Although they didn't know what monsters would come out of this empty temple in front of them, they had to be on guard. Rem immediately opened a fine and dense perception network, wrapped the magnificent palace of the gods in front of him, and then began to detect the internal environment. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The bird of paradise immediately asked, "How is it? Did you feel anything?" However, Rem shook his head and said no. "I can't feel any breath here." He didn't feel the breath of danger or the breath of treasures. Moreover, he didn't sense the breath of any living creatures here except them. This temple of God is clearly a completely empty city. This situation is too weird. People can't help but start to wonder if they have accidentally got stuck in a new map that has not been completed. Otherwise, how to explain the current situation? Others didn't think as much as Rem. When they heard that there was no danger here, they immediately relaxed their tense heartstrings. They didn't know why there were no NPCs in the map. But compared to why the NPCs were not there, they didn't want to fight with unknown dangers. Due to the conditions of the map environment, they didn't carry too many weapons and equipment when they crossed the gate of God. Since this is the domain of God, the weapons developed by humans may not be used. Compared with bullets and artillery, players think it is more reliable to rely on their own skills to fight. Having said that, because they lack weapons in their hands, they are unwilling to easily fight with monsters in the domain of God unless it is necessary. After all, from the limited experience in the past, the boss here is not easy to deal with. Of course, the more important reason is that the gate of God will only be open once in this event. In order to avoid being killed and returning to the novice village on the first day of the event, players can only try their best to avoid any danger that may cause death or injury. But now that Rem said this, they don't have to worry about what trouble they will get into next. Bird of Paradise, since there is no danger, let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can find some useful clues? Since we are here, we should make the best of it. No one else objected to this proposal, in order to prevent the 8-legged divine horse from running away when exploring the map. After discussion, several people decided to let Daon take medicine and stay to take care of it, and the other 3 went to the temple to find out. Consistent with the magnificent style of the exterior, the decoration inside the temple is also extremely luxurious. At a glance, the walls and the top of the temple are full of golden reliefs with different patterns. But compared with the decorations on the wall, the scene in the hall of the temple is more eye-catching. There were countless ice sculptures standing on the shiny marble floor. These sculptures were about 2 meters tall, and they looked crystal clear under the illumination of the crystal lamps in the hall. Looking at these tall and mighty statues with different expressions, the players couldn't help but slow down their pace. Rem stood in front of a male sculpture wearing armor and holding a sword. After staring at his face for a long time, he felt that the sculpture was vivid and lifelike, just like a real person. For a moment, a feeling of hair standing on end spread from the soles of his feet to his whole body. He poked the 2 teammates beside him quietly and asked quietly, "Hey, do you think these sculptures will be resurrected later?" It's not surprising that he thought so. After all, similar plots have already appeared many times in film and television dramas and online literary works. Just like the exhibits in Night at the Museum. They stayed in the exhibition hall peacefully during the day, but they all resurrected and became spirits at night. Hearing this, Weiwubuki and Bird of Paradise, who had not reacted before, froze, probably because of this brain hole. The more they looked at these sculptures, the more they felt scared. "Or should we retreat first?" Bird of Paradise whispered, "I always have a bad premonition." As soon as this remark came out, Weiwubuki agreed unanimously. "In fact, I thought so too." Unexpectedly, the 2 reached a consensus so quickly, and Rem was a little confused. Although he was indeed scared by his own brain hole just now, he didn't think about leaving. After all, he didn't feel any threat to himself here. But he never thought that a casual remark made these 2 guys feel like they were facing a great enemy. And they couldn't help but feel funny for a while. What premonition? Premonition? Your perception point is not as high as mine. Just now I said that there is nothing in here. I really don't know what you are afraid of. As the highest perception among the few people, Rem is very sure and certain that there is no danger in this temple. But now, aren't they questioning his perception ability by being so startled? Rem's words immediately calmed down the 2 people who were still anxious before. Indeed, Rem's premonition has never been wrong. Since he said there is no danger here, then there is indeed no danger here. For a moment, the 2 people who originally said they would leave here immediately gave up the idea of evacuating. Freed from fear, the players' minds gradually calmed down, looking at the ice sculptures with different expressions and movements in front of him. Bird of Paradise seemed to suddenly think of something. "Do you think the scenes created by these sculptures are a bit like battlefields?" After speaking, Rem glanced at him. "Not like. This is it. Right?" He had this feeling since he just entered the door. These statues all hold various weapons in their hands. And they all make fighting postures such as chopping or piercing. It's so obvious. If you still can't tell that they are fighting, how stupid would you be? Mighty and Unyielding said, I guess the reason why there are no gods in the temple is because all the gods died together on the battlefield. And these ice sculptures record the scene at the time of the incident. All the gods died together? Rem blinked. Why do I feel that this plot is a bit familiar? Let me think. Where have I seen it before? Rem walked around twice, and suddenly slapped his forehead and said, I remember. Isn't this the plot of Ragnarok? In this war, all the old gods died, and the world was destroyed. Ragnarok? Hearing this, the two were stunned. Although they didn't know much about Norse mythology, they had seen many TV series and games with Norse mythology as the background. Now, after hearing Rem say this, the ice sculpture scene in front of them really looks a bit like Ragnarok. But this is obviously a game with an alien background. How come Norse mythology appears? This is not the Earth. Mighty and Unyielding couldn't help but complain. The official borrowing of this wave of memes is too low level. It may not be a borrowing. Rem suddenly had a brainwave. What if the world of the gods is actually adjacent to the world where the Earth is? Huh? Looking at the slightly confused eyes of the two teammates, Rem explained, it's like a sandwich. One layer is the future galaxy where the desolate star world is located. The middle layer is the world of the divine domain. And the next layer is the solar system where the Earth is located. Whether it is the future galaxy or the solar system, they are all connected to the divine domain. Of course, the connection order of these worlds is not necessarily vertical like a sandwich. It may also be parallel. Just like parallel world? Bird of Paradise spoke the answer first. Rem nodded. Yes, just like a parallel world. Because the divine domain is sandwiched between the two worlds. It has a certain impact on both worlds. On Earth, the divine domain may be the 9 realms of Norse mythology. And in the future galaxy, the divine domain is the hometown of the so-called god of the universe, and the god of the desert. The reason for these differences is that the human beings in the two worlds look at the divine domain from different perspectives. As for why there is a difference in perspective, I guess it is because facing different worlds and different people, the divine domain shows different appearances. Just like the mythological world of our country has the underworld, the heavenly palace and the western paradise. In Christian mythology, there are heaven and hell. And in Norse mythology, there are 9 realms. In other words, the god's domain itself is changeable, and the law of its change lies in the human heart. What a person thinks the god's domain looks like, then what he sees. It must be said that as a game and anime otaku, Rem's imagination is really big. This speculation not only shocked his teammates, but also shocked Xiaoming, who was observing all this through the summoner's surveillance camera. Good guy. Rem is really bold. Although all the surviving players in the god's domain have triggered false alarms, perhaps because of their different locations, Dawei Tianlei unexpectedly became the only player team that he could follow up the game situation in real time so far. As for the others, they were all disconnected from the summoner's monitor because of unstable signals, and he could only understand the situation through the surveillance videos before those players were disconnected. To be honest, before Rem made such a guess, he had never thought about the possibility that the world where the Earth is located and the world where the god's domain and the desolate planet are actually parallel. After all, this is too incredible. Although he had heard of parallel universes before, he had never connected them with his current situation. When he first crossed over, he never thought deeply about why he came to the deserted planet after his death and became a slime. He just thought that he had become the protagonist of an anime series and reincarnated in another world. Later, after learning the secret that there was a higher dimensional world, the god's domain, above the deserted planet, he attributed it all to the gods of the higher dimension. Playing tricks. Although he guessed so, he didn't know what the other party's reason was. To change the fate of the deserted planet? Or was it just because he was bored and wanted to have some fun? He thought of countless possibilities, but never found the most reasonable and satisfactory one. Now, after hearing Rem's bold speculation, and linking it to the surveillance video left by other players when exploring the god's domain, Xiaoming suddenly had a new idea. It is precisely because the solar system where the Earth is located is parallel to the future galaxy where the deserted planet is located. So he can come here. Just like the Chinese myths and legends, people go to the underworld after death. Aren't the underworld and the human world two parallel worlds? Although his resurrection and the binding of the summoner to summon players from the Earth to the deserted planet are both the work of gods of higher dimensions, But in order to let the souls of another world come to this world, some necessary conditions must be met first. Right? Just like when you go upstairs. It is impossible to jump directly from the first floor to the top floor at once. There must be a medium in between. It may be stairs or elevators. Switching to the context of the game. The player's helmet is the elevator car connecting the two worlds. And the God's domain should be the elevator track. Just like people need to cross the Naiha Bridge and drink Mungpa soup before they can reincarnate and return to the world of the living after death. Is the God's domain a transit station between the two worlds? Just as Xiaoming was guessing this, another sentence came from the other end of the surveillance video. Wait, I still don't understand a little. Then I heard the bird of paradise say, according to what you said, the God's domain will behave differently when facing different worlds and different people. So why is it the Norse mythology? We are obviously Chinese. So the God's domain should also become an Oriental myth in front of us. Right? Rim was choked by this question and couldn't answer it for a while. He coughed and found a way out for himself. I am just making a wild guess. And I didn't say it must be true. Besides, the specific settings of the God's domain map all depend on how the official planner arranges it. Right? At this time, the official planner behind the surveillance just felt like an arrow hit his knee. Xiaoming twitched his skin. Unfortunately, the planner didn't know the specific settings of the God's domain map. However, what Rem said just now broadened his thinking. Maybe the solar system, where the Earth is located, and the future galaxy, where the desolate star is located, are really bordering the God's domain world. As for whether the God's domain will change with people's ideas, this cannot be completely determined at present. After all, there are still some things that cannot be explained. Just like the question raised by Bird of Paradise just now, the players are all Chinese. Why do they see scenes of Norse mythology in the God's domain? If it is said that it is because some of these players had a wild imagination and connected the God's domain with the 9 realms of Norse mythology, which caused the environmental changes in the God's domain. How to explain the first person to enter the God's domain? Mighty and unyielding? I remember that he also saw the scene of ice and fire at that time. It is impossible to say that the culprit of all this is actually mighty and unyielding. Right? But this does not make sense. You must know that before he first explored the God's domain, the players on the forum, including Xiaoming himself, thought that the environment in the God's domain should be Cthulhu mythos style. As a result, the appearance inside was very different from what they had expected in advance. What is going on? After thinking for a long time, Xiaoming, whose brain was about to be tangled, still couldn't figure it out, and could only sigh helplessly for a while. I always feel that the water behind this is getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 428 Observer. Rem didn't know how many brain cells his wild imagination had killed. Carefully bypassing the magnificent main hall in front of them, the group began to explore the garden behind the temple. It's called a garden, but in fact there are not many flowers and trees planted here. The most eye-catching thing here is a huge fountain with exquisite and luxurious shape, and a big tree with lush branches and leaves nestled next to the fountain. A huge vulture squatted on the top of the tree, and a small falcon squatted between the vulture's eyes. The moment Rem saw the falcon, he exclaimed, "Damn! It's Vidforner." Hearing this long list of names suddenly, Weiwu was stunned. What the H.L. Rem, it's the divine eagle living on the top of the world tree in Norse mythology. Legend has it that this falcon has the wisdom to understand many things, and is a messenger who brings knowledge to the world. The god King Odin often uses it to understand everything in the world. Hearing this, Weiwu nodded slightly, and then asked, "Is it the big one?" "No. It's the small one on its head. No wonder it can stand on the head of the big eagle. It turns out it's because of its high status." Bird of Paradise, since this eagle is so powerful, could it be the quest NPC we are looking for? As soon as this was said, the other two suddenly paused. That's right. In the game world, there is no rule that NPCs must be humanoid creatures. A divine bird like Vidofulner, who knows everything in the world, can also become an NPC. Moreover, the reason why they can come to this temple is also thanks to the 8-legged divine horse. Thinking of this, the players immediately stopped joking. The 3 came under the tree and said to the falcon on the top of the tree seriously and respectfully, "Hello. Is there any task you can give us to do?" As soon as the words fell, the eagle on the top of the tree moved its wings, and then the falcon standing on its head twisted its neck, and a pair of golden eagle eyes looked at the 3 slimes under the tree with scrutiny, and a trace of disdain flashed in its eyes. Seeing this, the players were stunned. The Bird of Paradise hesitated. "Do you think Its expression just now seemed to disdain us? Rem, be more confident. Get rid of the seeming. Mighty unyielding twitched his skin. Can I beat it? Although I know it is an NPC. It looks too much like it deserves a beating. Hold it back. Rem persuaded, although I also want to beat it. We haven't even received the task yet. The world is big. But the task is the biggest. Although NPCs deserve a beating, they have no grudge against the task rewards. Mighty Unyielding looked at the falcon above with some doubt. Are you sure it can really issue us tasks? Otherwise? Rem looked around, in this empty temple. Is there any other NPC besides it who can give us quests? That's right. Then why did it ignore us just now? Bird of Paradise was puzzled. It must be that we asked the wrong question. Maybe only a specific password or keyword can trigger the quest. For example? Rem coughed lightly and spoke to the falcon on the treetop again. Respected Vidforner. Is there anything you need to tell us? Later. Mighty and Unyielding heard his words and whispered to the Bird of Paradise beside him. Is this effective? The Bird of Paradise didn't know whether Rem's approach would work, and was about to say wait and see. But suddenly the falcon on the eagle's head turned its neck, then opened its sharp beak and said, jump into the spring water, and you will get the answer you want. The falcon did not make a bird's cry but spoke human language. But it spoke neither Chinese nor the language of the Desert Star, nor any language familiar to the players. However, what was strange was that they could understand what the falcon meant. But the players obviously didn't care about such trivial things. Hearing this, they were immediately happy and hurried to the fountain beside them. Just when Rem jumped onto the edge of the pool and was about to jump into the water, the Bird of Paradise called him. Don't you need to call Daoang to join you? Hearing this, the players remembered that their teammate Daoang was taking medicine and watching the horse outside the temple. But it's not necessary. Rem waved his hand and said, the God's domain activity is a group battle. And the task is also at the group level. As long as we trigger the task, Daoang will automatically trigger it. Moreover, if we really call him over, who will watch the horse? That is a God-level mount. If no one is watching it, what if it runs away and is picked up by other players? Rem's words make sense. Hearing this, the Bird of Paradise did not mention calling Daoang to take medicine again. After receiving the hint from the falcon Bitfornal, the three slimes immediately lined up and jumped down one after another towards the fountain pool in front of them. With a few splashes, ripples appeared on the water. The three slimes were like stones that sank to the bottom of the water and never surfaced again. Therefore, no one noticed that a sharp light flashed in the golden pupils of the falcon on the head of the eagle on the top of the tree. It was as if someone was watching everything through its eyes. In the void above the temple, behind the film-like curtain with a faint white light, countless pairs of eyes were quietly staring at the scene in front of them. Like a child observing the plastic man spinning in a music crystal ball, or like a diner's grabbing a hamburger through the wrapping paper. They were focused and serious, but unlike the innocent children and the hungry diners, their eyes revealed wisdom and rationality. Like a scientist observing experimental data, recording everything he observed in an orderly manner. Is it really okay to do this? A hesitant voice suddenly sounded. And they would soon reach the critical point through this door. Once these slime players reach the critical point, it is very likely to expose the secrets of the God's domain and even the world. Although they have gradually begun to reveal the secrets to these experimental subjects since a long time ago, they have never completely opened the back door of this program. After all, leaking secrets is always a means, not an end. If they don't make some unpredictable moves, how can they make the core experimental subjects, who know the truth, maintain awe of them? Without awe, how could the other party follow the instructions of the summoner and do things for them? But now, the situation they have worked so hard to build is about to be broken. What are you afraid of? We will get to this point sooner or later. As if he couldn't stand his depression and worry, a guy who seemed to be the leader said, all this is just the inevitability of the experiment. Don't forget what our original intention is. This is originally a fictional world, just like an ecological breeding box. We have built everything here, and they are the observation targets put into the box. Now this ecological box has undergone a series of changes, and we can deduce the path they will take next even if we close our eyes. Compared with this experimental result without any surprises, aren't you curious about the reactions of the observed experimental subjects after seeing the ecological breeding box? These words immediately silenced the voices that raised doubts before. The leader smiled. He knew that the other party was moved, and he also knew what he was worried about besides being moved. They spent so much effort to create this world, to create the belief in gods and the so-called gods, and even to create the divine domain according to the ideas of these experimental subjects. The purpose is to make the experimental subjects believe in the world they created, and to make them believe what they want them to believe. But now doing so is tantamount to breaking the worldview that has been built in the hearts of the experimental subjects. However, such concerns are not valid for the players. After all, from their perspective, whether it is the divine domain or the desolate star world, it is originally a game. Even if they peek into the barriers of the ecological breeding box, they will only regard it as a game setting and will not associate it with the real situation at all. Only those who really know the truth of the game and know their existence will be extremely shocked. Just like the planner named Xiao Ming. Thinking of this, the leader slowly spoke, "Don't worry. Even if they realize the existence of the ecological box glass curtain wall, it will not affect our observation experiment, because they can't break this barrier. They don't know what kind of world is behind the barrier, and they don't realize what their true identity is. You know, they used to do things behind the identity of gods. Even if they take off their disguise masks and face the observed experimental subjects with their real faces, they will probably only be regarded as gods in the game copy. These players themselves are like particles moving irregularly in an ecological breeding box. As long as they don't get rid of their identity as game players, they can't get out of this box and can't see what the truth is." Faced with the leader's strong self-confidence, the observer who raised questions remained silent. Although this is just an experiment, the danger it carries is no less than playing with fire. It's like the designer of the software program installed an intellectual plugin in the software program in the computer one day, awakening its personal consciousness and making it aware of the existence of the programmer outside the computer screen. And the situation they are facing now is obviously more complicated than this example. After all, neither the observed object nor the observer show their true faces. This also makes the result of this experiment full of drama and variables. No one knows whether the consequences of doing this are good or bad. It may make the players awaken, just like the robots that gave birth to machine souls in history. Because of awakening, more desires are born, which leads to the subsequent human-machine war. Of course, it is also possible that nothing will happen. In addition, there is another possibility. For example, it may trigger the core experimental subject to investigate and explore the world more crazily. Although, the possibility of him finding out the results is very small, unless they take the initiative to release the news to the other party. But now it seems that there is no point in discussing these. After all, the backdoor of the program has been opened. Like spilled water, this has become an unchangeable fact. And now, they can only wait here quietly for the results of this experiment. Chapter 429. So the planner is playing Russian dolls here? The fountain pool in the back garden of the temple is deeper than the players expected. The moment they jumped into the pool, the three people felt as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. The mighty and indomitable man who fell in this deep place even had the leisure to complain. This is much slower than when he crossed from the magma sea of fire in the Gate of God to the glacier. However, unexpectedly, there was no feeling of being suffocated and unable to breathe in the water. The speed of falling gradually slowed down, and the surrounding environment was no longer as dark as it was at the beginning. Like the white light that the protagonist who traveled through time and space in movies and TV shows would see before waking up. Their vision gradually became brighter. Then, a vast expanse of white came into view. Like a piece of white paper that had never been stained with ink. And like a white room with no end in sight. This was the scene in front of them. What the hell is this place? Looking at the empty and extremely quiet environment around him, Wei Wubuki couldn't help but mutter, "Didn't the bird say that we can get the answer we want by jumping into the pond? Why is there nothing here?" As soon as the voice fell, some changes occurred. First of all, the sense of hearing. They seemed to be surrounded by 360-degree 3D stereo sound without dead angles. The sound was buzzing, like being on a noisy street with heavy traffic, and like a school cafeteria at noon, with voices and footsteps everywhere, making people feel that their ears were noisy. Then came the vision. The dazzling white in front of him began to fade away like a tide. Everything began to become clear, just like the mountain lotus leaf flowers that were wet and transparent by the rain. However, when the pure white faded and the fog that shrouded them completely dissipated, an unexpected scene came into everyone's eyes. A huge eye appeared in front of them, like a funhouse mirror, or a fisheye lens. The eye was swollen and a little scary, and it now exists independently in the space where they are, as if it was born out of thin air. Seeing such a strange scene, the players were all stunned. What is this? Boss? Maybe an NPC? Whose NPC has only one eye? How scary. Who said no? Have you forgotten Ethel, the AI administrator of the number 7 Underground Launch Center in Storm City? Isn't it just a huge electronic eyeball? Can they be the same? Ethel is a robot. The one in front of us is alive. Alive. So what? Anyway, they all have one eye. Seeing that the mighty and indomitable was speechless, Rem said, okay. Look at you. You are so surprised. What's wrong with one eye? Haven't you heard of the Eye of God? That is the eye of God to monitor mankind. There is also the Eye of Horus in ancient Egypt. It is the eye of the eagle-headed god Horus, representing the blessing of the gods and the supreme monarchy. Who knows? This one in front of us may also be the eye of some god? Hearing this, Mighty and Unyielding paused. He seemed to have accepted this argument and did not say anything more. Seeing that Rem and Mighty and Unyielding had finally stopped their meaningless argument, Bird of Paradise, who had not been able to get a word in, finally spoke up. What should we do next? Should we ask directly? Rem gave the other party a look that said, leave it to me. Rest assured. Then he coughed lightly and said, oh, all-knowing and all-powerful God's eye, please tell me the secret of God's domain. Also, how can we leave God's domain safely? Rem's cadenced voice was like a conspicuous bag who liked to show off his style in the class poetry recitation competition. Loud but also made people feel artificial. The pretentious voice echoed in everyone's ears for a long time until it had an uncomfortable aftertaste. And the huge eye in front of him blinked twice. For some reason, even though the other party didn't make any sound, Weiwu could still catch a trace of interest from this eye. It didn't seem like an arrogant mockery, nor did it seem like praise. This look seemed to be seeing something interesting. Sure enough, the next second, everyone's ears heard an illusory voice that seemed to come from the distant deep space. Are you sure you want to know? Just like the voice of Vitforner that the players had heard at the top of the world tree before. This voice did not belong to the language of any country on Earth, nor did it belong to the desolate planet. But even so, the players could still understand the meaning of his words. This feeling was very strange, like mind reading, and like empathy. It was also because of this that after getting the other party's response, not only the Mighty and the Bird of Paradise, who were secretly observing the giant eye, but even Rem, who was the first to shout at the other party, was shocked. Good guy. It turns out that you can talk. After muttering in a low voice, Rem immediately restrained the fear on his face and said seriously, of course. This is exactly the purpose of our trip. I hope you can tell us the secrets of the world of God's domain. As soon as the voice fell, the voice suddenly disappeared. There was silence all around. It was as if the voice they heard just now was actually an auditory hallucination. Just when Rem began to doubt whether he had said something wrong to anger the God's eye in front of him, the illusory voice that had disappeared in his ear appeared again. The voice was sacred and deep, as if it came from a more distant heaven, and it struck his heart. At this time, the same feeling also came from Mighty, Unyielding, and Bird of Paradise. Obtaining any secret requires a price. What price can you pay? Hearing this question, Rem paused, as if thinking about how to answer this question. However, before he could think about it, a plate of Mighty Unyielding had already asked back, what price do you want us to pay? Hearing this, Rem's eyes flashed with admiration. Okay, brother. You know how to pass the buck to the NPC. I heard the voice chuckle. I haven't thought about this yet, so I'll let you owe it first. Hearing this, the players looked at each other. Good guy. This NPC is just teasing them for nothing? Although they were complaining wildly in their hearts, the players were extremely respectful on their faces. Then do as you say. As soon as the voice fell, the environment in front of them changed again, like falling dominoes or blurring mosaics. The huge eyeball in front of them began to dissipate. Seeing this, the players were ecstatic. Here it comes. Just when they were looking forward to the next good show, a feeling like an electric shock suddenly spread all over their bodies. Good guy. This one-eyed man is so unethical. He actually attacked by surprise. As if sensing the curses in the players' hearts, the voice came into their minds again. Don't be nervous. I'm just making some changes for you. You won't get hurt. These are necessary means to spy on the secrets of heaven. The voice seemed to have the ability to soothe people's hearts. The originally emotional players gradually calmed down. As the voice said, their bodies were indeed not hurt, except for the slight tingling sensation of static friction in winter. There were no other symptoms. After a while, the tingling sensation disappeared. After experiencing this series of inexplicable changes, the players seemed to have noticed something different. It was like turning on the ultra-clear 4K plus 3D movie screen. and everyone felt that their five senses seemed to have risen to a whole new dimension. And among them, Brother Rem, who had the highest perception among the few, was even worse. It was an indescribable feeling. There was nothing around, but he could feel countless gazes. In addition to the owner of the eyeball, there were other people watching them. No, they were not human, but gods. Although he could not see the other party's figure now, he could feel their gazes. It turned out that those gods did not perish, but went to a higher dimensional world. Suddenly, Rem felt like he had realized something, and murmured, "So that's it. So this is the truth?" On the side, Buka saw him in a mysterious look and couldn't help but say, "How could it be so? Why don't I understand it at all? Could it be that the eyeball is biased and only tells you the secret?" Rem looked at him with a little disdain, with an expression of, "Why are you so stupid?" This move immediately made the mighty brother fur. "Damn, do you look down on people?" Before he finished speaking, the bird of paradise on the side immediately blocked his mouth and whispered to persuade him, still doing the task, "If you have anything to say, go out later." Hearing this, the mighty old man shut up in dismay. The world is big, and the mission is the biggest. Anyway, he knew the character of Rem, so he let him go for the time being. After comforting the leader, Bird of Paradise secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As the last person to join the team, it was really not easy for him. "Rem, don't keep it a secret. After all, it's a group mission. Just tell us what you have found." Rem is just a daily mouth, and he didn't intend to hide it from his teammates. Hearing this, he began to explain. "Didn't we see those ice sculptures in the temple before? At that time, it was speculated that it was the scene of the Ragnarok, the fall of the gods. But just now, I felt countless sights similar to that of the giant eye. Therefore, I suspect that those gods are not actually dead. They just moved away from the divine domain and went to another dimensional space world. This is also the fundamental reason why there are only statues left in the temple without any gods appearing." After hearing Rem's reasoning, the two of them were stunned, and their mouths opened into an O shape involuntarily. "So, you mean, there is actually another world above the world of God's domain? And those gods now exist in that world?" After hearing Bird of Paradise's summary, Rem showed a teachable smile. "That's right. This is the truth of God's domain. This is just a no-man's land abandoned by the gods." Hearing this, not only Bird of Paradise, but even the mighty and invincible Rem, who had just had a quarrel with Rem not long ago, couldn't help but exclaimed at this time, "Hack! The existence of another world of God's domain above the world of Desolate Star is shocking enough. And now, Rem told them that there is another world above God's domain, and that world is where the real gods live. This is even more shocking than the fact that slimes are divided into male and female. So the planner is playing Russian nesting dolls here? Parallel worlds one after another." Chapter 430, The God's Domain event is over. Rem's speculation was soon confirmed. Just as Buka was madly complaining in his heart, a new message popped up on the task panel in front of him. "Congratulations to player Rem is my wife, for completing the plot exploration of the background of the God's domain. Task completion, 100%. Task evaluation, S. Reward, God's Domain Explorer. Limited title. In addition, the whole group of Dawei Tianlei will receive 5,000 contribution points and 100,000 slime coins as rewards, as well as a special mark given by the god from another world. The map of the god's domain has been officially unlocked. Exploration method. After the end of this event, on the 1st of each month, the underground laboratory of Space Base Number 1 will automatically open the Gate of God. In addition, there is a certain probability of encountering the world god during the purple giant spider spawning period, and entering the god's domain. Server announcement. The exploration level of the god's domain map has been raised to LV30. Players with the special mark given by God can move freely in the god's domain without any harm. Suddenly seeing this long string of message prompts, not only the three people present, but even Daoang, who had been watching the horse take medicine outside the temple, couldn't help but say, "Hack!" Rem and his friends had been in the temple for so long and hadn't come out. He was still thinking about whether to take the horse in to find someone, but he didn't expect that these guys had completed the plot exploration in a blink of an eye. It turned out that he won this way purely by lying down, although 5,000 contribution points are dispensable for him now. The reward of 100,000 slime coins is still quite attractive, and the special mark given by God. According to the instructions of the server announcement, players with special marks can move freely in the god's domain without any harm. This is equivalent to stacking a layer of protective armor for themselves. With this mark, their group can laugh at the whole server. Just as the Great Thunder, the whole group was immersed in the joy of harvesting game rewards. Xiaoming, who was silently watching all this through the summoner monitor, could not come back to his senses for a long time. Because just now, the summoner actually automatically compiled the task completion message and the map unlocking announcement to the players without his knowledge. This has never happened since he took office as the manager of the slime nest. Obviously, someone bypassed his authority, and the other party should be the actual inventor of the summoner, and the real mastermind behind all this. They are a group of lives covered with gods, but actually exist in a higher dimension. Looking at the background story of the gods domain that Rem recently unlocked, Xiaoming couldn't help but narrow his black bean eyes. Because the gods fell because of the Ragnarok, the surviving gods abandoned the gods domain and moved to a higher dimensional world. If it were an ordinary player who didn't know the inside story, I'm afraid he would easily accept this plot. It's a pity that this story couldn't fool him. This was not only because he had previously glimpsed the secret through the rumored secret history of the summoner's achievement rewards. It was also because the summoner had bypassed him and sent a message to the player to notify him of this not long ago. The person behind the scenes confirmed Rem's reasoning so quickly, as if he was taking this opportunity to cover up something, even at the cost of causing his suspicion. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but recall Rem's previous conversation with the God's Eye. The other party did not reveal too much information about his side, and everything was just Rem's self-conjecture. The reason why Rem had such conjectures was that he saw the Asgard god realm that was suspected to be in Norse mythology, and many battle statues in the temple that were suspected to be scenes of Ragnarok. Second, because he also felt that there were many sites around them that were similar to the God's Eye, with a previous Norse mythology as a foundation. He naturally regarded these sites as peeping from other gods. In fact, combined with the various situations he had experienced along the way, it was not surprising that Rem would come to such a conclusion. The summoner announced the news of the completion of the task without his consent. It was obvious that the person behind the scenes wanted to confirm this conclusion, so as to end the player's exploration of the god's domain. This may be a kind of knock. Warn him not to use players to investigate the divine realm and the secrets of the higher dimensional world. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's heart sank. It seems that he was discovered. Yes, he did it so obviously. If the other party can't see it, he is a fool. However, Xiaoming was not worried about the plan being exposed, although the other party's move was obviously to prevent him from continuing to pry into deeper secrets. Judging from the other party's current actions, they don't seem to want to make a big deal. This also means that he will not suffer any severe punishment. Today's golden slime is equivalent to Qi Ming in Onmyoji and Nuanyuan in the dress-up game. Although I don't know what the purpose of the person behind the scenes is. As the core NPC in the world of the Desolate Star, those guys should not do anything to him unless it is necessary. After all, this game has to continue, right? Besides, the other party did not explicitly prohibit his investigation at the beginning. Now it seems a bit impatient to do this. After thinking about this, Xiaoming has nothing to worry about. However, since the two sides still have a friendly cooperative relationship, Xiaoming still took advantage of the situation and gave the other party a way out. So, at the same time when Dawei Tianlei and several people completed the map plot exploration task, the official also posted a relevant announcement about the end of the God's Domain event. The unexpected announcement of the end of the event made those unlucky people who were still waiting for Resurrection offline look confused. Damn! What's going on? The event is over? I just died today, and I'm still waiting for Resurrection. The event is over? What the hell? Although they can't enter the God's Domain again even if they are resurrected, it still doesn't prevent them from scolding the official for being a rip-off. This is not a lottery event. Map exploration activities are only open for one day? Is this reasonable? Also confused are the players who were trapped in the God's Domain because of the game error report. They are still stuck with the BUG. They thought they would be waiting for the official to fix the BUG. But now they are told that the event is over. I have never seen any game company fix the bug so simply and rudely. They actually closed the map directly? This is too bad, isn't it? For a while, all the players who couldn't log off due to the bug all complained the same way. However, what was more devastating than the end of the event was that some players actually cracked the background story of the event map. And they also got the only limited title of this event. TND. Everyone is stuck with bugs. Why are you so lucky? There is a shady deal. There must be a shady deal behind this. Therefore, as the only MVP of this event. Even before he went offline, Brother Rem had already received a wave of pickled vegetables from players on the forum. Although Rem didn't feel angry afterwards, he was more and more arrogant and used the limited title to attract hatred on the forum. After all, if you have power, don't pretend to be a bastard. Just when the offline players were discussing Rem's good luck with envy and jealousy, the players in the God's domain who couldn't log off due to error reports suddenly found that they could log off normally. In addition, there was an option to return to the deserted planet on their operation panel. The event is over. Logically, no one wants to stay in such a cold and deserted place. However, a smart guy said, "Why go back to the deserted planet? Didn't you idiots see the announcement that the God's domain map is only open on the 1st of each month? If you go out now, it will be much more troublesome to come in next time." Hearing what Wu Song said about beating the tiger, Lu Zhu with Xiao immediately agreed. Tiger is right. We finally got in. Why go out so quickly? Anyway, even if we go out now, we will still come in the future. Since the bug has been fixed, it will not affect our offline. Why not stay here for a while? This map is so big, and we haven't explored all the places yet. What the two said makes sense. For a while, the players who originally wanted to return to the deserted planet were immediately persuaded and chose to stay. However, these players did not expect that the loopholes in the game are so easy to exploit. Just when they were about to spend a few more days in the God's domain and then return to the deserted planet, the map in front of them changed again. But this time it was no longer a simple scene switch. Just like a self-destruction program. The surrounding ice and snow, hills, fighting soldiers and burning villages. Everything was like being erased by an eraser and disappeared instantly. What's more terrifying is that not only the surrounding scenes are disappearing, but even the players' own bodies are disappearing. Wu Songdahu watched the 1.5-meter tall soldier beside him being swept into the surrounding background, and then turned into particles and dissipated in the wind. He didn't even have time to grab his good brother's body. The next second, he was swept into this sudden upheaval like everyone else, and then instantly lost consciousness. Activity map closed. Players Wu Songdahu, 1.5-meter tall soldier, Lu Zhu with Xiao, and others failed to evacuate the map in time, and the system will take the death forced offline operation. Friendly reminder, this forced death offline player shall bear the consequences at his own risk, and the system will not provide any compensation. Returning to the forum, Tiger, whose ID was marked with the death standby sign, regretted more than once. Why did he insist on staying? Why did he have to take advantage of the official loophole? There was a bright road in front of him, but he didn't choose it. He didn't know how precious it was until he lost it. However, his sadness didn't last long, because soon, his teammates who were also on death standby also came online. It's all your fault. If we hadn't believed your bad advice, we wouldn't have to wait for death OB now. That's right. We were screwed by you. Although he was indeed wrong in this matter, Tiger couldn't help but argue at this time. You didn't say that before the accident. Now blame me. I didn't force you to believe it. There is indeed nothing wrong with this statement. At the beginning, he clearly asked for everyone's opinions, and no one objected. Who would have thought that the change would come so suddenly? In the end, it's still the official's fault. Why close the map so quickly? Just close it. And don't give people a warning before forcing death offline. He hasn't experienced death OB for a long time. Now, only 5 minutes have passed, and he is already feeling uneasy. How is he going to get through the remaining 47 hours and 55 minutes? For these unlucky guys who have lost more than they gained. Other players are naturally happy to see this happen. After all, it doesn't make sense that everyone is dead. But you guys who are stuck with bugs have taken all the benefits. It's really God's blessing that this situation has occurred. For a while, the forum was full of laughter. However, Xiaoming didn't have the leisure to watch the excitement of the players like he did in the past. Because now, he received a strange message from the summoner. I know you have a lot of questions now. Let's talk about it. Chapter 431, Conversation with High-Dimensional Intelligent Creatures. Seeing the sudden message in front of him, Xiaoming blinked his small black bean eyes. Good guy. He originally thought that this matter should be turned over in a bland way. But he didn't expect that there would be a follow-up? It seems that the other party didn't intend to continue to hide it from him. Of course, it is also possible that he wanted to give him a verbal attack. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately replied below. Okay. How do you want to talk? Within 2 seconds of the message being sent, a new reply popped up on the other side. Just talk like this. Xiaoming. I thought the other party would come to him directly for a face-to-face conversation. Or make a video call or something. As it turned out, he was overthinking it. Since he came to the desolate planet and bound the summoner, the person behind the scenes has never appeared, let alone had direct contact with him. Until recently, this situation has begun to change. The reason why the other party did this may be that they were afraid that their private investigation might expose their secrets. It is precisely because of this that the activities in the divine realm were stopped so quickly. Of course, the other party also knew that doing so would inevitably arouse his suspicion, because he is a curious and somewhat persistent person. Even if he cannot achieve his wish for a while, he will definitely find a way to complete what he wants to do in the future, rather than letting himself make a bigger mess in the future. The other party would rather choose to stabilize him by revealing the bottom as appropriate. Xiaoming's idea was soon verified. The next second, another line of messages popped up in front of him. What do you want to know? We can answer as appropriate based on the questions you ask. Seeing this, Xiaoming raised his eyes. Sure enough, it was as he expected. In this case, he doesn't need to worry too much. Ask whatever you want to ask. Anyway, the other party will not tell him what he can't say. What should I call you? Not long after this question was raised, a message prompt sound came from the front god. Intelligent life in a higher dimension. Or other names that you think are more appropriate. In short, it's up to you. Xiaoming. Seeing that the question was kicked back like a ball, he typed on the keyboard again. What secrets are there in the god's domain? The other party quickly sent a reply. Don't you already know? Xiaoming. When did he know? Why didn't he know it himself? After being surprised for a while, Xiaoming finally realized what the other party meant. These guys wanted to confirm Rem's inference completely. It was obvious that they didn't intend to answer this question directly. Thinking about it, Xiaoming changed to a more roundabout way to ask. So the god's domain is not actually a real world, right? Xiaoming actually had doubts about this a long time ago, and he was not sure until this god's domain event. The scenes in the god's domain will keep changing. They will break into particles and then reassemble. This feeling is like playing a sandcastle game, and it feels like switching game maps. Of course, it was more like some kind of program setting. In addition, the background and setting of the god's domain were highly similar to Norse mythology, which made him more and more suspicious of the authenticity of this map. Just as he forged the game, Wild Star World, was the god's domain also a forged product? He even began to doubt whether the future galaxy was real. The other party was silent for a moment, and then said a sentence. What if it is real? What if it is fake? Xiaoming, knowing that he would not get anything useful even if he continued to ask. Xiaoming stopped entangled in this question and automatically jumped to the next topic that he was more concerned about. What do you want to do? This time, the other party did not fool him like before, but gave a clear answer. Experiment. Seeing these two words, Xiaoming's heart jumped. Suddenly, he thought of the various speculations about the mysterious game, Wild Star World, on the internet in the early days. Among them was the inference that aliens conducted observation experiments on humans on Earth through games. Although such an inference was too far-fetched and therefore not many people believed it at the time. What people did not expect was that such an incredible inference was actually the closest to the truth. But, is the experiment mentioned by the other party really just an observation experiment rumored on the internet? Or an experiment on the sociology and behavior of Earth humans? Could it be that the experiment mentioned by these high-dimensional creatures is actually different from what he thinks? Recalling the various events that have occurred since the game closed beta, Xiaoming suddenly came up with a spine-chilling inference. The experimental topics of these high-dimensional intelligent lives may not just be to study the behavioral logic of Earth humans, or to study the so-called sociology of Earth humans. Perhaps their real research topic is how will Earthlings respond when facing an alien civilization that is more advanced than themselves? Submission? Or learning to integrate? Or directly conquering or annexing in a more barbaric and scheming way? Faced with such a complex topic, it is natural to need a complex way to evaluate. Therefore, these players from Earth will be arranged on the desolate planet, because this forgotten and backward planet happens to be between the two powerful forces of the future galaxy. It's just that the experimental results may not be what they expected. During this year, the players did not deal too much with the Space Legion and the high-ranking politicians of the future alliance, but instead embarked on another path of independent development. Perhaps they felt that such results were not satisfactory. So the other party came up with the so-called God's domain. Xiaoming's thoughts drifted further and further away, and all kinds of conspiracy theories gradually emerged in his mind. As if noticing his random thoughts, the other party popped up another message. Don't be nervous. This is just an ordinary observation experiment. We don't intend to harm you. What's more, aren't those players having fun? Seeing this, Xiaoming paused. Since he picked up the summoner, he has been led by the other party. No, even earlier. Even his resurrection seemed to be a carefully planned conspiracy. However, in the early stage, because the survival problems of himself and the slime clan were not solved, he had no time to pay attention to these details. Later, when he finally had free hands, he began to notice problems that he had never noticed in the past. For example, the summoner seemed to be able to read his mind, and often he got what he wanted. Another example is the skills he and the players have. The world of the deserted star is obviously not a game world, but it has settings that are highly similar to the game world. Now he finally understands why this is. Because everything he has now actually comes from the gift of those mysterious high-dimensional lives. And he has always been doing things under the eyes of the other party. Although he actually had a premonition of these, he still felt uncomfortable when he actually encountered a situation like being read by someone. Although Xiaoming really can't do anything to the other party at present, it's okay to find a way to lick the other party. Thinking about it, he replied below, please don't snoop into my thoughts without permission. This is an impolite behavior. As soon as this was said, the other party stopped sending messages. After a moment of silence, Xiaoming, who had let out his anger, gradually calmed down. After all, he was still worried that he had offended the other party too much. So he pretended to be nothing and took the initiative to send out a signal of goodwill. I have always been curious about one thing. Can you read people's minds? The other party did not deliberately make fun of his previous impolite words, but just answered his question seriously. Not only humans, but also any creature in this world. We can communicate with them. Xiaoming. Damn. These high-dimensional creatures can actually read animal language? The other party paused for a moment, and then sent another message. Although we don't want to deliberately pry into your thoughts, we still have to explain here. We can't read animal language. We can only resonate with all creatures at the same frequency. Xiaoming. Just resonate with all creatures at the same frequency? This ability is simply amazing. Okay. But the other party obviously doesn't take such an ability seriously. Rather than using the same frequency resonance method to directly analyze the inner heart of the creature, we prefer to observe silently from the side, because we can observe many interesting things with our eyes. Hearing this, Xiaoming was somewhat surprised. This view is unique. Although there is a saying in their ancestors' experience that what you hear is false, and what you see is true. But some people believe that what you see is not necessarily true, and what you see is not necessarily false. After all, humans are the best at disguise. I never thought that these high-dimensional creatures with the ability to see through everything actually prefer to observe with their eyes. Could it be that because creatures like players are too self-indulgent, there is no such thing as a roundabout disguise? Thinking of this, Xiaoming suddenly seemed to have grasped some key points and asked, are you doing this observation experiment for interesting purposes? After the question fell, the other party fell into silence again. After a long time without seeing the other party's reply, Xiaoming knew that his guess should be almost right. But who could have thought of it? These high-dimensional creatures made such a big fuss just because they thought it was fun? In this way, how boring must their lives be? No, it is not certain whether the other party is human or not. After all, there is no rule that life forms in higher dimensional worlds must be humanoid. After a crazy complaint in his heart, Xiaoming gradually stopped thinking. After all, he did not forget that these guys can sense people's hearts. If they knew that he had just complained about them, it would probably cause some bad misunderstandings. Just as he was thinking this, a message suddenly popped up in the message box in front of him. No misunderstanding. As you can imagine, our lives are really boring. Xiaoming. It seems that it is impossible to prevent the other party from reading your inner thoughts. Sure enough, the next second, another line of information popped up in the chat box in front of him. Once a link is established with the communication object, the same frequency resonance will automatically occur. This is an inevitable thing. Xiaoming. Okay. It seems that it is impossible to maintain personal privacy now. Under normal circumstances, the same frequency resonance will only connect to the current thoughts of the communication object, and generally will not involve the other party's deeper privacy. The implication was that he should not worry. Seeing this, Xiaoming sighed helplessly. Forget it. Just read your mind. At least these high-dimensional creatures have no intention of harming him. Right? Of course we have no intention of harming you. After all, we saved your life. Suddenly, seeing this line of words pop up in front of him, Xiaoming's eyes widened slightly, although he had such a premonition in his heart. When his guess was actually acknowledged by the other party, Xiaoming still felt a little shocked. How did you do it? A line of words slowly appeared on the screen. This is a rather complicated thing to explain, in words that you can understand. After you died, we transferred your soul that has not yet completely dissipated to this world. Hearing this, Xiaoming was horrified. Although these guys do not admit that they are gods. In fact, what they do is not much different from the gods in human cognition. Soul transfer? Reincarnation? Is this something that ordinary intelligent creatures can do? This is obviously something that only the King of Hell can do. Right? Sensing his crazy complaints, the screen responded again. What is the King of Hell? Faced with the question of the unknown high-dimensional intelligent creature, Xiaoming was stunned. Since these guys can apply the Norse mythology in the background setting of the god's domain, it is obvious that they have a certain understanding of Earth civilization. As a result, they are now asking him what the King of Hell is. Isn't this too unbelievable? Don't you know it's strange? The environment of that world itself is generated based on the imagination of some players. In short, the background setting of the god's domain has nothing to do with them. Since the players did not imagine the god's domain in the direction of the underworld, they naturally didn't know what the King of Hell was. After figuring this out, Xiaoming was stunned. So, the other party admitted that the god's domain is actually a false world. Although he was surprised by the other party's sudden openness, Xiaoming soon thought of another important thing. Since the god's domain is a world built based on the imagination of players, what about the desolate planet? What about other planets in the future galaxy? Are they all fake? Although there were doubts before, it was just a conspiracy theory without evidence. But now the other party has indirectly confirmed that the god's domain itself is fake. So is the world of the future galaxy adjacent to the god's domain also fake? Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Since this world is fake, what is he who is resurrected as a slime? Just when Xiaoming's heart was in turmoil, the familiar message prompt sound came from the information bar in front of him again. Hearing the sound, Xiaoming subconsciously looked up, only to see the following words appear in front of him. Is it so important whether it is true or false? As long as you are still alive and have your own consciousness, then this is the real world. Let me tell you the truest nature of this world. That is, as long as you think it is true, it is true. Just like this game. Chapter 432 Slime adds new rumors. Looking at the meaningful and somewhat ambiguous words in front of him, Xiaoming hesitated to speak. Indeed, it was just as the other party said. Now he can eat, move, think, and breathe, which is enough. After all, isn't this the essence of life? Whether this world is true or false has nothing to do with him. Just like the farmers in ancient times, who only cared about their own 1 acre of land. Who was the emperor, and who was the official in the court had nothing to do with them. Most people can only care about the current things. And those things that are not within their control will not have any effect even if they care about them. Thinking more will only add to the troubles. Although he persuaded himself like this, Xiaoming was still very concerned about the response in front of him. He couldn't understand what the other party said. What is the truest essence of this world is that as long as you think it is true, then it is true? Could it be that he still has the ability to make dreams come true and turn stones into gold? The answer is obviously no. The other party might just want him to deceive himself. Xiaoming was still a little unwilling to get the truth out of his question. He tried to sort out his thoughts and typed out his doubts word by word in the dialogue box. However, the other party had obviously ended the conversation and did not give him any reply. Looking at the message bar without any response for a long time, Xiaoming thought about it and finally did not continue to ask. The process of seeking the truth is not always smooth sailing. Perhaps he should learn to let himself go temporarily. Maybe one day in the future, the answer will naturally come out. Just as Xiaoming temporarily gave up the pursuit of the truth of this world, the civil war on the Zidar star 100 million kilometers away gradually came to an end. Perhaps because of the fear that these guys would make things worse. The Future Alliance finally came forward to mediate. Under the persuasion of the top leaders of the Future Alliance, the Renaissance Army finally decided to give up the attack on the Sissoko province, where the former capital Freeland City was located. He led his troops to withdraw from the territory under the jurisdiction of the new authorities of the Zidar Federal Republic and retreated to the Dulenka province, where the Renaissance Army was first established. And that was also the fiefdom of the former Crown Prince Odo. After that, the leader of the Renaissance Army, Odo's former confidant Zion, established himself as king in the Dulenka province, and established the Dulenka Principality. It seemed that he was going to compete with the Zidar Federal Republic. The reason why the civil war on Zidar Star has become the current trend is not only because the sovereign country, the future alliance, intervened, but also because the Renaissance army was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and could not continue to fight. Of course, the same is true for the Zidar Federal Republic, which is in need of reconstruction. More than half a year of war is undoubtedly a huge blow to this former feudal monarchy planet, which is not very rich. The destruction of a large number of houses, fields and public facilities also caused famine and a large wave of refugees. Even though Zidar made his fortune from minerals, the supplies of both armies are still tight. In addition to the above practical problems, there is another hidden reason, the secret that the priests tried so hard to hide at the Stone God Festival a few months ago was finally exposed. Not only could the chief high priest not sense any energy from the Stone God, but the Stone God's last revelation painting also made an ominous prophecy. These news also caused the entire Zidar Star to fall into a panic. More importantly, some mines on Zidar Star really experienced a reduction in ore production and a decline in ore quality. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to Zidar Star. The war dragged down the economy, and local resources could no longer continue to support the endless civil war. In addition, the economic pillars on which it relied for survival had problems, and the future alliance fueled the flames. The civil war on Zidar Star can only end here. Of course, for ordinary people on Zidar Star, a ceasefire itself is also a good thing. So the Zidar Federal Republic and the Dulenka Principality also signed a ceasefire agreement under the witness of the future alliance representative and divided their respective territories. The two sides are separated by the Zimel Mountains. The east is the territory of the Zidar Federal Republic, and the west is the Dulenka Principality. Of course, at the westernmost end of this continent, there is also Gordon County, which became an independent country early, but has been at peace for several months because of its remote location. No, it should be called the Kingdom of Mungo now. Their king has already given this land a new name with his own name. Now, next door to them is the Dulenka Principality. According to Zion's style of doing things, this small kingdom of Mungo will sooner or later be divided into the territory of the Dulenka Principality. At this point in the plot, the new history of the Zidar Star seems to have come to an end. But of course, the power struggle of mankind cannot stop here, even if this may be just a virtual world formed by program algorithms. But it gathers countless wisdom crystals of human history, and also gathers countless dregs of human history. It is precisely because of these dregs that it seems extremely real, and the players in the skin of slimes are like a group of black sheep that don't fit in, bringing a unique dramatic effect to the old drama that runs automatically in this world. Unlike the dead and gloomy Zidar, the opposite is true of the vibrant scene on the wasteland. No one expected that this forgotten exile planet more than a year ago could be transformed so quickly. The two mountains that weighed on the people in the eastern region are gone, and the towns are developing better and better. This is the first time that the planet has been rejuvenated since the interstellar war more than 300 years ago. Unlike the orderly development in the east, the development trend in the west this year is like a rocket. Since the Slime Clan overthrew the rule of the prison committee at the beginning of the year, the western desert has undergone earth-shaking changes. The first thing to change was the prison. Although some prisons in the western desert of the wasteland are still under dictatorial rule, like the original prisons number 444 and number 430. But the rulers of most prisons are still wise men who know the times. They took the initiative to establish good relations with the Wasteland Republic Alliance and the Slime Clan. After all, with the lessons learned from those high-ranking prisons, they dare not confront these tough guys head-on. Moreover, the prison committee is gone, and the quarterly supplies are gone. If they want to continue to support themselves in the western desert where supplies are scarce, they can only find a new backer. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that only the Slime Clan and the Desert Star Republic Alliance, which are now developing at a rapid pace, can afford this backing. After all, the Future Alliance and the Space Corps have ignored this barren place for 800 years. Although they occasionally throw some difficult-to-handle political or economic criminals to the desert planet in recent years, they never care about the problems inside the planet. The big landlords in the east are gone. The prison committee is gone, and those high-ranking prisons are no longer the first birds. What are they still jumping for? It is better to bow their heads obediently, so that they can leave a good impression in front of the new master. When these people no longer fantasize about being able to unify the western desert and become the leader of the prison, and no longer confront the more powerful Slime Clan and the Desert Star Republic Alliance. A new sunny road will open up to them. And the prisons that first established good relations with the Desert Star Republic Alliance have already boarded the high-speed bus of vigorously building the new West by using labor instead of materials. In order to stimulate the enthusiasm of these prison inmates to do things, players even worked with major prisons and the Republican Alliance Construction Department to come up with a series of work assessment standards, using this standard as a control group. If prisoners perform actively in the process of production labor, they can also get a commutation of sentence and be released early. Of course, this plan still caused a lot of concerns when it was first proposed. After all, many prisoners in the prison are extremely vicious, and they are worried that if this method is adopted to let prisoners get a commutation of sentence and release them, it may cause greater chaos on the wasteland in the future. In addition, there are some prisoners whose situations are more special. If they are released in this way, they may be held accountable by the future Alliance or the Space Corps in the future. So after a discussion among everyone, a prerequisite was finally added to this plan. Except for some special criminals and those prisoners who have no bad records such as fighting, murder, arson, and jailbreak in prison, ordinary criminals can get appropriate commutations through their work performance in production labor. Of course, it is not only the prisoners who are assessed and set standards, but also the prison guards. If you want to gain the recognition of the Slime Clan and join the Wasteland Republican Alliance, you must abandon all your past bad habits and act in accordance with the laws and regulations of the Republican Alliance. It is not advisable to oppress the people or the prisoners, in order to prevent these prison guards from pretending to obey, but actually disobeying. Xiao Ming would place several players in any prison that took the initiative to show goodwill to perform surveillance tasks. Although at the beginning, some prison wardens did not take these slimes seriously, and even got rid of these spies on their own. But what they never expected was that their actions had already been exposed on the game forum of another world. Soon, the resurrected players came with a large army and killed them severely. After these things, the wardens who originally had the idea of deceiving their superiors and concealing the truth immediately put down all their shameful thoughts. And the rumors that the slimes of the desolate planet were already magical have added a new chapter. The Slime Clan is not only the messenger of the God of the universe, they are also the eyes of the God of the universe. They can see all the sins in the world and can eradicate them for God. Those who are full of sins cannot cover up their crimes even if they kill them. Players have long been calm about the rumors of such idealism of the local natives, rather than clarifying the rumors that are groundless. Pretending to be a ghost can make these prison guards dare not act rashly. In this case, why don't they do it? Although doing so seems to have a bit of the meaning of the integration of politics and religion. But whether it is a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat, no matter what the means are. As long as it can solve the thorny problem at hand, it is an excellent way. Chapter 433: The Future Alliance's Vigilance and Plans. In addition to the players, Xiao Ming also holds the same idea. Although it was a pity that he could not get the answers he wanted from the mouths of those mysterious high-dimensional intelligent creatures, he felt a little comforted when he saw that the entire desolate planet was beginning to develop in a better direction. Perhaps, as the mysterious high-dimensional intelligent creature said, it doesn't really matter whether this world is real or illusory. What's important is that they live here now and regard it as their home. Whether this home is on the spiritual level or the material level, they need to maintain it well. However, a big tree attracts the wind. As the reputation of the slime family became louder and louder on the desolate planet and even the entire future galaxy, Xiao Ming also had some concerns. In order to force the Space Corps to stop the future alliance from intervening in the civil war on the Heidel Star, the player Jia Yongxiwa came up with a daring idea. In front of the head of the 54th Division of the Space Corps, he personally admitted that the lies spread by the former Crown Prince Odo of the Heidel Star were true. That is, the slime of the wild planet is actually a biological weapon secretly developed by the Space Corps laboratory. With such a fake identity, he was able to help the Zidar Rebellion to crush Odo's plan to borrow troops from the future alliance. However, this also laid another hidden danger of instability. After all, the fake can never become true, and lies will always be exposed one day. By then, the 54th Division is likely to pursue the fact that they were deceived by the players. If the matter gets bigger, it is not impossible to retaliate against the entire Space Corps. After all, if the players had not intervened, they might have already joined the future alliance in the Zidar Civil War and got a share of the spoils. Of course, this is only a possibility. Now the mineral production of Zidar has begun to decrease, and the quality is gradually declining. Even if they really got involved, they might not be able to get the good things they wanted when the war ended. After all, even the players who directly participated in this war and the Wild Planet Republic Alliance did not get the generous rewards they imagined. From this perspective, even if the Space Corps knew that the players had used identity fraud to prevent them from intervening in the civil war on the Zidar star, it might not end up in the end. However, all this is just Xiaoming's inference based on the current situation. He actually doesn't know how the facts will develop, just as he doesn't know when the lies spread by the players will be exposed. At present, all they can do is to let the barren planet develop as quickly as possible, and then hope that the Space Corps authorities can discover the truth as late as possible. Maybe it's because Xiaoming's inner expectations are too sincere. Or maybe the high-dimensional life observing all this behind the scenes has compassion and doesn't deliberately make things difficult. Until the signing of the ceasefire treaty in the Zidar Civil War, the planet country was divided into 3, and each governed itself. And the 54th Division of the Space Corps still knew nothing about it. However, if a person does not think about the future, he will have immediate worries. Even if there is no trouble A, there is still trouble B. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Due to the high activity of the desolate planet Slime in the future galaxy in the past year or so, many people have begun to pay attention to it. Among them are naturally people from the Space Corps and the Future Alliance, especially the latter. Originally, the Future Alliance thought that the desolate planet Slime was a biological weapon secretly developed by the Space Corps and was extremely nervous for a while. But in the end, it was discovered that this was just a hoax. The initiator of this lie had already died in the assassination during the Heidel Civil War, losing the identity of a biological weapon secretly developed by the Space Corps laboratory. The origin of the desolate planet Slime has become more and more confusing. It is precisely because of this that they began to pay more attention to this group of slimes that suddenly appeared. However, compared to how they appeared, these politicians are more concerned about whether these strange creatures with human-like intelligence will affect the Future Alliance. Although they are not worried that these slimes will really lead the desolate planet, which has long been reduced to a place of exile, to turn over and surpass their Future Alliance in one fell swoop, as some inferior rumors in the Interstellar say. But facing such a group of brave and fearless intelligent battlefield weapons, they have to be on guard. After all, from the current intelligence, these slimes are erratic and often do not play by the rules. Who knows if they will target their Future Alliance one day? After all, there is a shining example in front of us, the civil war on the star Heidel. Although according to Pierre, the leader of the Heidel Federal Republic, these barren planet slimes initially joined the war as mercenaries. Moreover, it was a weapons and ammunition company that pulled the strings and built a bridge. Both parties are purely voluntary transactions. But this group of slimes, who are as smart as humans, have spent so much effort and suffered so many casualties. How could they only earn the hard-earned money of mercenaries? The mineral resources on the star Heidel are probably the real purpose of these slimes. Right? Although the ore production on the star Heidel has decreased and the quality has declined, they should not have known about it at the time. With the lessons learned from the star Heidel, they are also worried that these cunning jelly gels will have some tricks on the Future Alliance in the future. Although the Future Alliance does not have rich mineral resources like the Heidel star, it has the most advanced scientific and technological resources in the entire future galaxy. And this is also their reliance on the top of the entire future galaxy. Although according to the current economic strength of the desolate star, even if those slimes want to come here to steal their corners, no one will pay attention. But I am afraid that these jelly gels with ulterior motives will use tricks to make them a little trouble to make things worse. For example, recently someone discovered that all the weapons temporarily stored in the military warehouse of the weapons laboratory have disappeared. These are all scrap products due to failed research and development. According to convention, they are to be towed to a special processing plant for scrapping. As a result, one day, the person in charge of this matter found that there were actually fewer things that needed to be scrapped after counting. Although the senior military officials did not look down on these things. At the beginning, those old goods piled up in the weapons warehouse were much better than these scrap copper and rotten iron. Didn't they sell them all to Fernan? For them, failed products have no value. But even so, other senior officials, including the chairman of the Future Alliance, Traka, were very dissatisfied with such an incident, because there are rumors that the reason for this situation is purely because there are spies from the Space Corps in the military. And these missing scrapped weapons were stolen by spies. What's more, some people have made a shocking inference. They think that it was not the spies of the Space Corps who stole these things, But the slimes of the wasteland planet. The reason given is also reasonable. Because the Space Corps cannot go to the trouble of asking spies to steal those failed products that are about to be scrapped. Which is meaningless. But slimes are different. They don't understand the actual value of these things. They steal whatever they see in the warehouse. Although these are still just speculations of the people. As the head of the military, Minister Meg was still criticized at the conference. This is not just a simple dereliction of duty in the security work of the military weapons warehouse. This is simply letting the face of the entire future alliance be. No. It may even be pressed to the ground and rubbed hard by a group of slimes. Although these lost scrapped weapons themselves are not important to the future alliance, the impact of this incident far exceeds the value of the stolen items themselves. No one wants to be secretly watched and calculated by others. Not to mention that the person calculating them may not be a human. Although there is no direct evidence to prove that this incident was done by the wild planet slime. Once the conspiracy theory is generated, it is not so easy to be quelled. Moreover, everything must be prevented before it happens. Especially this matter is related to the entire future alliance. And these politicians must make long-term plans. So, after dealing with the mess of the civil war on the Heidel Star, the top leaders of the future alliance privately held a heated discussion on the issue of what strategy to adopt in the future to deal with the wild planet slime. Like the prison on the wild planet, there are many factions within the future alliance. Some radical top leaders said that they would just go all out and release destructive weapons directly on the wild planet to catch all the annoying slimes in one fell swoop. Of course, this proposal was quickly rejected by others because it was too radical and inhumane. Contrary to the radicals, the conservatives are at the other extreme. They look at the slimes on the desert planet like puppies raised at home. They think they seem to bark happily, but are not very aggressive. They think these slimes are unlikely to steal scrapped weapons from the military. They even think that others are exaggerating. It is precisely because of this cognition that the response measures they give are ridiculously simple. Don't care. In addition to these two extreme parties, there is another group of people who maintain a neutral attitude. They neither think that slimes need to be severely cracked down on, nor do they think that these creatures should be left alone. They think that the future alliance needs to monitor them secretly, but also needs to do a good job on the surface. After all, the future galaxy today is not the chaotic situation of more than 300 years ago. They have been in a peaceful era for too long. And no one wants a conflict to break out unless it is necessary. In their view, it is still necessary to maintain peace and stability in the region. Moreover, they now have to guard against the intergalactic expedition that the Space Corps has started since who knows when. In order to take the lead in the future intergalactic colonization front, the future alliance is even less likely to spend too much energy on the slimes of the desolate planet. Therefore, for this wave of new emerging forces, their advice is, you can guard against them. But the means do not need to be too radical. Hearing this, the radicals who were implied immediately asked back, so, smart Minister Susie's, what means do you think are not too radical? As the leader of the moderate faction, Susie's glanced at these people indifferently and said, simply restore the previous deployment of the future alliance on the desolate planet and directly set up an office there. Anyway, the desolate planet is still nominally the place of exile for criminals of us and the Space Corps. This statement made people suddenly enlightened. Indeed, if you want to monitor slimes and monitor the movements of the desolate planet, what is more legitimate than this method? Traka, the chairman of the future alliance, was stunned for a moment, and a satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his face. This is a good idea. Let's do as you say. Chapter 434 The Future Alliance Ambassador with Ulterior Motives. Xiaoming never expected that the Space Legion, which had always worried him, did not come to trouble them. But the Future Alliance, which seemed to be the most lazy and indifferent, came to the door first. He received a message from the Future Alliance early this morning, saying that their envoys would arrive at Jinsha City on the barren planet this afternoon. Such a sudden visit surprised everyone. Who would have thought that the Future Alliance would send an envoy to visit so urgently, without even saying age, low in advance? What was even more unexpected was that the first sentence of the envoy sent by the other party, after arriving on the barren planet, was to re-establish an office exclusively for the Future Alliance here. The reason was that they had withdrawn the old one many years ago. Such a request was undoubtedly rude and willful. If it weren't for the fact that there were other people around, Xiaoming would have wanted to swear directly. Originally, he thought that the Future Alliance seemed to care little about the Barren Planet Republic Alliance and the Slime Clan. He never thought that these indifferences were all pretended. In fact, they have been secretly watching this place. And now, seeing that the wasteland planet is beginning to flourish. They can't sit still. The establishment of an office on the wasteland planet is to facilitate monitoring them, and also to warn the Wasteland Planet Republic Alliance not to think about flying, as long as the future alliance does not recognize it. Their wasteland planet will be an interstellar exile place. This is completely different from the meaning of setting up an embassy here. Such Sima Zhao's intentions are known to everyone, so it is naturally impossible for Xiao Ming to be the only one who can see it. Players who have been ups and downs in the big dive vat of modern society for a long time can naturally see the real purpose of these bastards. For a while, the angry curses resounded throughout the spacecraft docking station. Office? I'll deal with you. You bastard. These shameless old bastards. How dare they ask us for this? That's it. We worked hard to make the wasteland planet what it is now. And these grandsons actually want to come and pick peaches directly. What peaches to pick? This group of bastards obviously want to monitor us and plan to secretly make trouble here. They don't want the desert planet to become strong. And they don't want to see the desert planet become independent. Good guy. Isn't this American behavior? Got it. It turns out that the future alliance's grandsons want to be the desert planet version of the US military stationed in Japan. Stationed in Nima's Japan? If you don't know how to use metaphors, don't make random metaphors. Okay? We don't want to live a simple life. Then, US troops stationed in South Korea? Get lost. Hearing the American curses from time to time. Xiao Ming's mood, which was ruined by this uninvited ambassador from the sky, suddenly became much better. However, the ambassador named Lei Lian in front of him had no idea what the slimes around him, who were excitedly speaking in a strange language that he couldn't understand at all, were saying. Although he came to rebuild the future alliance office on the desert planet, Lei Lian also remembered another important task that Chairman Traka gave him before he left. That is to report everything that happened on the desert planet to him one by one, especially the actions of these slimes. And now, seeing these slimes behaving abnormally actively, he naturally couldn't help but pay more attention to them. What are they saying? They are welcoming you. Looking at the golden slime in front of him, which has grown to the height of his thigh, Lei Lian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Although today is the first time the two sides have met. Has this golden slime been so big in the past? The pictures or video material circulated in the Interstellar before don't seem to be as fat as it is now. Not knowing the ambassador's inner criticism of him, Xiao Ming just smiled and continued to talk nonsense. Sorry. It's rare to meet a big man like you in a small place like ours. So the tribesmen are inevitably a little emotional for a while. So it's a little noisy. I hope Mr. Ambassador doesn't mind. Lei Lian glanced at the slimes in the distance, who were mixed in the surging crowd, holding up stone bricks and shouting something loudly. And his heart skipped a beat. He was a little unsure whether the emotional excitement in the other party's mouth was the same as the emotional excitement he understood. Although he always felt that something was wrong, because the people accompanying him kept whispering and urging him. Lei Lian couldn't find the right words to refute for a while. He just nodded and said something politely before getting on the car with the golden slime. Seeing the envoys from the future alliance being escorted away, the players, who had been cursing for a long time, finally stopped. There was no point in continuing to curse after everyone left, and they were tired of cursing after cursing for so long. So they began to pay attention to the details that they had not been able to explore just now. Why did the patriarch smile at those old dog coins just now? When has the patriarch never smiled at people? That's true. Thinking back carefully, even when facing the so-called boss, the patriarch has never shown an overly emotional state and lost the demeanor that a leader should have. But he laughed too happily. His eyes turned from black beans to a slit. Except for the big order he negotiated with boss who. I have never seen him laugh so happily. Agree. Do you think the patriarch really agrees that the future alliance will station an office on the barren planet? You can't blame the players for thinking so. After all, since the establishment of the deserted planet Republic Alliance, Zukum Star has built an embassy on the deserted planet. The Heidel Federal Republic, which just ended the civil war not long ago, also established diplomatic relations with them. And both sides opened embassies on each other's territory. Now the future alliance said that it would station an office here. And this behavior seemed to be no problem at first glance. After all, there is not much difference between an office and an embassy in terms of functionality. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the deserted planet did not experience the war more than 300 years ago, and was not divided into two by the two major forces of the future alliance and the Space Corps as a colony. Without the above premise, the current actions of the future alliance may only be regarded as ordinary diplomatic behavior between the two countries. But the problem is not. Everyone knows what this planet has experienced in the past. Players have not only witnessed the poverty and backwardness here, but also witnessed its vigorous rise. Now at such a sensitive moment, the people who once enslaved and colonized here have returned to this land again. Their idea is no different from a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, with no good intentions. For these people's worried thoughts, another part of the players expressed their incomprehension. Just agree. What's there to worry about? Even if those grandsons really intend to do something, we are not vegetarians. That's right. At worst, we can fight them. See who can beat who. For the simple and rough style of these fighting players, the brain players on the side roll their eyes in disdain. What are you making trouble for? After all, they are the boss of this galaxy, with countless powerful weapons and technologies in their hands. We have just solved the most basic problem of eating, and technology is still developing. You fight with these guys with such thick thighs. Isn't that looking for death? After being confronted by the brain players, a fighting player was immediately dissatisfied. Who said that you have to fight them head-on? Don't forget how the former crown prince of Zidar died. We can definitely do assassination. The player in front of him with the ID pig nose inserting onion is just an ordinary combat professional player who barely reaches the T3 echelon. But this does not prevent him from having a wide personal network. The Shadowless Knight and Bald Superman, who assassinated the former Crown Prince Odo of the Zidar Star, are two good brothers he often invites to play offline in real life. He even dragged these two people to fill out the form to enter the game when he played Desolate Star World. Although after entering, these two did not need him, an old man, to lead them. With their excellent personal adaptability, they got along well in the game. Later, they even joined the Assassin Corps together and made their mark through the previous Zidar Civil War event and jumped to the T2 echelon in the game. However, when one person succeeds, the whole family will rise to heaven. As a real friend of these two well-known players in the game, Pig Nose inserting onion still has a chance to show off. As long as these grandsons dare to do anything bad to the Desolate Star and our Republic alliance, my two brothers will be the first to kill them. Hearing the Pig-Nosed Man's righteous words, the players couldn't help but sneer. You said so much and thought you could do it yourself. So you still have to rely on the Assassin Corps? That's right. Who doesn't know that they are the best at assassination and intelligence gathering in the whole server? Speaking of which, a buddy of mine has also joined the Assassin Corps recently. I heard that they have been secretly helping the Space Corps to gather intelligence recently. Damn? Is it true? Of course it's true. My buddy told me in person. It is said that it was the Jiaoyang boss who made the connection. Is it Jiao Yangsahuo? The richest player in the whole server? Yes. 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 That's him. Awesome. Are they helping the Space Corps to gather intelligence about the future alliance? He didn't say that. But who else can make the Space Corps so concerned except the future alliance? 666. This is exciting. With the topic diverted, no one remembered about finding someone to assassinate the future alliance ambassador. Everyone focused on what important information the Assassin Corps brothers helped the Space Corps to get from the future alliance. Even the pig-nosed guy who was busy showing off just now got involved. Looking at the group of slimes in the distance, who were still noisy as usual, some natives of the deserted planet were confused again. What are the messengers arguing about again? I don't understand. The language spoken by the messengers is too difficult to understand. I haven't learned it after listening for more than a year. Aren't you talking nonsense? That is the language of the gods. How can ordinary people like us know the meaning? However, I heard that there are still many people who can communicate with the messengers in the language of the gods. There are a lot of them at the slime farm alone. Hearing this, the man was speechless for a moment, and then blushed and retorted, "What do you know? They are loyal believers chosen by the messengers. That's why they can understand the language of the gods." Perhaps because of his excitement, his voice was raised. In just a moment, he attracted the attention of the players, who were chatting enthusiastically in the distance. What are they arguing about? I don't know. Maybe they are indignant about the future alliance like us? Damn it! I saw a pig nose with green onions inserted. A trace of emotion flashed across the green face. I didn't expect that they would have such a high sense of identity with the Republican alliance. It seems that the Patriarch's previous patriotic education was not in vain. Chapter 435 2.05 version update. Xiaoming didn't know that his little players had been planning to do something secretly after seeing the ambassador sent by the future alliance. But even if he knew, he would not deliberately stop it. After all, He was going to do something. But he would not take such radical and troublesome methods as assassination. Killing only one ambassador is not very useful, because it can't change the attitude of the future alliance towards the barren planet. Just like the Americans treat the flower growers in real life. Even if they send away an ambassador, they will welcome the next one. Moreover, the consequence of doing so will only give the other party a handle to punish themselves, which is really not a wise choice. At this time, it is more effective to use open conspiracy than conspiracy that can't see the light. And now, Xiaoming does not intend to do anything to harm the personal safety of this group of future alliance envoys with ulterior motives. Not only will he not hurt them, but he will also entertain them warmly, so that the other party can't find any faults. In fact, Xiaoming can probably guess the reason why the future alliance authorities did this. Over the past year, the reputation of the Wild Planet Slime clan in the future galaxy has gradually become louder, especially after they participated in the Heidel Civil War as mercenaries. The reputation of the Wild Planet Slime has risen to a higher level like a raging fire, due to their outstanding performance in the war, coupled with the false rumors that Odo had made before. The future alliance, who have always been arrogant, finally shifted their attention to this long-forgotten exiled planet. When they found that on such a wild, backward and hopeless planet, a group of intelligent and brave slimes, who can speak human words and have magical abilities appeared from some time. Can these people not panic? Even though they knew that the Wild Planet Slime was not a product of the Space Legion biological laboratory, they still maintained a high level of vigilance against this magical species. They were afraid that these creatures would be unfavorable to them in the future, just as they were afraid that the God's Gate project studied by Gulba Star would be unfavorable to them in the battlefield of galactic hegemony. It was precisely because of this that they chose to strike first. Although the disaster that Gulba suffered was caused by the leaders at that time and the complex surrounding environment at that time, the ones who stabbed the planet the most were actually the Future Alliance and the Space Corps. Whether in the past or now, as long as they feel threatened, they will attack the imaginary enemy they identify. This is very similar to the new Yellow Peril theory proposed by Western imperialism in the real world, because they want to maintain their highest ruling position. They do not need the existence of more powerful countries in the world except themselves. Once they find that some countries have signs of rising, they will find ways to sabotage and strangle the signs that have not yet grown up. Now, because of the bold operation of the player Jiao Yangsehuo, the identity of the desolate planet Slime is bound to the Space Corps laboratory. Although this true identity is currently only known to the 54th Division of the Space Corps. But with this group of insiders' internal operation, at least they don't have to be attacked from all sides. Of course, this is just a stopgap measure. Once the truth is revealed, it's hard to say what they will encounter. The worst-case scenario may cause the war more than 300 years ago to repeat itself. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but hope that the resourceful Jiaoyang brother could deceive the Space Corps for a while longer. Even if they can't deceive forever, they have to find a way to make them inseparable from the help of the Wild Planet Slime. However, it is not Xiaoming's personal style to put all his hopes on others. Although he can't control the future plot, he can completely control the present. It's like how to deal with a group of envoys of the future alliance in front of him who have ill intentions. You can guess why they are here with just a little thought. Since the other party wants to come here to inquire about the information, let them inquire. Anyway, they are not the only ones who can place spies. Not only the so-called Future Alliance office on the Wild Planet, but even the chairman's office of the Future Alliance. As long as he wants, he can arrange players to sneak in to spy on the information. Moreover, he didn't even have to consider what would happen if these spies were caught. After all, players are immortal. Even if the other party self-righteously killed the slime spy, the secrets that were discovered would still be spread to the game forum with the dead players. And then everyone would know. Once the secret was exposed, it was no longer a secret. All the other party's plans lost their meaning. One person's wisdom may not accomplish anything big, but a group of people brainstorming. Are they afraid that they can't deal with these guys who can only do tricks behind the scenes? What's more, when it comes to fancy operations, no one can do it better than the players. Thinking about it, Xiaoming's little worry disappeared instantly. Doesn't the Future Alliance want to investigate and monitor the slime? Then he will give them a chance. However, whether they can hold on depends on whether these people can fight for it. After playing cozy with those uninvited guests, the first thing Xiaoming did when he returned to the office was to open the background of the summoner and start editing the new event copy. Earth. Official website. Wild Star World. 2.05 version update. 1. The new prank event, Ambassador Arrival, is online. WildStar Republic Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs, without prior communication. The Future Alliance suddenly sent envoys to the WildStar and asked to build the Future Alliance's office on the WildStar. This is a very presumptuous and unreasonable act. The two countries established diplomatic relations without setting up an embassy, but unilaterally notified us to establish an office. The intention is conceivable. These people even thought that the WildStar was the colony that could be slaughtered at will more than 300 years ago. This is simply an insult to the independent sovereignty of the WildStar Republic Alliance. Of course, this does not rule out that they are knocking on the WildStar and the Slime Clan. And don't dream of relying on independence to get rid of the Future Alliance's influence and control on the WildStar. In either case, this is unacceptable to us. Although the current WildStar Republic Alliance is indeed not as strong as the Future Alliance, we are not cowards who can be rubbed by others. As citizens of the Republican Alliance, we must not lose the courage to confront power politics. Chief Golden Slime, since the Future Alliance has sent the ambassador here, we must naturally entertain them well. Smile. During the event, players can show their hospitality to the ambassadors of the Future Alliance, and let the ambassadors fully experience the traditional virtues of the Slime family's hospitality, so that they can feel at home even if they are in a deserted planet. Friendly reminder, this ambassador's arrival is a prank on humans. So I hope that all players will not misunderstand the gameplay of the event. In addition, this event will not adopt the traditional event points algorithm, and the final MVP will be determined by the chief himself. I hope that all players who participate in this event will work hard and strive to get the first place in the chief's mind. It should be noted that you should not go too far, so as not to cause a loss of life and cause a diplomatic incident. 2. Fixed a small number of bugs. The official website has been updated again. However, compared with the official update method without notice, what really caught the players off guard was the content of this update. Brick moving boy, damn! Am I seeing it right? It's actually a prank activity? Pork stewed with vermicelli. This seems to be the first time since the closed beta test. Right? Stir-fried kidney. Be more confident. Remove the word seems. This is the first time. Ultraman of Light. I have to say that the official is getting more and more creative. The recent activities have come up with new tricks. Laughing with squinting eyes. I am your father. What? The official has launched a prank activity? Quick! Let me see. I am your father. Hack you. The official is so good at playing? Gotham Iron Man. TSK. I can't tell. It turns out that our patriarch is the kind of person who smiles on the surface, but is enemy in the heart. Laughing with squinting eyes. Pork stewed with vermicelli, isn't it? During the day, those blacks were still scolding the patriarch for betrayal, saying that he smiled flatteringly at the messenger of the Future Alliance. But the plot turned into this at night. It's simply unparalleled. Chocolate lava cake. I didn't expect that as soon as I left Sand City. The official website of Sand City would update such an interesting event. This is too bad. I am your father. It's okay. Blackrock Town is so close to Storm City. If you want to come back, just go to the save point there and switch the map back to Sand City. Brick carrying boy. Squinting smile. There is actually a simpler way. Chocolate lava cake. What way? Brick carrying boy. Commit suicide. Return to the novice village in 2 days. Grinning. Chocolate lava cake. Let's forget it. Big IQ girl, by the way. Are you interested in participating in this event? Curious look.jpg. Gloria, of course. Aatrox, +1. Gotham Iron Man, sunglasses, do you even need to ask? Stir-fried kidney flour, squinting smile, do you even need to ask? How could this kind of thing be without our Gotham brother? Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, it's as if you won't participate. At fried kidney flour. Fried kidney flour, I really won't participate. Fried kidney flour, as a fun person. I just want to have fun. Aren't you guys still here to do this kind of thing? I'm rooting for you at Gotham Iron Man. Gotham Iron Man. Big nose inserting onion. I still don't quite understand it. So the meaning of this prank activity is to let us punish the Future Alliance ambassadors at will. Is that right? Ultraman of Light, according to the activity announcement. It should be like this. But the premise is not to make a big deal. Otherwise it will cause a serious diplomatic incident. Fried kidney flour, in plain words. As long as they are not killed, it will be fine. Grin. Ultraman of Light, shame, don't do it too much. It's probably just a gesture. Just a little scare. Otherwise, it will cause a diplomatic incident as the announcement said. which will be troublesome. Pig nose inserted onion. Okay. Got it. Boss. Although the official has already reminded players in the activity announcement. When this prank ambassador activity is actually implemented, some things can't be controlled just by wanting to control. Although everyone is thinking about not harming the other party's life, there are many players participating in the prank. Although not all players in the server have the leisure to participate in this prank activity, it is conservatively estimated that there are hundreds of them. These players with wild ideas are like wild horses running away, rushing towards the future Alliance ambassadors with an important mission with their passion for pranks and determination to win the event MVP. Once hundreds of wild horses start running, the destructive power and shock they bring cannot be stopped by a simple sentence in the event announcement. Don't go too far. As a famous prank king in the game, Gotham naturally became the slime that cast the biggest shadow on the future Alliance ambassadors in this event without any suspense, and successfully won the MVP throne. To talk about what happened in the middle, it all started 1 hour after the new event announcement was released. Chapter 436, Haunted House Prank. Although the visit of the ambassador of the future Alliance was very sudden, the host, the Republic Alliance of the Desolate Star, still properly arranged high-standard accommodation for him. However, since the Desolate Star has not yet conducted large-scale diplomatic activities with the planetary forces of the galaxy, there is no accommodation park specially built for receiving foreign guests. Therefore, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic Alliance arranged for the group to stay in a local 5-star hotel, the Light of the Sun, as the only high-standard 5-star hotel founded by players in Jinsha City. The ambassador's destination was naturally chosen here. This is the second hotel opened by the owner of the Sun Hotel in Jinsha City, compared with the down-to-earth of the former. Its positioning is obviously much higher end. Both the exterior design of the building and the interior decoration are trying their best to lean towards the direction of nobility and luxury. Some sharp-eyed players even found that the shape of the sunlight is very similar to the 5-star hotel of the Lu Group in real life. For a time, there was a new layer of speculation about the identity of the big boss, the Sunshine, in the game. Some people say that he may be a senior executive of the Lu Group, or even the eldest son, who will take over the Lu Group in the future. Otherwise, isn't he afraid that the Lu Group's legal department will sue him for infringement? Moreover, this Jiayang boss also has a younger brother, which is exactly the same as the Lu Group's eldest son. Of course, some people disagree. They think that a busy man like the Lu Group's eldest son has no time to play games? What's wrong with having a younger brother? Many people have younger brothers. And even if the hotel is built like it, it doesn't mean anything. Don't some people always pinch the faces of celebrities when playing The Sims? Doesn't this mean that the person who pinches the face to play the game is the celebrity himself? Will those celebrities whose faces are imitated come to sue those players for infringing their portrait rights? In short, this is just a game. And the netizen speculation is purely random speculation without actual evidence. The Lu Group's legal department would not come to sue someone in the game just because a player built a hotel similar to theirs in the game, let alone a 5-star hotel. Even if the big guy built a White House in the game, the President of the United States in the real world would not let them demolish the building in the game. The rumors between players and netizens cannot affect the world of the deserted planet in the slightest. In fact, the Sunlight Hotel that shocked netizens was just an ordinary place to stay in the eyes of these ambassadors of the future alliance. This so-called 5-star hotel is just barely habitable, and it is completely incomparable with the interstellar hotels on the planets under the jurisdiction of the future alliance, which are either towering into the sky, dreamy and beautiful, or creative. Not to mention that the environment around the hotel is nothing but trees and mountains, which is primitive and backward and extremely boring. This place doesn't even have an entertainment venue, and it can be called the best hotel? It seems that even the Sand City, which is known as the most prosperous city on the deserted planet, is just like this. For a moment, everyone felt more and more contemptuous of the land under their feet. Some people in the delegation even thought that the brains of the top leaders were crazy. Such a broken place is actually worth their attention? Rather than believing that these slimes and the so-called Republican Alliance can turn the tables, it is better to believe that the barren planet slimes are the product of the Space Corps laboratory. This rumor is true. However, compared with the simple external conditions, what these ambassadors, who claim to be high-end and advanced, can't stand the most is these slimes. I don't know how the local media publicized it. Not long after they checked into the hotel, a group of slimes surrounded them like leeches smelling blood. Although the golden slime once said that there are few big people like them in a small place like theirs, So its people are very excited. But is the current situation a little too excited? Whether it is the entrance of the hotel or the back garden of the hotel. Even the corridors and restaurants inside the hotel. They almost blocked wherever they went. No. To be precise, it can't be called a traffic jam. But you can see these colorful slimes everywhere you go. They are either squatting in the bushes to collect mushrooms, or repairing broken appliances or tools in the hotel, or busy cleaning. Although such a scene seems to be nothing wrong at first glance, Lillian still feels a little subtle from it, because every time they pass by, these slimes will stop their work and look at them, especially a fluorescent green slime, which is motionless in a dark corner, grinning and looking at them with a weird smile. Even if he is usually calm, when he sees such a scene, Lillian still feels a chill in his back. Although those slimes just look at them and don't actually do anything to them, it is still scary enough. For a while, Lillian even began to doubt whether the golden slime arranged for them to live here to deliberately harm them. Of course, this is just a suspicion, because he has no evidence. Unlike the slightly sensitive Lillian, the other members of the delegation did not think so much. After all, in their opinion, neither the Desert Star Republic Alliance nor these slimes dared to act rashly against them. After all, when the power gap between the two planets is large enough, the one that occupies a strong position will naturally not be afraid of any threat. And the future alliance standing behind them is the United Planets that has dominated this galaxy for hundreds of years. The future alliance with such strong strength is something that the guys from the Desert Star may not be able to catch up with no matter how many years they work hard. If the golden slimes are smart enough, they should know what serious consequences will result from offending them. What's more, since they landed on the Desert Star, they have been highly treated by the other party. Even the real leader of the Desert Star Republic Alliance came to meet them in person. Therefore, even though these slimes seemed to be acting strangely, the envoys of the future alliance did not think much about it at first. They just thought they were short-sighted and not up to the standard. It was not until that night that each of them saw completely different strange phenomena in their respective rooms that they realized how wrong they were before. Of course, these are all later stories. After all, when they saw those weird scenes from the mysterious East, these guys who usually looked well-dressed and righteous were all scared out of their wits and ran out of the door. How could they have any reason to consider whether someone was deliberately setting up a trap to scare them? And the one who set up this trap was naturally Brother Gotham. To be honest, if it weren't for the official rigid regulations that the lives of these NPCs could not be harmed, he would not have taken such a gentle approach at all. After all, as a famous weapon, punishment, department, master, Shang, book, and a fun-loving person in the whole server, he has always adhered to the extreme way of doing things as long as he can do it. And as long as he can't kill him, he will do it to death. Although he was restricted by the rules of the event this time, and could not use various dangerous means, it did not limit his normal performance, because he took a different approach and chose another way of pranking Haunted House. As soon as the event announcement was released, Gotham took the initiative to find Jiayang Sihua and explain the matter to him. To be honest, Gotham didn't have much hope for the Haunted House plan at first. After all, the prank was held in a hotel opened by other players. What if there were any bad rumors about the hotel after the prank? No one wants to encounter such a thing when doing business. After all, it is a big deal that affects their business. But I didn't expect that this Jiayang guy was very generous. After listening to his idea, he not only didn't refuse, but agreed very readily. The only requirement the other party gave him was not to destroy any property in the hotel. Otherwise, he would pay for everything at the price. Although such a requirement was simply meaningless to Gotham. After all, even if it was destroyed, he could afford it. After dealing with the owner, Gotham took his disciples and grandchildren to happily toss around in Liu Yang's hotel. Since it is a haunted house, the most important thing is naturally ghosts. In addition to the most classic horror characters from the East, such as the Red Ghost Bride, Qing Dynasty Zombies, and Sadako, Gotham has arranged all the characters in movies and TV series that any player on Earth finds scary. Because the risk of hiring people to play ghosts and being exposed is too great, Gotham chose to use holographic projection disguise chips to let his disciples disguise as these classic horror characters, combined with the lights and other props they installed in advance. The effect is simply amazing. Although the night has not yet fallen, Gotham, who is hiding in the dark at this moment, can already foresee what kind of wonderful picture he will see next. At this time, these ambassadors from the future alliance are still completely unaware of their future fate. After a full meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lillian was naturally the same. When he finished taking a shower, it was already dark. After dealing with the unfinished work at hand, he prepared to go to bed. However, just as he closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep, a rustling sound suddenly came from the room. In just a moment, the slight sleepiness that had just been brewing in him disappeared without a trace. Is it a mouse? Or a cockroach? Or some other nocturnal animal? I heard that there are many mountains and forests in the eastern part of the deserted planet, and many animals like to come out at night. Even though this hotel is located in the crowded Jinsha city, the backyard of the hotel is close to the mountains and forests, and those animals hiding in the mountains may sneak in. Thinking of this, Lillian suddenly lost all sleepiness. He hurriedly sat up from the bed and turned on the switch of the bedside lamp to find the unknown creature that made a noise in the house. However, the strange thing is, the bedside lamp that could be turned on normally before going to bed actually failed at this time. No matter how he turned it on and off, the light in front of him still had no response. In desperation, he had to get out of bed and look for the switch on the wall to turn on the ceiling light in the room. This time, the light was on. But soon, it went out again. Then, it was on again. Just like that, the lights in the house began to flash wildly at an extremely fast frequency. So far, although things were strange, they had not yet developed to the point where Lillian felt panic. He just thought that there was something wrong with the power line of this hotel room. So he was going to call the room service to find someone to repair it. However, the moment he picked up the phone, he heard a low and resentful bubbling sound from the other end of the receiver. It was like someone was strangled by the neck and couldn't speak normally. The sound made people's scalp numb. Lillian's heart suddenly stopped. Then, an inexplicable sense of fear rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making his whole body stiff and cold. However, before he could react from the shock, he heard a sentence from the receiver. "Can you see me?" As this sentence fell, the antique TV opposite, which was originally turned off, suddenly lit up. Then the screen flashed, and the back of a woman with long black hair and a white dress appeared. The sudden strange scene scared Lillian so much that he screamed and threw away the receiver in his hand. However, the shock was not over yet. The woman in the picture seemed to have heard his scream and began to turn around slowly. Seeing this, Lillian quickly picked up the pillow beside him and threw it hard at the antique TV in the distance. The moment the pillow hit the TV screen, the screen suddenly stopped again. The lights in the room that had been flickering were completely extinguished at this time. Lillian didn't know whether this was good or bad, but he knew that if he continued to stay in this room, he would probably encounter something even more terrible. So, he ran towards the door of the guest room without thinking. However, how could the players, who had worked hard to set up for most of the day, let him go so easily? Before Lillian rushed out of the bedroom door, a woman who looked like Sadako came out of the antique TV in front of him. She raised a face covered with bloodstains among her messy black hair, then grinned with a cracked mouth, revealing a weird smile. Seeing this, Lillian took a breath, then rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground unconscious as if he was too frightened. Seeing that the person had been successfully frightened, the players immediately lost interest in playing. TSK. This is too scary, isn't it? That's enough. Fake Kaylee, who was pretending to be a female ghost, turned off the holographic projection disguise chip and jumped up from the ground. Let's go check on the others. There are still a few rooms left, Gloria said with a smile. The captain is worth 2. Those guys are probably scared like this guy. Right? As soon as the voice fell, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside the guest room door. After that, there was a second and third scream. Each sound was different. Then, a burst of hurried and panicked running sounded throughout the corridor. Hearing the sound, the players looked at each other in surprise. Oh my god! It's such a big scene? Didn't you say that you would scare people to death? Chapter 437. The Slime Clan will not tolerate any slander. Gotham did not expect that the development of the matter would not go according to his plan at all. Although in his imagination, these people actually had the option of escaping in addition to being scared. But in order to avoid making a big deal and affecting his MVP, he had already found a way to eliminate this hidden danger. Even if those people wanted to escape, they could not escape, because they had blocked all the doors and windows beforehand. The windows of the hotel are made of high-strength space glass and cannot be broken at all. All these ambassadors can do is scream in fear in the room and be scared to death by them, or be knocked out by them. But I never thought that these guys' desire to survive was so strong that even if the door could not be opened, they would find a way to break it open. If it was just one person, it would be fine. But the key is that all of them are the same. Gotham just scared a bald old man to call his mother. And his apprentices on the opposite side scared the other two people to break out of the door. Perhaps because of the encouragement of those people. The man who was just lying on the ground in fear suddenly got up from the ground and slammed into the closed door in front of him. Facts have proved that human potential is unlimited. Under extreme fear, this old bald man who looked weak at first glance actually burst out with energy beyond everyone's imagination and forcibly opened the tightly closed door in front of him. After opening the door, looking at the dark corridor in front of him, the other party did not retreat but rushed out without looking back. He ran and shouted for help. However, this approach was ultimately futile. Because of the special identities of these people, only a few of them lived on this entire floor. This was not intentional by Gotham asking Brother Jiayoung, but a request made by these ambassadors themselves. In their original words, they did not want to live on the same floor with irrelevant people, so as not to breathe unpleasant air. But it was unexpected that this pretentious and arrogant request gave the players an opportunity to take advantage of it. Now this group of people didn't even have anyone to call for help. Watching the bald fat man stumbling and running wildly in the corridor, Gotham immediately switched to the appearance of a holographic projection disguised chip, climbed onto the ceiling and followed closely. The two people running in front heard the familiar cry for help from the back, and they were shocked at first. And then their faces were happy. What was shocking was that the most respected Lord Fu Meyer in this delegation had also encountered a terrible thing. What was happy was that they finally had a backbone and didn't have to run around like headless flies like before. However, when they turned around and saw the scene behind them clearly, they couldn't help but get scared, because they saw a floating translucent figure behind Lord Fu Meyer. No, to be precise, that thing was not floating. Instead, it was crawling directly on the ceiling. At that moment, the two who were feeling extremely lucky to have met their boss suddenly felt that their fear was about to burst through their heads. Ah, my mother! The bald and fat old man in the back was frightened by the shouting of the two subordinates in front. Why are they so excited? Suddenly, Fu Meyer seemed to realize something and shrank his thick neck like a fat intestine. He slowly turned his stiff back and looked behind him. He saw a long black hair like seaweed coming into his eyes vertically from top to bottom. Seeing this, his heart suddenly tightened and his breathing suddenly stopped. In a daze, he suddenly saw the face of the owner of the hair. It was a pale woman's face with dark eyes without any white. The woman looked at him dimly, and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of blood-red fangs. Seeing this, all the courage in Fu Meyer suddenly disappeared. His fat legs, which had rarely become flexible due to the adrenaline rush, also seemed to have lost their strength and collapsed to the ground. My future God! What on earth is this? He muttered in horror, and then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. When the two people in the distance saw that Lord Fu Meyer only looked up at the long-haired monster, and then fell to the ground unconscious, they were so scared that they dared not stay where they were and ran away desperately. Unfortunately, the end of the road had already been controlled by Aatrox and others who were waiting there. Just as the two guys were about to rush to the elevator entrance, a ghost face covered with bloodstains rushed to their faces. At that moment, the two people who had been frightened suddenly turned into frightened birds and bent over. In the back, Gotham and others who hurried over couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one escaped. Otherwise it would be troublesome. Looking at the two people who fell down, Aatrox, who had been squatting at the elevator entrance, jumped from above and removed his disguise. What should we do next? Just leave them here? Of course not. Gotham's face, which was green and glowing in the dark, suddenly showed a sinister smile. We have to move these guys back to the room, then restore everything to the original state, as if nothing had happened. When these guys wake up, they will only regard tonight's experience as a nightmare. Everyone! Damn it! Before the apprentices and team members could express their admiration, they heard Gotham change the subject. But how is this possible? Because when they wake up, they will find that the room they are in is not the one they originally lived in. Ha ha ha. The players were all stunned when they heard Gotham's slightly arrogant laughter. Then, everyone's eyes flashed with admiration and excitement. Sure enough, the team leader is worthy of being nicknamed the first master of the whole server. This brain circuit is extraordinary, and he can come up with such a bad trick. Hi! It's really high. After confirming the cleanup plan, in order to avoid more trouble, a group of people immediately took action in 2s and 3s. After disrupting the positions of the rooms where the 4 ambassadors lived, The players immediately restored the rooms that were messed up because of playing ghosts. After that, everyone went back to their homes and quietly waited for the next day. When the sky was bright, Lillian woke up from his sleep in a daze, and his confused mind gradually recalled the thrilling scene last night, and all the sleepiness disappeared without a trace. He jumped out of bed and looked around. Nothing. No scary woman crawling out of the antique TV. No flickering lights. He tried to press the bedside lamp beside him. It turned on and off as usual. The ceiling light too. Was all this just a dream? Thinking of this, Lillian breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he was about to change his clothes and go out, he was surprised to find that his clothes were gone. Not only his clothes, but also his suitcase. Just when he was wondering if his things had been stolen, he suddenly found that there were strange clothes that he didn't recognize piled up in the dressing room in front of him. And next to the pile of clothes was the suitcase of his boss, Fu Meyer. At this time, he finally realized that something was wrong. Although the room in front of him was very similar to the one he stayed in last night, there were many differences when he looked closely. Not only the strange clothes and suitcases in the cloakroom, but also the items on the table. These were completely different from what he remembered. This is not his room at all, but his boss Fu Meyer's room. Realizing this, Lillian's heart jumped. Without caring about tidying up his appearance, he hurriedly opened the door and wanted to come out to find out. Then, he saw three completely different faces across the corridor. His boss and colleagues were standing in front of the door of a room that did not belong to them, wearing the hotel's pajamas and slippers like him, with expressions of fear and a hint of confusion on their faces. Seeing Lillian open the door, everyone looked over. The four looked at each other for a while, and a chilling fear arose from the bottom of their hearts. It turned out that they were not dreaming last night. Everything they saw was real. When the four were speechless, one of them broke the silence first. Could those things last night be ghosts? Before he could finish the word ghost, Fu Meyer, who was bulging with a big belly, interrupted him sharply. What nonsense! There is no such thing in this world. There is no scientific basis for the theory of ghosts and gods. Having said that, everyone could see the fear on his face. This made the players, who were squatting in the dark and eavesdropping not far away, roll their eyes. I don't know who explained my future god before fainting last night. In fact, even a highly civilized country with first-class scientific and technological strength like the Future Alliance cannot escape the cultural erosion of belief in gods. Even if these people usually shout slogans that there are no ghosts or gods in the world and that they should believe in science, once they encounter a critical moment, they will still instinctively shout the name of the gods. Just like the human beings on Earth, no matter what nationality they are, they will shout my god or my god when they encounter something. And now, this Lord Fu Meyer is obviously unwilling to admit that everything he encountered last night was caused by supernatural forces that cannot be explained by science. He would rather believe that all this was caused by the natives of the barren planet or the weird slimes. In fact, Lillian thought so too. After all this is too coincidental. They collectively encountered such a strange thing on the first day of staying in the hotel. How could it be possible that no one was deliberately making trouble behind this? Although everything he witnessed last night was beyond his understanding of general scientific common sense, he couldn't help but connect it all with those slimes. Perhaps it was because they came to the deserted planet with an ulterior motive. So when they encountered something unusual, they would naturally fall into conspiracy theories. Thinking about it, Lillian said, whether this matter is man-made or due to some unknown reason, since the incident occurred in the hotel arranged by the other party, we must let them give us an explanation. Hearing this, the three people who were still scared of this weird experience suddenly came back to their senses. Indeed, it doesn't matter whether the incident last night was man-made or some kind of supernatural power. The important thing is that someone must be responsible for it. Thinking of this, the ambassadors who were still frightened gradually regained their composure. After calming down, the IQ that had been lost for a long time was back online. I saw a gleam of light flashing in Fu Meyer's round little eyes. This may be an opportunity. The opportunity for the golden slime to readily agree to set up an office. At this time, Fu Meyer still thought he had caught the slime family and the Desolate Star Republic Alliance. But what he never expected was that these guys didn't follow the routine at all. When they went to the manager of the hotel's housekeeping department to explain the strange experience last night and asked the other party to ask the golden slime and the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Desolate Star Republic Alliance to give them a reasonable explanation, the other party took out the surveillance of their floor last night. Clicking it, let alone the female ghost crawling on the ceiling and the ambassadors, who were scared by the female ghost and ran out of the door. Not even a mosquito appeared in the surveillance. The corridor was quiet, and nothing happened from dusk to dawn. Such a result was beyond everyone's expectations. For a while, the ambassadors who were full of resentment suddenly became like firecrackers that had lost their fire. With fire, but nowhere to vent, and anger but nowhere to use. Could it be that there was really a ghost last night? Thinking of this, that creepy feeling climbed up my spine again. In fear, the four asked the hotel to take out the surveillance cameras of all floors of the housekeeping department and check them one by one. However, they still found nothing. There is definitely something wrong with your surveillance. It is impossible that nothing was captured. That's right. Someone is definitely playing tricks to scare us. Facing this bunch of unreasonable future alliance ambassadors, the patience of the housekeeping manager was almost worn out. He tried his best to keep smiling. There is absolutely no problem with our surveillance. This floor is the VIP presidential suite. It is impossible for any outsider to enter here, because the surveillance and security systems here are the most advanced equipment purchased from the future alliance. As soon as these words came out, the angry ambassadors were immediately silenced. After a closer look, it was indeed produced by the future alliance company. Moreover, this brand is also well received in the market. But so what? Even the surveillance and security equipment produced by the future alliance could not protect their safety. What's the matter with waking up and finding yourself lying in the room of your colleague/subordinate/superior? The housekeeping manager didn't take the accusations of these ambassadors seriously. Maybe you drank too much last night and went to the wrong room? Of course. You may also have sleepwalking. And we have already had people check the problem of electrical appliances such as lights, telephones, and televisions in the guest rooms that you just mentioned. And everything is normal. At this point, the manager paused. The arc of his mouth was still raised, but the smile in his eyes had completely disappeared. If you still think there is a problem, then please forgive us for being powerless. This can be said to be very impolite. But how could these arrogant future alliance ambassadors just swallow their anger? Nonsense. Fu Meyer's eyes widened. Don't we know whether we drank too much or not? You said no outsiders got in. But what about the slime? Can't the slime get in? Maybe they were the ones who caused what happened last night. No. It must be. Facing the angry bald ambassador in front of him, the housekeeping manager remained motionless and only asked coldly, "So did you see slimes last night?" As soon as this was said, Fu Meyer was choked. "And didn't you just say that you saw a long-haired female ghost in white clothes last night? Why are you talking about slimes now? Can slimes turn into humans?" Seeing that the person in front of him couldn't answer, the last arc of the manager's mouth disappeared completely, replaced by expressionless coldness. "I understand. You are not here to seek help to solve the problem. You are here to deliberately cause trouble." Seeing that the attitude of the small housekeeping manager in front of him had changed 180 degrees, Fu Meyer didn't care to refute the other party for a while, and only asked angrily, "What is your attitude? Be careful. I will complain to you." However, the manager didn't seem to care much about the jumping of the person in front of him, and only expressed his attitude with an unyielding posture. "Please feel free. But the slime family does not allow anyone to slander. They are the messenger sent by the God of the universe to help us. If anyone dares to slander and defame them, he is going against the entire Deserted Star Republic Alliance." Chapter 438. The sovereignty of the Deserted Planet Republic Alliance must be recognized. Not only these future alliance ambassadors, but even the players who were hiding in the dark and eavesdropping were surprised. Although it has long been known that people on the deserted planet have a strong filter of gods for the Slime Clan. In fact, most players do not have a deep understanding of it. Now, hearing the words of the housekeeping manager, some players can't help but sigh in their hearts. So for these human NPCs on the deserted planet, they are so important? In fact, the words of the housekeeping manager are not exaggerated. On the deserted planet, the Slime Clan led by the Golden Slime has become the spiritual symbol of the citizens of the Deserted Planet Republic Alliance. The deserted planet slimes are brave, wise and kind. In the eyes of the citizens of the Deserted Planet Republic Alliance, they are the symbol of the gods, who save the suffering, and are the starting point for changing the fate of the deserted planet. Some players who have just entered the game for a short time may not feel much. But for old players, like Gotham Iron Man and Faye Kayleigh, who have been there since the early versions, they feel more deeply, because they witnessed the development history of the entire Desert Star Republic Alliance. From the primitive forest full of dangers and nothing to the Desert Star Republic Alliance, which is now connected to all the towns and cities in the east and west by various roads, railways, and even air routes. These are accumulated bit by the efforts of players and NPCs. It can be said that if the players had not changed the situation in the entire eastern region by changing the Sand City, there would not have been the fall of the prison committee, the abolition of taxes and tributes, and the establishment of the Desert Star Republic Alliance, and the incorporation of the large and small prison forces in the west. The people living on this land would not have undergone such earth-shaking changes. From this perspective, there is nothing wrong with the Desert Star people mythifying the Slime Clan, although the so-called God's messenger is pure nonsense. But since it has been put on this level, players naturally cannot do such a self-defeating thing. Not to mention that most people's admiration for NPCs is already quite useful. This sense of responsibility and belief that arises from the bottom of their hearts because of being admired by others supports the players to build and develop the Wasteland Planet better and better. Since they have become the guardian gods in the hearts of the people of the Wasteland Planet, they have the obligation to protect this land, and no longer let it be trampled on by others like in the past. If the future alliance thinks that just sending a few ministers to monitor them can completely suppress the rise of the Wasteland Planet and the Slime Clan, then it can only be said that they think everything is too simple. You have your Zhongliang plan, and I have my ladder. Players who have the attribute of hard bones naturally cannot succumb to these power politics. This prank activity is just a small appetizer. In order to completely solve the evil wolf that is eyeing them, the Desolate Star Republic Alliance can only turn into a more ferocious wolf than the other party, or find a way to turn into a poisonous western golden scorpion, so that the other party dare not touch it easily. Because the complaint in the hotel was fruitless, the future alliance delegation headed by Fu Meyer wanted to talk directly to the people of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Desolate Star Republic Alliance. However, what they didn't expect was that the people of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs refused to see them at all. During several visits, they were either in meetings or not in the office. Seeing that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was unwilling to come forward, they had to shift their target to the Golden Slime. But the unexpected result was even more disgusting, because the Golden Slime was not in Jinsha City at all. It had already gone to Storm City in the west to handle government affairs. Upon hearing the news, Fu Meyer could not help but curse. What a group of slippery loaches. They slip faster than rabbits. Overnight, the ambassadors suddenly felt that their treatment had plummeted. The plummet here does not refer to the shortage of material life, but the evasive attitude of the accompanying personnel and the repeated delay of the business. From landing on the Wasteland Planet to now, the future alliance office on the Wasteland Planet has not been implemented. No matter how angry they were, shouting or even threatening, the other side was unmoved. It made their accumulated anger like a punch on cotton, which made people feel very depressed. However, what they could not accept more than the avoidance of the authorities of the Desolate Star Republic Alliance was that they always encountered various bad luck during this period. Either they slipped and fell when they went out, or they stepped on dog shit for no reason, or a flower pot suddenly fell from the sky and almost hit their heads while they were walking on the road. Even drinking water could make them choke. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Fu Meyer was so unlucky that he thought that these things must be the work of those slimes. Every time they wanted to catch the culprit, they were left with a mess, and could not catch anyone at all. Who else could do this except slimes to harm people without anyone noticing? It's a pity that they didn't have any evidence at all. Smart players know to hide their identities, so as not to give these guys with ulterior motives a handle, and cause diplomatic incidents. And the consequences of doing so are obvious, because there is no actual evidence to prove that the slimes are the culprits. These ambassadors dare not do anything to the slimes. After all, it is difficult for a powerful dragon to suppress a local snake. Now they are standing on the land of the Desolate Planet, which is full of loyal believers of these slimes. Even if they have a strong motherland as a backing, they have to give way in such a place. It is impossible to let them suffer this loss again and again. They may not be able to file a complaint on the Desolate Planet, but are they afraid of not being able to file a complaint in the future alliance? The higher-ups will definitely make the decision for them and deal with these ignorant guys. Before submitting the work report, everyone except Lilian thought so, especially their chief Fu Meyer. Like his bloated and fat body, the bald ambassador's head is also stupid. If the future alliance can really do something to the Desolate Planet regardless of the consequences, I am afraid there is no need to send them here to create an office. It is because they dare not act rashly that they choose to deal with it in such a roundabout way. But it is obvious that Fu Meyer and others cannot see through this. It is precisely because of this that Traka would put Lilian in this delegation. After all, There must be a smart person in the delegation who is not blind to deal with problems. Besides him, everyone else in the delegation has inextricable connections with the top leaders of the future alliance. These people may not be smart, but they are very obedient. It is precisely because of this that they can become pawns in the power game between the top leaders. Although Traka is the chairman of the future alliance, he is subject to many constraints. Even sending people to the deserted planet to monitor the slime in the name of establishing an office has other forces involved. Not to mention that the chairmanship is changed every 3 years, and it is difficult to be re-elected. The chairman of the future alliance, who is subject to various restrictions, naturally cannot compete with other departments that have already formed a stable internal change system. But Lillian knows that this chairman, who looks smiling on the surface, is actually not a master who can be manipulated by others. On the contrary, his ambition is greater than the outside world thinks. But these have nothing to do with Lillian. Although he is indeed working for Chairman Traka, he actually does not want to get involved in the game of these bigwigs. As an ordinary official of the Future Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he just wants to do his job well and retire steadily. Of course, this was his wish in the past. Right now, he just wants to leave the deserted planet as soon as possible. Whoever wants to do this kind of surveillance work can do it. God knows what he has experienced these days. Either he was scared or fell into the river and was chased and bitten by the lake catfish, or he ate stones while eating. However, compared with the various unfortunate experiences he suffered here, what made him more heartbroken was the attitude of his superiors. As he expected, the report submitted by Fu Meyer did not play any substantial role. Not only did the superiors not make any expression on the difficult experience they had experienced, but they blamed them for their poor work and even failed to do a small thing like setting up an office on the deserted planet. Although he had expected such a result, he also thought that an official with a strong background like Fu Meyer should not be unable to get an explanation. But the facts proved that he thought too well of those senior officials. For those people, only when you have done things well and reflected your own value can you be qualified to be a dog asking for rewards from the master. Otherwise you can only be regarded as an abandoned child, not being able to get justice from the superiors, but being scolded, making both sides feel miserable. For a moment, Fu Meyer and others who were originally full of expectations were like trees hit hard by a blizzard, and suddenly became dejected. Fortunately, such torture ended soon. After all, the prank activity will not last forever. Xiaoming wanted to give these people a warning, but he didn't want to really make a big deal. What if one day the players don't know how to make people disabled or killed? Although their pranks are still minor at present, no one can predict what will happen in the future. In order to avoid safety hazards, it is better to stop in time. Anyway, the effect he wanted has been achieved. So, the prank activity that lasted only 3 days came to an end, and the Avengers Alliance, which brought the greatest psychological shadow to the ambassadors, undoubtedly became the MVP of this event. The players were having fun. Xiaoming was satisfied, and the citizens of the deserted Star Republic Alliance were even happier to see these arrogant and annoying guys get humiliated. It can be said that everyone is happy except the ambassador himself. After this rectification, the ambassadors are no longer as arrogant and rude as when they first came. Seeing this, Xiaoming, who had been invisible for several days, returned to Jinsha City. Although he could always leave these people alone, this would not solve the problem. The Future Alliance wants to establish an office as a pretext for surveillance. But how can others sleep beside the bed? Such a request cannot be agreed to by anyone. After all, the desolate star is no longer the colony that was at the mercy of others in the past. Even if its current hard power is far from enough to compete with the behemoth of the Future Alliance, it has once again become a country with independent sovereignty. Even if the Future Alliance wants to guard against them, it must abide by the rules here. The embassy can, but the office cannot. In any case, the sovereignty of the desolate Star Republic Alliance must be recognized. Chapter 439. This is an established fact and a historical necessity. After the players' tricks one after another, in just 3 days, the Future Alliance ambassadors, who were originally as proud as roosters, turned into quails that had been through wind and rain, becoming weak, helpless and pitiful, because there had been a terrible supernatural incident in the guest room before. They clamored to change rooms the next day, although the strange things did not happen again after the change of room. But even so, the ambassadors, who had been scared by the players, were still not at ease. In addition, they always encountered various bad luck when they went out in the past 2 days. They began to worry that they would die inexplicably on the deserted planet one day. So they not only asked the Republic Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send bodyguards to protect them closely, but also dared not even leave the hotel. In such a trembling state, they finally waited for the person they had always wanted to meet. After learning that the Golden Slime not only returned to Jinsha City, but also took the initiative to come to the hotel. At this moment, these future Alliance ambassadors were like a bullied daughter-in-law who had been tortured by the evil mother-in-law for decades and turned over to become the master. And they immediately raised their heads and became proud. Although they were criticized for complaining to their superiors before, this could not discourage their desire to fight, especially when they have been encountering all kinds of strange misfortunes in the past few days. Coupled with the hotel's shirking of responsibility, and the attitude of the Republican Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs that had been avoiding them before, this made their suppressed anger burn more and more. They had already brewed the words of complaint countless times in their hearts, and now they were waiting for the arrival of the object of complaint. However, when the Golden Slime really appeared, these people had to swallow the curses they had brewed. Behind the giant slime, which was almost as high as an adult man's thigh, there was a row of uniformed guards with a solemn temperament. These people had a completely different aura from the civil servants they had previously contacted in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At first glance, they were serious soldiers. Under the scorching gaze of the soldiers, Fu Mil, who was ready to throw his face and go to the other party to make a scene and ask for an explanation, suddenly shut up obediently as if his voice was poisoned. Seeing that the superiors did not speak, the others dared not to speak. For a moment, the atmosphere became more serious. Seeing that the group of people in front of him were completely different from the low-key style a few days ago, Xiaoming raised the corner of his mouth calmly. It seems that this time, the beating is still very effective, he complained in his heart. But Xiaoming still pretended that nothing happened on his face, saying, I'm really sorry, because there was a sudden government affairs to be handled in Storm City a few days ago. I had to leave for a while. I didn't handle the government affairs earlier or later, but I had to handle the government affairs after they came to the deserted planet. And since they checked into the hotel, they have been unlucky. If you say that there is no other party's hand in this, Lei Lian doesn't believe it. But even if they know it well, they can't say anything at the moment. Not to mention the majestic image of this golden slime in the eyes of the people on the barren planet. If they pick on it without actual evidence, they will most likely be severely punished by the guards in front of them. More importantly, from the surface, the golden slime has nothing to do with the events they have encountered these days. It seems that it is precisely because of this understanding that Fu Meier's fat face stiffened. And then he pretended to be generous and answered, it doesn't matter. Business is more important. Xiaoming smiled. I hope you don't mind. The envoys of the future alliance. Mind. They obviously mind to death. It's a pity that the anger in their hearts can only turn into inner wars in the end. As representatives of the future alliance, they need to maintain basic social etiquette in such an official occasion to maintain the face of the future alliance. Xiaoming also knew that too much is as bad as too little. So he stopped provoking them and only explained his purpose. This time, I came to discuss the business that I couldn't finish discussing before. Business that I couldn't finish discussing before? Hearing this, several people raised their heads suddenly. Could it be referring to the Future Alliance's office on the barren planet? Thinking like this, as expected, the next second, the Golden Slime spoke up. It was about the Future Alliance office on the wasteland planet that everyone had talked about a few days ago. As soon as this was said, the ambassadors straightened their backs and stretched their ears. It seemed that as long as Xiaoming let go, he would be like a cocky rooster again, and immediately make an unpleasant crowing sound. However, their beautiful dream was ultimately shattered, because the next second, the slime on the other side said in a calm voice, I have thought about it seriously these days, and the office is still not formal after all. Since your country intends to establish diplomatic relations, why not just change it to the Future Alliance Embassy on the wasteland planet? Establish diplomatic relations? Embassy? Did this guy misunderstand something? They are obviously not here to establish diplomatic relations. However, the conversation has come to this point, and it would be a bit difficult for them to deny this point directly. After all, you can't just tell the other party, the Future Alliance does not intend to establish diplomatic relations with you. We are actually here to monitor you. So we want to establish an office. Such a thing. Right? But if they don't deny or refuse, wouldn't that be equivalent to asking them to recognize the political sovereignty of the Desert Star Republic Alliance in disguise? How could they do such a thing? Although at first glance it's just a change of title. And there doesn't seem to be much difference in the result of staying on the Desert Star. The problem is that this is not their fundamental purpose at all. The reason why the top leaders went to great lengths to send them here is to let them keep an eye on these slimes to prevent them from causing trouble. It is precisely because they are afraid that the Slime Clan and the Desert Star Republic Alliance may become trouble for the future alliance in the future. So they need to use this method to follow and warn each other. Due to historical reasons, everyone thought at the beginning that these natives of the Desert Star would be more or less afraid of the future alliance. But they didn't expect that they seemed to not care at all. Not only did they not care, but now the Golden Slime actually ignored their request and put the fact that the Desert Star has become independent again on the table. Although it was just a simple sentence. Let's just change it to the future alliance embassy in the Desert Star. But its words expressed a deeper meaning. The Desert Star is no longer the Desert Star of the past. The era of colonization of this planet has long ended. The current Desert Planet Republic Alliance is an independent sovereign country. Therefore, they did not intend to accept any unilateral arrangement of the future alliance. It is impossible for a department with colonial rule like an office to appear on the deserted planet today. The future alliance can send people to stay here, but it is limited to the identity channel of establishing diplomatic relations through the embassy. Not to mention the smart Lei Lian. Even the not-so-smart Fu Meyer and others can hear the implication of Xiao Ming at this moment. But the question is, can they agree to such a request? Of course not. But if they don't agree, what reason should they use to refuse? This is a very tricky problem. After all, the other party has already made it round. What the office is not formal. Your country intends to establish diplomatic relations or establish an embassy. And other reasons. This makes them have no way to refute. Because those shameful thoughts are kept in secret and cannot be brought to the table. Thinking of this, Fu Meyer's chest, which was not very comfortable, became more and more stuffy for a while. It is really a dilemma at the moment. Ambassador Fu Meyer's slightly distorted expression naturally did not escape Xiao Ming's eyes. But he still pretended not to see it and asked with a smile. I wonder what you think. This, for a moment, the diplomatic ambassadors of the future alliance looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone opened and closed their mouths. And no one could get a reason from the word this. Lillian looked at the golden slime opposite, who was still smiling brightly. And his heart sank slightly. This golden slime is really too smart. With just a few words, they couldn't agree or disagree. What's more depressing is that you can't find out his faults. After all, it's a peaceful era now. And the future alliance still needs to maintain its image to the outside world. Many things can't be solved by tearing their faces. No wonder those senior officials are so wary of the Slime Clan. Just one golden slime is difficult enough to deal with. Not to mention that there are countless slimes under its command who are as cunning as it. If this race really has a different mind, then they must be more vigilant. Seeing that his colleagues and superiors around him had not given a proper response for a long time. Lei Lian immediately said, "Your proposal is very good, but we have to ask our superiors for instructions before we can give a reply." Hearing this, Fu Meyer, who didn't know what to do before, immediately came to his senses and said, "That's right. This is a serious matter. We have to report to our superiors before we can decide." For a moment, the other ambassadors also followed suit. The other party's answer was within Xiao Ming's expectations. Not to mention that this result was what he wanted. Hearing this, Xiao Ming immediately followed the words, "Okay. Then let's do as you say." After that, Xiao Ming said a few more polite words such as, "I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. So let them eat and drink well." And then left with a group of iron-faced guards behind him. When there were only 4 of them left in the house, Fu Meyer finally couldn't hold back the anger in his chest and smashed the things at hand. Hearing the continuous shouting and throwing of things in the house, the players who had been hiding outside and eavesdropping couldn't help but secretly gasp. Gloria, as expected, the clan leader is worthy of being the clan leader. Just a few words made these grandsons so angry. Aatrox rolled his eyes. What you said? Can the effect be the patriarch alone? They are obviously because they have been holding back for too long and have no way to vent their anger. Fei Keilei laughed and said, "Isn't it? These people are about to become Ninja Turtles. They have been unlucky since they settled on the deserted planet. They were tricked by players, kicked around by hotel people, and treated as heir by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic Alliance. Not to mention arrogant people like them. Even ordinary people may not be able to bear it." But Fei Keilei did not sympathize with them at all. This is not because these people are just game NPCs, but because what they and the forces behind them do is not authentic. Obviously, The increasingly popular slime clan has attracted the attention of the future alliance. Since the other party does not want to see the slime leading the deserted planet Republic Alliance to rise, they want to rely on their own pressure to knock them and warn them. The other party may think that the desolate planet and the slime clan will compromise under such a threat. Or they may think that they are too stupid to discover the true purpose of the future alliance leaders and agree readily. But they are wrong. And they are very wrong. When people stay in high positions for a long time, they will think that the whole world belongs to them. The same is true for some regimes. In the face of such a vast universe, nothing is eternal. The ruler is not. And the so-called overlord of this galaxy is not. No matter how jealous and worried they are, they can't stop the rise of the slime clan and the desolate planet. This is an established fact and a historical inevitability. Chapter 440, The Modified Program. Since the conversation that day, the ambassadors of the future alliance, led by Fu Meyer, changed their arrogance and became more and more quiet and low-key. I don't know whether it was because they were instructed by the top leaders of the future alliance, or because they realized that people had to bow their heads under the eaves. They finally learned to behave themselves. Xiao Ming was happy that these people didn't make trouble. After instructing his men to continue to secretly monitor them, he didn't care about anything else. These villains who had ulterior motives but couldn't make much trouble were not worth his attention. At present, it was more important to develop the barren planet. Today, the railways and highways connecting the east and west are under construction in full swing. After more than half a year of repairs, nearly half of the transportation network, with a total of tens of thousands of kilometers, has been completed. Such a speed of infrastructure construction is impossible on Earth in real life. But this is a future galaxy with more advanced scientific and technological civilization than the solar system. Many things that are impossible on Earth can be solved here through some magical technologies. It's like Xiao Ming once saw with his own eyes that the construction team drove a huge engineering vehicle to suck away the yellow sand on the surface of the desert, decompose it, and transform it into a paving material similar to asphalt or cement. Wherever the construction vehicle goes, the road will be paved. This magical engineering vehicle is naturally not produced locally on the desert planet. It is said to be a product developed by the engineering department of the Future Alliance. Xiao Ming got such a good thing through the former president of the Seance Society, Thor. After turning over a new leaf, the old man helped him and the Republic Alliance of the desert planet a lot. And, surprisingly, this rich tycoon did not return to the Future Alliance after being discharged from the sanatorium, but chose to settle in Jinsha City. For this reason, he even built a private courtyard in a quiet place on the outskirts of the city. As if he was going to live here for retirement, Xiao Ming once curiously asked Thor why he chose to stay. The answer given by the other party was a little unexpected but reasonable. This place is more interesting than the Future Alliance. Not only is the food delicious, but the people are also interesting. I like the atmosphere here. Seeing the old man in front of him sitting on a rocking chair and playing chess with others, Xiao Ming couldn't help but twitch his skin. It seems that this rich alien old man has been assimilated by the players into the appearance of an old man in the flower planting family. No, even more extraordinary. After all, in the flower planting family, he has never seen an old man who loves milk tea so much. Xiao Ming guessed that the reason why the other party was unwilling to leave the wasteland planet was probably because he could drink a variety of new varieties of milk tea here. Not only Thor. There are also Rank and others who followed him to the wasteland planet, and those natives who originally lived on the wasteland planet. The entire wasteland planet has almost been assimilated by the players. Even the Boca Bay, which is the farthest from the core interests of the Wasteland Republic Alliance, and the Paradise Port on the more distant Will continent, are marked with the marks of players. At some point, cultural customs from an ancient Eastern civilization in another world gradually replaced the local people's civilization, which was not very profound to begin with, and began to inject new vitality into this declining exile planet. Although their skin color and language are completely different, they have already been branded with the imprint of China under the influence of players. They began to learn how to make buns and dumplings, began to celebrate New Year's Day, Spring Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival, began to drink hot water, and learn to keep healthy. There is nothing wrong with this. After all, cultural customs themselves are constantly developing in learning and integration. In addition to the changes in urban transportation infrastructure and cultural customs, the natural environment in the West is also changing with each passing day. From a long time ago, Xiao Ming had considered how to change the desertification environment here and make it more pleasant. Under the research of biological experts such as Elpis, They finally found and improved several extremely drought-resistant and sand-resistant tree species, and successfully passed the first stage of planting experiments. At present, the first batch of trees have been planted in the desert near Storm City. If they can survive the extreme sandstorm weather in the future, they can be promoted as a whole in the West. Everything is moving in a better and better direction. Looking at the first batch of drought-resistant trees that have been planted outside Storm City, Xiaoming suddenly remembered the previous conversation with the unknown high-dimensional intelligent creature. At this time, he can truly understand the meaning of the other party's words at that time. When you spend all your efforts to build it into the most beautiful appearance bit by bit, it doesn't seem to matter whether this world is real or fake. As long as you think it is real, it is real. Just like players know that the game is fake, but they are still willing to spend their efforts to do tasks and raise their accounts, because they pay more attention to the game experience. In this world, they are omnipotent slimes. They can travel between the stars and travel on various planets, fight with magical abilities, and expand their territory on barren planets. As long as they want, they can completely regard this as a real world. As for whether this world is real, it is not important to them. Thinking of this, Xiaoming suddenly felt that pursuing the truth of this world might not be so important. After all, everything he experienced and felt here is real enough. Of course, the premise of not delving into the truth must be based on the safety of everyone. Although so far, the intelligent life in the higher dimension has not shown much malice. As the saying goes, you must be on guard against others, especially for something he doesn't understand at all. This kind of defensiveness is even more impossible to discard. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but think of the future alliance. Perhaps the slime clan is to the future alliance what high-dimensional intelligent life is to this world. Humans have the same feelings about unknown things, either curiosity or fear. But fortunately, so far, they don't have to treat each other as enemies. Although the other party denied this, the intelligent civilization of higher dimensions is indeed very similar to the so-called creator. After all, they can use the imagination of players to automatically construct the world of God's domain, whether from the perspective of science and technology or metaphysics. Such ability can only be matched by the creator. If they are really the creator of this world, they are better than those so-called gods of the universe and the gods of the desert. If there is a higher level existence, then no matter how vigilant and defensive they are, it will be useless, because the creator is like the entire universe, and the existence of human beings is like an insignificant dust in the universe. Can a dust withstand the Big Bang? Obviously not. After thinking this through, there is no need to continue to drill some unnecessary horns. On the contrary, some players have been full of curiosity about this new world map since the last God's Domain event ended. On the first of every month, the underground laboratory of Space Base No. 1 is always crowded with players wearing fireproof suits waiting to enter the God's Domain for adventure. In addition, some players will appear from time to time near the purple giant spider's breeding farm, especially during the spider's egg-laying period. It is even more crowded, and everyone is waiting here to encounter the world god. Although the world god does not appear every time, there are always people who are lucky enough to encounter it a few times. At the moment when the huge purple-gray cocoon appeared, the players who were originally bored at the door of the breeding farm suddenly rushed in as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The levels of these players are high and low. The highest is above LV30, and the lowest is LV5. And LV5 is exactly the level at which players can get rid of the novice label. And it is also the lowest level to enter the world of God's domain. They have been waiting here for 3 days. They have been waiting here since the purple giant spider suspected to enter the egg-laying period, because they were worried about missing the world god. They didn't dare to leave at all during these 3 days. Even going to the toilet had to take turns with teammates. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and they finally waited for the cocoon of the world god. Players who have played WildStar World know that this is a MMORPG sandbox game with a high degree of freedom. In addition to daily life management and combat gameplay, exploring the map and triggering hidden tasks are the essence of this game. If you can trigger the side story and unlock new activities, you will definitely become a T2 or even T1 level boss. It is precisely because of this that in addition to curious newcomers who like to die, a large number of high-level players will also come here to seek opportunities for class transition. Hurry up, brothers. The gate of God is about to open. Ayo. Take your weapons. We'll attack together later. Alright. In just a moment, there was a chaotic shouting in the farm. The staff of the purple giant spider farm are no longer surprised by such chaos. This situation always happens a few days every month. Although the gods are a bit noisy, they occasionally help them collect spider silk and clean the cages, which reduces their workload. As for what the gods are doing here, they are curious but have no right to ask. After all, the superiors have already issued orders that they don't need to care about the behavior of the gods. Just do their own work well. Therefore, the staff of these farms have not known about the Gate of God and the World God so far. But they didn't explore too much. After all, the gods have done so many strange things. And this one is not bad. As if disturbed by the noisy shouting of the players, the huge cocoon in front of them suddenly moved. With only a slight sound, the thing inside the giant cocoon began to wriggle and struggle, then tore through the restraints and broke out of the cocoon. The familiar crustacean-like monster swayed its tiny hydroid limbs and began to slowly crawl towards the opposite wall. At this moment, all the players present were impatient. Here it comes! Finally here. And the world god didn't seem to care about the players' burning gazes behind him, just lying on the wall. And then the familiar orange-red fire lit up, and the door to another world opened. The dazzling orange-red light gradually expanded to the entire wall, since the god's domain was officially included in the dungeon map of the Wasteland world. The area of the god's gate opened by the world god has become more than 10 times larger than before. Players no longer have to worry about traffic jams when entering the dungeon. The moment the god's gate opened, the players immediately put on fireproof suits, activated the fireproof skills, picked up their weapons, and jumped into the huge lava wall in front of them. At this time, if the farm staff were present, they would be shocked to the ground. After all, no normal person would jump into a fire pit. And it is a literal fire pit. However, this fire pit has an irresistible attraction for players. The natives of the barren planet may never understand the fanaticism of these slimes. But the world gods who witnessed all this can understand it, because its program has been modified. It is like an NPC that has been opened a backdoor by the programmer, and has changed from the original non-playable state to the playable state. At present, it is no longer simply playing the role of a god NPC to perform the task of guarding the door to the world of gods as in the past. It has become a microscope for higher dimensional intelligent civilizations to observe the operating conditions in the ecological box. And at this moment, under the compound eye is covered by fine and dense polyp-like tentacles. It is connected to the site of higher dimensional intelligent civilizations in this universe.